The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Capriglione.
Here.
Vice Chair Lambert. Representative Bojani. Here. Representative Bryant. Representative Frazier. Representative Leo Wilson. Here. Representative Plisa. Here. Representative Van Dever. Representative Vo.
Here. A quorum is present. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. The chair appreciates the cooperation of the committee and our visitors in preserving order and decorum during today's hearing. The chair lays out House Bill 1766 and recognizes Chairman Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, it's good to be with you this afternoon. House Bill 1766 seeks to create greater efficiency in the use of private activity bonds in the 4% low-income housing tax credit program for multifamily housing administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The financing for these properties, per federal requirements, must utilize at least 50% in private activity bonds, which are issued annually by the Texas Bond Review Board. House Bill 1766 does the following. In a given year, when demand for private activity bond projects exceed the amount of available bonds, each approved 4% bond project will cap the use of private activity bonds for that project at 55%. Currently, the Office of Attorney General certifies that the legal entities submitting the documentation would comply with the Texas requirements of the private activity bond program. Under 1766, third-party attorneys would certify to OAG that the 55% cap is not exceeded, and then OAG would sign off within their final review under Section 1202.0003 of the Government Code. If a project has a change order impacting the 50% federal requirement, these projects will be given priority the following cycle to ensure the federal requirement of 50% is met. We're also working on a committee substitute that will address a few things brought to our attention by the OAG and by the Bond Review Board. Those changes will include ensuring that the verification will be conducted by an independent third party, allowing applicants to prevent abuse of the priority provision by allowing applicants to use only it once, anchoring the enforcement mechanism to the same date as the BRB lottery application deadline, which is clarifying that the enforcement mechanism is tied to the entire state ceiling and confirming that the requirement is applicable only to bonds issued not applied for, and establishes a short closing deadline for projects receiving priority. Members, what this does, we're trying to stretch our dollars as much as we can, create the incentive for private equity investment, and thereby increasing more projects on the ground and more low-income housings that are units that are available. So with that, I'll stand ready for any questions, and if no questions, I'll respectfully urge the right to close.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Chairman Darby? None. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Lambert as being present. Thank you. Sorry for your right to close. All right. The chair calls Carrie Duckett to the stand. Hi there. Just want to verify your name is Carrie Duckett. You are for the bill and you're testifying on behalf of yourself and the Alliance for Multifamily Production. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Lambert, members of the committee, Kyrie Duckett on behalf of the Alliance for Multifamily Production in favor of House Bill 1766. I work for Dominium Developments, a developer, owner, and manager of senior and workforce housing apartment communities that more than 8,000 Texans call home. And we're based out of Dallas, Texas. We're also AM's founding member. Private activity bonds.
Excuse me for 1 second. The chair wants to recognize Representative Bryant as being present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Private activity bonds are a powerful tool that help generate more than $2 to $3 billion of construction activity each year in Texas. House Bill 1766 will help this tool go even further by teaching developers the same lesson that my folks taught me when my infant brother came home from the hospital, that it's time to share. In the same way that Pokemon cards that Corey and I got when we were kids were not limitless, neither are these private activity bonds. And had Texas distributed this scarce resource efficiently, we would have built thousands of additional homes and achieved billions more in construction activity. In 2022, Garland, Kyle, Denton, and San Antonio canceled plans to break ground on hundreds of homes because inflation and interest rates made their projects financially infeasible. In 2021, community-backed efforts in Austin, Wilmer, Cypress, Plano, and in many of your communities as well waited and waited and waited for resources that never came because others were using more than they needed. Industry stakeholders have come together and helped craft language that would force greater efficiency in the bond program while mitigating any downside risk and unintended consequences. To that end, Chairman Darby mentioned committee substitute that we hope that you folks will be considering next week. Whether developers, financiers, attorneys, or partners in government, all the stakeholders support this change, and I'm happy to report no known opposition to House Bill 1766. Simply put, if the legislature sees this as an opportunity, more Texans will have homes closer to where they work and play. Thank you to Chairman Darby for his leadership on this effort. Thank you for your consideration to the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes that Representative Frazier is present. Members, do we have any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1766? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is a good bill. It's going to stretch our limited resources, build more projects, put more housing units on the ground. And with that, absent any questions, I close.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 4082 and recognizes Chairman Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman
Hate to interrupt, but
Capriglione.
the chair offers a committee substitute.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for offering that committee substitute. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, House Bill 4082 and the committee substitute adds a definition of public work reference in other areas of tax code. It specifically outlines what does and does not constitute a public work for which certificates of obligation or tax anticipation notes can be used. Over the years, we have found that multiple municipalities across the state use certificates of obligations for purposes other than public improvements, such as semi-professional sports stadiums, arenas, hotels, or coliseums. This definition in House Bill 4082 is now limited to traditional public improvements such as streets, utility systems, floods, drainage projects, jails, courthouses, government administrative office buildings, and recreational facilities. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Goldman? Seeing none, we will proceed to testimony. Thank you. Reserve the right to close.
Someone testify?
Yeah, it's like
I
about
reserve the
100.
right to close.
No, not 100. The chair calls on Adam Haynes. Just want to make sure your name is Adam Haynes. You are testifying against the bill in behalf of the Conference of Urban Counties.
Yes, sir. Adam Haynes, Conference of Urban Counties, testifying against the bill. But before I do, I want to make sure everybody knows Chairman Goldman and staff have had a wide open door working with us, and we certainly appreciate that and certainly appreciate Chairman Goldman. The issue where we're on is not in the definition of public works, but what we would like to see is, rather than trying to define and going through a pretty exhaustive list, and Chairman Goldman and staff came up with a pretty good list, but invariably we'll leave something off of that list. And so when we get into the situation of trying to defend or trying to issue a bond, if it says sewer, but we need a sewer connection, somebody's going to sue us over that. So what we've asked is, rather than trying to define what a public works is, if there's a particular thing, and I think there is a particular thing, and I think counties largely agree that we shouldn't use CO bonds or other bonds for stadiums and public and sports venues and things like that. Let's just say what public works is not. And then if next session somebody doesn't follow or isn't following good practices and comes up and funds something else that shouldn't be, let's ban that. But rather than trying to have that exhaustive list, let's just say what public works is not and go from there. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
For your testimony.
Yes, sir.
The chair calls Carla Sierra. All right. Just to verify, your name is Carla Sierra. You are testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself and the Libre Initiative.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I will be testifying on a couple of other bills. I wasn't sure if you'd like me to
No,
wait for that,
well,
or-
when those other bills come up, is,
Okay.
When we're going to just stick to this bill if that's
Okay, sounds great. All right. So Carla Yvette Sierra speaking on behalf of myself and the Libre Initiative in favor of HB 4082. Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this issue that is plaguing our great state of Texas and my El Paso community. Certificates of obligation or non-voter approved debt. My name is Carla Sierra and I'm the director of the Libre Initiative in El Paso. El Pasoans sounded the alarm last summer when University Medical Center, our county hospital established to provide indigent care, proposed a $400 million certificate of obligation to expand their operations. Certainly not a small amount to add to the current property tax burden carried by El Pasoans. Certificates of obligation were created to fund emergency-like projects. However, between 2012 and 2022, certificates of obligation have increased by 63%, and mostly to fund projects outside the scope of an emergency. El Paso ranks second in the state with most outstanding non-voter approved debt. According to the 2022 local annual report, El Pasoans owe $852 million in non-voter approved debt. This total does not include the $100 million CO passed this year by our county. The county initially proposed to split the CO into two separate COs to make it that much harder for constituents to collect the required amount of signatures to stop the debt issuance. As we collected signatures last August, we had the opportunity to talk to thousands of El Pasoans, many on fixed income struggling to make ends meet due to high property tax burden. Many terrified to lose their generational home as our property taxes increase annually and our taxing entities continue to abuse certificates of obligation to fund water parks and amphitheaters. Incurring debt without voter approval disenfranchises your constituents from the democratic process. Shouldn't we be given the opportunity to vote for or against an expenditure that will ultimately increase our property taxes? Certificates of obligation are a nonpartisan issue. They affect Democrats and Republicans alike. This narrative is why we were successful in halting this $400 million expenditure. After 60 days of knocking on 19,000 doors, we were able to engage 36,000 El Pasoans on this issue. Our activists and volunteers collected 36,924 signatures, 32,311 of which were valid, and ultimately stopped the issuance of more debt. Unfortunately, only temporarily. As the legislation is currently written, our signatures expired 6 months after being collected. And because University Medical Center refused to place the measure on the ballot, they may continue to request millions of dollars in non-voter approved debt without being held accountable. Today, I humbly and sincerely ask you on behalf of the Libre Initiative, myself, and El Pasoans to support HB 4082 so Texans can stop the misuse of certificates of obligation by our local taxing entities. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify any concerns.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4082? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take her testimony and use it for my layout on the House floor. Thank you, and I close.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Goldman, the committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2837 and recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. In September of last year, the International Organization for Standardization, based in Switzerland, approved a new merchant category for firearm and ammunition merchants. This means that all of the credit card companies and banks that are involved in a payment card purchase for firearms and ammunition will now have a new separate and distinct code that will allow these financial institutions to track gun and ammunition purchases. It's just interesting to note that the ISO twice denied this, the creation of this new code. The application was presented by the Amalgamated Bank out of New York, which is a very left-leaning financial institution. And some of the other companies like Visa and MasterCard actually opposed it because they wanted to say, if the transaction is otherwise legal, then we want to stay neutral and not be involved in basically making moral decisions about purchases that are legal in the states. Since then, a couple of other states have passed state laws to address this, to block this invasion of privacy for gun and ammunition purchasers. And some of the credit card companies have pressed pause on this, saying that we're gonna wait and see what the legislatures do. But the problem we have is this. If the state of Texas doesn't act, we are going to allow credit card companies and banks to develop a database of gun and ammunition purchases that never before existed. And ultimately, they will work with law enforcement and federal authorities to share that information. But more practically, what will happen is that database is going to get leaked. It's going to get hacked. How many times have you read in the news that credit card information at banks has been compromised and cyber thieves have stolen it? Very quickly, this database of gun and ammunition purchases will be leaked, and individual Americans, individual Texans will have their information about their gun and ammunition purchases on some website out there. Right now, these ammunition and firearms retailers use either a sporting goods code or a miscellaneous code. That's the standard practice. This bill is simply saying, stick with your current practice. Do not use this new merchant category code to create a separate and distinct data point for firearm or ammunition purchases to protect Texans' privacy. And if you do that, the enforcement provisions are going to be there. Now, for those who have signed up, I know many of the banks have maybe perhaps signed up against this bill based on the filed version. You don't have a committee sub yet, but I will tell you that I've been working with them, and we're going to have a different enforcement mechanism. The $10,000 penalty, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to move towards a different enforcement mechanism that I think the financial institutions can be comfortable with. But bottom line up front, you have an organization based out of Switzerland with members of it from foreign countries taking an application by a bank in New York and creating a way for them to track the firearm or ammunition purchases of everyday Texans. And Senator Warren, Elizabeth Warren, is pushing this. And she has stated explicitly, this is going to be a way to track, quote, suspicious activity. And she's got all these safety things, and she wants to talk about terrorism and shootings and all this stuff. But ultimately, these are going to be computer algorithms that are going to be setting off, quote, red flags or whatever it might be, and sending information to law enforcement for completely lawful and appropriate transactions. This bill is necessary to protect the privacy of Texans. And it's not just about firearms and ammunition. Let me make that clear. The whole ESG movement, if they can do this with firearms and ammunition, they can do this with other types of transactions. If they begin to get down to the granular level and say, you purchased a gas stove, you purchased a gasoline engine type vehicle, whatever it is that society, and these corporations decide that they want to suppress or make go away. They can simply shame people into it by saying, we're going to track your information and we'll know. They'll be able to share that data with insurance companies, with other consumer organizations, so they will know who's making these types of purchases and who is not. Fundamentally, no matter where you are on the Second Amendment or firearm regulation or gun control, I think as Texans, we can realize that those decisions should be made in this Capitol, and we can pass gun laws or not in this Capitol with our elected representatives. But if something is a lawful transaction, we should not have big banks and big credit card companies developing a database that will violate the privacy of ordinary law-abiding Texans.
Very good, Representative Schaefer. Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. Just so I understood, you're going to be bringing a committee substitute at some point that you feel like would be amenable to most of the banks and so forth that you've talked to.
That's my hope. I'm working with their representatives. They've had open door to my office, and I've already shared some preliminary language with them that I believe is going to satisfy what they need. I honestly, after talking to some bankers, I don't think our good community banks and regional banks want any part of this.
No, they don't.
I think they want to continue their ordinary course of business now. Certainly they will comply with any law enforcement investigation. That's not the issue. But this kind of information is not what they want. They don't want to get into this business.
So we don't have a committee sub to talk about, so I'll just focus on the original bill at this point. What about the out-of-state banks that are operating in Texas? How would that be controlled if this law passed?
Well, you're going to get me out over my skis pretty quick. You start talking about federal preemption and some of that issue. But basically, we're going to craft a bill that applies to anybody who's part of this transaction, whether that's the merchant, the authorizer, the authenticator, or those involved in the settlement. And if they're doing business in the state of Texas, then my hope will, and the way we're going to do this is the Attorney General will have some ability to get into that.
Okay. I look forward to seeing your sub. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any other questions? Representative Bryant.
Mr. Schaefer, I've got a list here of the merchant category codes that are in use at the present time, and they're quite detailed.
Yes, sir.
They would allow a person who had access to this data to pretty much figure out how all of us are living our lives. I'm kind of surprised to find guns that aren't on here already. So I'm puzzled by your concern that guns would be treated in a special category different than all the other stuff that's in here. Why would we not have guns in this list?
Because I believe you're now getting into a political question. We're in an environment where you have corporations who want to not do business with people who purchase guns, who want to shame people publicly. And right now, the ISO standards do not have a firearms merchant code.
Which is peculiar in as much as when you look at this, and I won't bother to read it all to you, it's quite detailed. So I'm wondering, first, I guess I'm wondering why we don't have it in here already, but number two, why guns should get special treatment.
Well, let me read you something that I believe is a quote from Visa. We believe that the Visa payment system is for everyone, and we strive to make our services available to all people in all places for uses consistent with local and national laws. If a transaction is legal, Visa's policy is to remain neutral and process the transaction. We believe that asking payment networks to serve as a moral authority by deciding which legal goods can or cannot be purchased sets a dangerous precedent. We understood Amalgamated Bank's request to be justified, at least in part, by an interest in blocking transactions that would fall under such a new category, and Visa's rules expressly prohibited blocking of legal transactions under an MCC. The stated goal of those who are supporting this new code is to begin to control the purchase of firearms and ammunition.
Well, first, it would not give anyone the ability to control the purchase of firearms, but it would give law enforcement the ability to see who's making mass purchases of firearms. Don't you think that would be a good thing?
No, I don't think law enforcement needs to know what law-abiding citizens are doing that is already lawful. What role does the state have in monitoring legal activity? Not illegal, but legal
Well, you're jumping
activity.
back and forth between the state and the merchants, but let's talk about the state a minute. Don't you think the state has an interest in knowing if somebody's making mass purchases of assault rifles?
Well, why don't you define for me an assault rifle?
Well, let's don't waste time on that.
Well, no, that's exactly the
Let's-
question.
Let's
though.
take a dangerous weapon. Don't you think that the law enforcement has an interest, and we have an interest?
Members, I'd like to keep on the bill, and so what the bill has to do is with the codes related to whether it's MasterCard or Visa or other credit card changes. So if we talk about the codes, that'd be great.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite.
If we could talk about the codes, which is what the purpose of the bill is, right? What the purpose of the bill is to talk about whether or not or how certain payments specifically related to handguns, firearms, and ammunition are collected or not collected.
Well, your principal argument is that law enforcement doesn't have an interest in knowing from this data who's doing mass purchases of dangerous weapons. And I'm asking you to reconsider that, because it would seem to me that we very much have an interest in knowing who is making mass purchases of dangerous weapons to protect the public from the use of those weapons.
Well, who decides what is a mass purchase and who decides what is a dangerous weapon? I think that should happen here in this building through the elected officials, not by people we've never met in Switzerland or New York.
Well, Switzerland and New York, though, would not have anything to do with this. This is just a matter of treating guns like every other category of product. I don't know where Switzerland gets into the picture right here. Maybe you can explain to me, how would Switzerland be in the picture?
Okay, again, I'm going to try and focus us on the bill. And so if any member has any questions about the bill or what's inside the bill, I'd appreciate that. Do you have any other questions?
Well, my question is how you have raised the specter of Switzerland being involved. I'm asking,
The organization
How would we
that
be involved?
originated this code is based in Switzerland. That's their headquarters. They have membership for financial institutions all over the world, including China and Russia. And so the idea that we do not have elected representation involved in making a decision that is so personal and important to the lives of Texans is concerning to me, so that we would not delegate this privacy issue to large financial companies that are not even perhaps in the state of Texas, but do operate in the state of Texas. That's what concerns me.
well, my desire is to stop seeing our children murdered in the schoolhouse.
All right, again,
If
what we're
we-
going to try and do is we're
if
going to
we
talk
can-
about the
Mr. Chairman,
But,
he's,
but the privacy, this bill is not a gun safety bill. This is about the privacy or lack of privacy related to codes that are being collected by banks and other merchants. So if we can both stay on that, that'd be great.
I hope when you do your substitute, you will consider what law enforcement wants in protecting the public from these guns that are now wreaking havoc in our society, particularly assault rifles. That's the point that I would like to make.
Representative Leo Wilson.
You know, I don't like any of that data being gathered on anything I buy. I'm just sorry, I don't like that. However, is there any other things being coded that is also a constitutional right? Because the right to bear arms is in our Constitution. So to me, that's even more egregious when it happens with a gun purchase, because that has to do with something that overrides every law, which is the U.S. Constitution. So I don't know if is the government collecting other things or using the MCC code to track anything else that's a constitutional right to own.
Yeah, I am not aware of that, Representative. I know that currently with gun and ammunition retail outlets, they fall under either the miscellaneous retail stores or sporting goods stores category codes. other types of merchants have unique codes. I have not entertained other topics outside of this, but right now the code that's being used is not so specific as to allow that level of granularity into an individual purchase for guns or ammunition.
And I can't think of any other thing that, like you said, is more political or can become political in nature, is tracing whether or not I have a right to defend myself and my property. So to me, that supersedes everything. I don't like any of it, but that in particular is concerning. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Representative Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to piggyback on Representative Leo Wilson's question. Can you give me some examples of some of these category codes?
I don't have the list in front of me. That is a list that's actually published, that's out there. You can go, I believe, to the ISO website. They probably have that. I just don't have that list with me.
Do you mind having your staff send that over to my office?
We'll take a look at that.
Thank you so much.
Members, are there any other questions for Representative Schaefer? No other questions? Soon reserve your right to close? Good. All right, thank you. The chair calls Steve Skurlock. Okay. All right. Just want to verify you're registered as Stephen Skurlock. Right now, you're registered as against the bill and on behalf of the Independent Bankers Association of Texas.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Steve Skurlock, Independent Bankers Association of Texas. I registered in opposition to this bill and have spent some time this morning reviewing the proposed language in the committee substitute, and I would very much like to move my position to on.
Okay. So I have your permission to change your position from against to on behalf of the Independent Bankers Association.
That's correct. And thank you for that. And I'm going to apologize in advance for a very disjointed testimony as I'm picking up from what Representative Schaefer has laid out, what I had originally had in our proposal. And we are obviously, as a representative of the Independent Bankers Association of Texas, our focus is obviously on how this impacts banks. And we'll make a few general comments. And Representative Leo Wilson, as an aside, I have been a gun owner as much as I was surprised when I wrote this down for 60 years. And I'm licensed to carry, and I don't relish the thought of my personal buying habits on that or anything else being shared as well. So for whatever that's worth, for some context. Couple of quick observations, and maybe Vice Chairman Lambert, this will address some of your concerns as well. Our membership is comprised of community banks. We are not, if there is discriminatory treatment against firearms or energy or whatever the topic du jour is, it's not coming from my membership. The majority of our members are state chartered. We do have a number of nationally or federally chartered banks, which community banks obviously can pick how they want to do that. And there are multiple bills this session that are dealing with firearms and energy and other things that the banks are taking some level of responsibility in these bills for. Those, when originated in the Texas legislature, deal only with state-chartered financial institutions. So commercial banks, savings banks, credit unions. They do not apply, Vice Chairman Lambert, to branches of out-of-state, national, others. It is only the state-chartered banks here, and it is a preemption issue. We are especially concerned in the original language with some provisions regarding the prohibition of a bank taking a position or an action based in whole or in part of the livelihood, the commercial aspects, membership in various associations or clubs or whatever it might be, and prohibiting that discrimination. We are extremely concerned, especially with the civil penalties and lawsuits that are proposed and were in this bill and in some of the others. And we have, in many cases, no control over the triggers of what would cause this. And I guess also I want to point out that banks do have to tell people no on occasion. That's part of what we do. And it can occasionally cause some tension and hard feelings. It may have absolutely nothing to do with anything other than good banking practices. And there may be terrible credit, there may be a horrible business plan, there may be all sorts of things that contribute to this. But there are significant penalties that we might have to push back on if indeed someone decided to do that. And I'm getting very close. The CS has some language that had been, our version of language that had been recommended by Celeste Embry, my colleague over at Texas Bankers Association, and I appreciate her jumping in to do that. But as Representative Schaefer indicated, it focuses on that particular MCC rather than a reporting issue rather than anything else. So again, from the perspective of the banks, Representative Bryant, that is something that we appear to be able to live with, and we are not quite there yet because we need to digest it and see the final version. But Representative Schaefer and his staff have gone to great lengths, I think, to create something that we can live with and take some of the concerns away that we had. So we do appreciate his open door, which has been wide open several times as we have had some significant concerns on this bill. And I am more than happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Thanks, Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Skurlock, for being here. Would you agree that protecting customer data and bank privacy, confidentiality, has been a mainstream part of banks operating in the state for a long, long time? And would you agree that banks have gone to significant increases in investment to make sure that our systems and those data processing software, et cetera, are all have been upgraded over many, many years to meet those stringent requirements of data privacy and confidentiality?
Absolutely. I think the gentleman to your immediate right is probably tired of me talking about Dodd-Frank standards. Gramm-Leach-Bliley standards. I'm getting my major banking bills mixed up. I apologize for that. 1999 law that basically said thou shalt protect consumer data and information. Many of you likely remember and may still get a one-page document from your insurance company, from your banks, from your brokerage house, or whatever, with their privacy policy. That is a requirement of that particular act as it has been updated. So yes, we have very stringent data privacy rules that we have to live by. Additionally, and no one, as you know, is completely immune from data breaches. It just doesn't happen, and we recognize that. But yes, banks take extraordinary measures to protect the data of their customers, and it's the threat environment for our banks, as you might imagine, that's where the money is, as they say, is significant, and we take it very, very seriously. And again, let me point out too that if that data is shared with anyone as a financial institution, very broadly defined, it will be reported in at least that annual report. So that's part of the law that we absolutely will comply with.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Representative Bryant.
Mr. Skurlock, why do we have these categories in the first place?
Representative Bryant, it is, I'm assuming, I what I know is that at the end of the year, I get a report telling me how much money I've spent in different categories for tax purposes or for whatever else it is. So there are reports there. There will be some folks that actually know what they're talking about on a future bill coming up. So I would almost, if you would defer on that one, that would be great. I try to know as much as I can about as much as I can, and that is not my level of expertise, and I
Well,
apologize.
I noticed that when you look at the categories closely, I just opened the page up randomly. Dating services, somebody's going to know that I'm using a dating service.
Probably
Marriage,
should.
personal counseling services, hospital patients over here, massage parlor, somebody's going to know that if I go to a massage parlor.
Oh my, I better, you can't be.
I like what Representative Leo Wilson said a moment ago. Maybe we ought just to make it against the law to do any of this.
Well, I certainly will be willing to talk about that at an appropriate time when a bill's filed, but we
Would that
missed
have
that
a
deadline.
negative impact on the independent bankers?
Representative Bryant, I do not profess expertise there, but as I said, we have some real bankers, rather than those who have stayed at the Holiday Inn Express and pretend. So I would be more than happy to defer to them when we get to another bill that I can't remember what the number is or who the author is, but it's coming up today later too. So if that's okay, and I apologize, and I can follow up with your office and we'll visit with Michael if need be. So let me know.
Thanks.
And sorry not to be able to answer your question. I prefer to do that.
Members, are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Celeste Embry. Hi there. As you join us, just want to verify, your name is Celeste Embry. You are testifying against the bill. You're doing so on behalf of the Texas Bankers Association.
That's correct. Committee members, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Celeste Embry. I'm here to testify against the bill. As Representative Schaefer and my colleague Steve Skurlock said, we have been working with Representative Schaefer in his office, and we appreciate their willingness to hear our concerns. The first thing I want to say on behalf of TBA's membership, which numbers over 400 in the state of Texas, is that we share Representative Schaefer's support of the Second Amendment. Texas bankers are strong Second Amendment supporters. And we share the goal of preserving customer information and the privacy of that customer information. We're concerned, however, about some of the methods that are laid out in the filed version of this bill. Our members do not want to collect this information. As Representative Schaefer said, we want to stick with the current practice of reporting these transactions as a sporting goods code or a general merchandise code. Well, it's very easy to do that. Just have a bill that says that. Let's say, thou shalt not collect ammunition or firearms codes as a financial institution in the state of Texas. And conversely, merchants, thou shalt not report that you are selling firearms codes. It could be as simple as that, and that is what we're working on with Representative Schaefer and his team on. There's a really good fit in the Business and Commerce Code. Representative Bryant mentioned dating services. Title V of the Business and Commerce Code relates to business operations. We think that is a better fit for this language, and frankly, the language we're working on with Representative Schaefer moves a lot of what's in this bill over to the Business and Commerce Code, and for that, we're very thankful. And as my colleague Steve mentioned, we are concerned about the penalties in the bill. Any legislation that carries a potential $10,000 fine per violation for a bank that doesn't want to collect this information. Again, this is a rule being set by an international standards organization in Switzerland, not in the United States of America. We believe that that's inappropriately targeting Texas banks when the target is the ISO. And with that, I'll close, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Members, do we have any questions? Do you know why banks collect all this information? Because I guess I agree with everyone else here. The most secure data is the data we don't collect at all. Why are we collecting any of this information?
Well, I
Why
think
do
that's a
banks-
question for the ISO,
Okay.
who sets what the rails require, the payment rails. And Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover aren't banks. They're payment networks. So as So I think that's the first answer. So any answer above that is if it's not a bank requiring the collection of it, then it's outside of my wheelhouse because I don't represent those organizations.
We're going to keep asking until someone gives us an answer. Thank you.
That's your job.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Members, any other questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Darren Lassard. Oh, there you go. All right. As you approach, I want to verify your name, Darren Lassard. You're testifying for this bill and for the National Shooting Sports Foundation.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Members of the committee, I'm Darren Lassort, and I represent the firearm industry. So I wanted to be brief here. I'm going to defer to Tara Mitchell with NRA for most of my testimony. You've been here for a long time and still have a lot of work to do. I really appreciated what I just heard from the industry. That also allowed me to abbreviate my testimony. The one thing I do want to talk about is that we do have to worry about, we talked about the unintentional disclosure through a hack or other means. We've certainly seen that recently at the state level. We also have to worry about the intentional disclosure 5 years or 10 years from now. We've seen some banks where this has been publicly disclosed, where they offer the federal government a lot of information they collect about their customers, and these are innocent customers. In the one recent publicly disclosed case, none of the customers they disclosed information on was ultimately arrested or even investigated. But we do have to worry about that intentional release. Finally, related to one detail of the bill related to the Attorney General, we would ask that the legislature direct the Attorney General to investigate and ultimately address any violations of this down the road, as opposed to permit him or her or authorize, empower. This is a policy decision, and I think this should be a shall versus a may. And thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? No? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Richard Hayes. Just want to verify your name is Richard Hayes. You're testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable representatives. It's my pleasure to be here to speak in favor of HB 2837. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I handle almost exclusively firearms and Second Amendment related issues. My firm has the kind of distinct pleasure to get to talk to about 10,000 gun owners a year and kind of hear their concerns, keep them law-abiding. And I'll tell you, the law-abiding gun owners in Texas, I mean, they are some of the best people on earth because they really want to do that, stay law-abiding. But I can tell you that they are freaked out by their government. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. And just as the previous speaker talked about intentional disclosure, that's really what it comes down to. Because what we have is federal law already prohibits the creation of a gun registry under 18 U.S.C. 926. Now, unfortunately, what we see is this unholy alliance of government with corporations. We see corporations doing things that the government is restrained from doing. I mean, that's one of the best features of our republic, is that we have so many restraints on government to preserve liberty. And so that is I think the fear we see with gun owners, that they are going to put pressure on corporations to do something that they know they cannot do lawfully, and that is to create a gun registry. And so while this is important, and we talked about the inadvertent disclosure, I think the intentional disclosure is really a fear that a lot of folks have. And so that's really what I wanted to share with you. The one other issue I wanted to bring up for Representative Bryant, multiple firearm sales are already required to be reported to the ATF form 3310.4. So with regard to multiple firearm sales, knowing people buying lots of guns all at once, Texas law already, or federal law already requires that to be reported. But with that, I return y'all's time, and if y'all have any questions, be happy to answer them.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Tom Glass. Verify you are Tom Glass. You are testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself and Texas Constitutional Enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Over on the Lorenzo de Zavala Library, up on the right-hand side, as we walk to the visitor's garage, you guys park at a different place, so you don't get to see it very often, is Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution. It says, all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are instituted on their authority and for their benefit. What we've seen over the last 5 years, and certainly over the last 2, is a concerted effort by some people outside of the state of Texas globalist organizations who want to turn that on its head. They want the financial elites of this world, most of whom do not live in Texas, to run the lives of Texans. This bill is just one of many ways that Texans are beginning to resist that globalist assault on the freedom of Texas and on the power of these guys, of you guys up here on the dais. If the power is represented in the people, then you guys are our champions. And when these corporations come in and try to run our lives through financial pressure, they are bypassing you, and they're undermining democracy and our republic. And so I see this as a major part of the many things we need to do to start pushing back on this globalist assault. One of the things that's interesting to me, I think more and more Texas businesses are realizing, most Texas business people are realizing that when the globalist elites out of Switzerland or Europe or New York get ultimate control over the people of Texas through financial pressure, they are not going to be in that. As George Carlin said, it's a big club, but you're not in it, right? Most Texans will not be. Just as George Washington and John Hancock were not in the elites of the British. And ultimately, if they were going to have any freedom and control over their lives, they had to do something about it. This is the same kind of deal. The World Economic Forum is trying to return us to where the Lord's rule and we or the rest of us are serving at their deal. This is part of the Texas resistance to it. We've got a lot of work to do it, but we need to make sure it happens. I hope we can craft legislation that does not put Texas business people and Texas bankers in the crosshairs. And so I'm glad to hear that the Texas bankers are working with Representative Schaefer to get it right, so they're not the ones that are hurt. That the people of Texas are protected from this assault on their privacy and their liberty. And who's the boss around here anyway? It's the people of Texas, and you are representatives.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Mr. Glass? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. The chair calls Diana Greenwood. I want to make sure you are Diana Greenwood. You are for the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of the Texas State Rifle Association.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Diana Greenwood, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas State Rifle Association. I am testifying in favor of HB 2837. HB 2837 is a necessary response to the relentless push by gun control groups to hinder law-abiding gun owners at every turn. They know the federal government is prohibited by law from creating and maintaining a registry of gun owners. So recently they have convinced the International Organization for Standardization to create a merchant category code for licensed firearms dealers. The next step is to have lawmakers require credit card companies to use these MCCs to track lawful firearms purchases. They are attempting to use private companies to do what the federal government is prohibited from doing, creating a registry of legal firearm owners. HB 2837 will prevent those who control credit card transactions from requiring the use of a firearm-specific MCC to distinguish a firearm purchase from a general merchandise or sporting good purchase. It protects private citizens' data and privacy from those who have no legitimate legal reason to control such information. Thank you to Representative Schaefer for bringing this legislation. He's once again protecting law-abiding Texans' Second Amendment rights, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Members, do we have any questions? Thank you. Oh, yeah, Representative, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What exactly do you think that we're going to be doing with this data? Or what is the fear that is going to happen with this data?
That the federal government will use it to create a gun registry, which is outside the scope of what they are allowed to do.
And that they're going to come take the gun that was purchased legally, or what?
You'd probably have to ask the federal government what they're going to do with that information.
Well, I'm asking you because you're here testifying for the bill.
That's above my pay level. I'm not here to say what the federal government is going to do. I'm just saying that the possibilities of what they could do and creating a gun registry.
So hypothetically speaking.
Creating a gun registry is against the U.S. Code. This is a roundabout way to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Wesley Verdell. Thank you. You are Wesley Verdell. You're testifying for the bill on behalf of the Gun Owners of America.
That is correct. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. So, as I said, my name is Wes Verdell. I am testifying for the bill. Thank you, Representative Schaefer, for filing this bill. We greatly appreciate it. GOA, Gun Owners of America, we represent a couple million members here in the United States, and many of them reside in Texas. We support this bill because the federal government has shown it cannot be trusted often with our data, and it has made many efforts to track American citizens over the years. The federal government has shown it wants to keep a registry of firearm owners. This current bill now exists because credit card companies announced they would specifically categorize firearm and firearm-related purchases. If the credit card companies had not made that statement or that claim, this bill wouldn't be in existence right now. This falls on the credit card companies. We know in the past the federal government's used data collected from corporations to build databases to target specific groups, and the ATF currently is doing so with over 1 billion in their database. I want to thank you, Representative Leo Wilson, for questions earlier. While most likely no one in this room wants any of our financial data shared, the right to own and bear a firearm is a constitutionally protected right, and that's one of the main reasons that we do support this bill. I'm pretty sure no one in here wants your personal data shared to the federal government or to any other group, which is very potential to happen, and especially on the Second Amendment. Okay, do you have any questions for me?
Great. Members, do we have any questions? Thank you.
Now, could I answer your question real quick? Okay, so historically, we know that many governments have grown tyrannical over time, and they use the database, which is the registry, to confiscate guns as they grew more tyrannical. The Second Amendment is in existence to resist tyranny. We don't think that the government should have the right to be able to track our constitutionally protected right. And that's it.
Do you have any other questions? Members have any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
The chair calls Carl Schaefer Younger. I didn't say it right, just want to make sure you are Carl Schaefer Younger. You're testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself and the North Texas Conservatives.
Yes. And we're not related, and he spells his name wrong. So I spent 30 years in the Silicon Valley before getting here 10 years ago, and I spent a lot of that time in predictive analytics and data. So I was in the early days of database management. And what happens is, once you actually get into a situation where you start collecting data, the data has a life of its own. There's things that Google invents and governments invent that they will use that for. I think that the ultimate, if you take a look at ESG, which began with the United Nations, and you look at credit scoring systems in China, this data is one component of a larger algorithm that can eventually do credit scoring on American citizens. And that's my primary objective. You're our representatives, and this disenfranchises both our representation, our votes, and our Second Amendment.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? The witness? If not, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The chair calls Tara Mitchell. There, just verify you are Tara Mitchell. You're testifying for the bill on behalf of the National Rifle Association.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Tara Mitchell with NRA testifying in support of House Bill 2837. I guess part of the benefit in going almost next to last is a lot of people already covered the points that I would have made in my testimony. We do appreciate Representative Schaefer bringing this very timely bill forward to protect the privacy rights of law-abiding citizens exercising their Second Amendment rights as consumers in this case. A couple points. Since we're dealing with firearm retailers here, these are firearm sellers that are licensed by the federal government, and they are required by law to conduct a background check prior to the sale of any firearm and for FBI to approve the sale of that firearm. So we're talking about lawful transactions we're talking about privacy rights of people exercising a constitutional right, that we've got international forces teaming with national and international gun control advocates to, I think, interfere with lawful commerce, with privacy rights, again, by people exercising a constitutional right. So we support this bill. Moving forward, as work on the substitute begins, I hope in order to curb any future accidental or intentional disclosure of information about lawful firearm transactions, I hope it won't be left up to the citizens themselves to bring actions forward to curb that kind of behavior. I think the state should have some enforcement role. Whatever is appropriate, we'll weigh in with Representative Schaefer on, but I'm glad to hear he's working with the banks to come up with some kind of enforcement mechanism in this bill, because I think that does need to exist, and it should not be up to the consumer to initiate a solution or to resolve accidental or intentional disclosure. But again, thank you for bringing this bill. We're in full support, and it's nice to be before your committee. I think 25 years in this building, I've never been in pensions and investments, so.
Right, yeah. Well,
Thank you.
It's important in every committee, so thanks for your support. Anybody have any questions for the witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2837? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the testimony of the witnesses, to the Texas Bankers Association and the Texas Independent Bankers Association. Certainly is my intent to allow you to continue in your ordinary course of business without putting an undue burden on their operations. And I'm hopeful that they'll be satisfied that we accomplish that when we come back with the committee substitute. Look forward to continue to working with them. I think we can get there. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. Does anyone have any other questions? If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Thank you. The chair lays out House Bill 187 by Chairman Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 187. Very simply stated, this bill would require any election for bonded indebtedness to take place on the uniform election date in November. Under current law, that option exists for political subdivisions in the uniform election date in May or November, so this would just narrow that option to one in November, with the idea being that November, much higher voter turnout, so more participation among the voters and taxpayers in those elections. Better to have a community-wide discussion with a higher rate of participation. So that's the idea. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Landgraf? Yeah, Representative Bryant.
Chairman Landgraf, I just have one question that was raised by the Texas Municipal League, which, as you know, is opposed to it. It does seem problematic that other entities would be having elections, same kind of elections, on other dates, but only school districts would not be able. If I am correct, and I could be wrong about your bill, but it only applies to school districts. Is that correct?
No, sir. This would amend the provision in the election code that deals with approval of issuances of bonds or other debt. It's agnostic as to the political subdivision type.
The information I've been given is wrong, because the question that was asked was if other initiatives are allowed to stay in May and schools are not, then it becomes problematic. And but you're saying that that wouldn't be the case under your bill.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? None.
Thank you.
Are we ready to close?
Please, thank you.
The chair calls James Quintero. Verifying your name is James Quintero. You're testifying for the bill on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Members, James Quintero, TPPF, here to testify in support of HB 187. As a matter of policy, bond elections are best determined when the most number of voters are engaged in the decision-making process. Important decisions require maximum input. And yet today's local governments seem to prefer the May bond election cycle over the November timeframe. And I want to punctuate that point with a little bit of data. In May 2022, cities, counties, school districts, and special districts proposed $34 billion in new debt, according to the Texan. In November of that same year, local governments pitched just $21 billion of new debt. And so I think that shows something of a discrepancy and one that calls for change. I can say, based on some of the polling that I've seen, change is not only necessary but popular. I want to point you to a poll the TPPF did last session in which we received results back from WPA Intelligence that asked 800 plus registered voters about the November uniform election date. And here's the question that we asked specifically. Do you support or oppose requiring local bond issues to be on the November general election ballot to ensure as many voters as possible participate? To that question, we received an 80% approval rate. Just 9% of respondents disapproved. So I think the polling very clearly shows that public opinion is on the side of change. So in the interest of sound policy and maximizing voter input, I would humbly ask that you support HB 187. I appreciate your time.
Any members, do we have any questions for the witness? Thank you.
Thank you
for your testimony. The chair calls Greg Smith. Hi there. Making sure your name is Greg Smith. You are with the Fast Growth School Coalition, and you are testifying against the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman, and good afternoon, Vice Chair. We are excited to be here in terms of the Fast Growth School Coalition and offering some testimony against 187. Fast-growing school districts across Texas take in most of the student growth throughout the state, and this impact makes it critical that we have some flexibility to plan and prepare to make sure that as we build new schools, renovate older schools to alleviate overcrowding conditions as well as unsafe conditions, that we have the flexibility of either going in November or May. The school districts need to have this flexibility in determining whether the general election in November or the first Saturday in May is appropriate based on strategic planning and what local trustees believe is in the best interest of the local school district. Superintendents, trustees, and taxpayers are accustomed to conducting many presentations, which may range from anywhere from 50 participants to 150 plus participants, depending on the size of the district, with well over 100 presentations throughout the course of the session leading up to the bond election. By having the option of November or May, school districts can better plan to ensure that the schools open up on time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, rather than waiting another 6 months and putting boys and girls in outside portable units. Local school districts weigh many criteria when considering a bond election. This includes safety, student enrollment, conditions of current facilities, acquisition of land, inflation, interest rates, local municipal or county bond elections, and much more. Utilizing just one of these factors as an example, it would be a misuse of taxpayer dollars if inflation or interest rates were higher in November than in May, and we were forced to go to a November election and therefore require a higher debt service ask. Additionally, the same flexibility is allowed for the election of school boards in May. So these elections can occur in May. Some occur in November, some occur in May. In some years, there are more elections in May, and some years there are more elections in November. It all depends on the local school districts. As we continue to work on HB 187, we encourage the legislature to maintain the flexibility of having 2 election dates, November and May. Our recommendation supports the concept of local control throughout Texas based on a set of criteria that approximately 1,200 school districts have embraced and accepted for decades. The Fast Growth School Coalition appreciates your thoughtful consideration so that we do not flood the market with bond debt and increase costs to taxpayers through inflation by spreading it out between November and May and years on and months on past that. Finally, our Fast Growth superintendents are reporting a better engaged community with respect to bond elections, board elections, curriculum needs, books, and much, much more. So we are ready. We continue to work hard in trying to make sure we get as many voters out in November and May. So we strongly encourage that from that standpoint.
Okay, Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming in to testify today. I just kind of want to reiterate what you said about the planning process that most school districts go through. I was on a school board for 10 years, and I think I was part of two, maybe three different bond. But the meetings and the lead up to that process, and then many times the school board elections kind of follow suit with when those elections are held in May, and sometimes kind of become the issue in terms of who to elect or who not to elect. And so the planning process is so strategic to particularly the larger school districts to be able to plan ahead, and just having one date versus that option of having 2 dates seems to kind of tie your hands quite a bit. So I just kind of wanted you to just expand a little bit on that if you could.
Yes, so I'm not sure what percentage of the board members are elected in November versus May, but it takes a long time. You're looking at demographic studies, you're looking at board members pulling information together, you're looking at community advisory committee coming together and assessing the biggest needs of the have-to-have things on the ground. And in addition to that, when we have a bond election, we're looking at when does that school need to open? At what point in time do we hit a critical mass? We have such overcrowding and unsafe conditions that we have to have it. Is it in November or is it May? And then based on that, some districts have board elections in May, but they prefer to have a November election. Some have it in November and prefer to have a May election. It all depends on when they need to have that facility on the ground.
And voter fatigue kind of plays into a little bit of what happens maybe if you would move everything to November. There would be quite a bit of other races, other things happening in the elections in November that might crowd out the significance and the focus of what that school bond election or school would need those funds to do. Is that?
There's a possibility that would occur because it all depends on where that bond propositions, are stacked on the ballot. If it's the last thing after you've had, 5 or 10 minutes, whatever happens inside at that canvas right then might just be up to that one person. I'm not sure. I can't speak on behalf of everybody, but I do know that there's some fatigue involved.
But
if you put all the bond elections out there, if you put school district as well as municipals and municipalities as well as counties, then you have a lot of sticker shock to look at. Yes.
In some counties, sometimes those ballots are 15 or 16 pages long, and so most likely the school bond election or something related to the school district would fall at the very end of that, correct?
I know Harris County can get rather lengthy.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bryant, do you have a question? No. Oh, okay. Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Suzanne Marchman. You are Suzanne Marchman. You are testifying on behalf of yourself and Huckabee, and you are against the bill.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman and members. My name is Suzanne Marchman, and I'm here with Huckabee. We're an architecture firm that designs schools, and we're here to respectfully testify against House Bill 187. By holding school bond elections in November only, the concentration of construction projects will flood the market, much like unleashing a crimped water hose. This flood will take on the market will lead to increased costs of supplies and materials, will create supply chain backlogs, and take longer lead times to acquire certain products. Ultimately, the taxpayers would be paying more money for construction projects. I do want to say that this is specifically towards school construction, This does not include municipalities or county construction that may be going on at the same time by having construction going on for November elections. We've actually seen these dramatic increases as an architect. During the pandemic, bond elections were postponed, and many projects were as well. With that, we saw, but once the life resumed, we saw steep increases in material costs. For example, the cost of lumber and plywood increased 111%, and steel fabrication increased 70%. This was due to limited supply and increased demand, the same issues that we think will be experienced with a single bond election date. Districts that had already passed bonds that had been passed bonds previously and designed their facilities, but had paused the construction due to the pandemic, they also faced serious challenges once things resumed. For example, steel joists were in such short supply that schools that had been designed had to be redesigned with a different type of structural joist system due to lack of availability. Not only did this cost clients substantially more in material and installation costs, but it also cost them valuable time. Although some material costs have started to level out, we're still seeing higher prices around mechanical, electrical, and chip-related products. Prior to the pandemic, a typical elementary school in 2020 cost about $265 a square foot, and then by 2022, that cost had escalated to $357 a square foot. We also understand how November only bond elections impact time constraints. As mentioned before, some districts would choose to go out for a May bond election. A typical, and this is in general and average terms, but a typical elementary school would take 12 to 14 months to construct. So if a district passed their bond in May of, say, 2023, they could open that school in the fall of 24 in time for that school year. With November-only bonds, if you look at that 12 to 14-month timeline, it wouldn't be ready in time for school, so that school would either sit vacant for some time before the next school year would open, or schedules would be adjusted so that they pause the construction and they wait until it could be, the timelines line out. The construction market has already seen a limited supply of contractors and subcontractors, so we believe this run on the market would create labor shortages, which would increase cost and extend timelines for completion of construction projects. The longer a project takes to complete, the more it will cost, excuse me, due to escalation. Rural and smaller suburban districts would be at a further disadvantage because of the heightened competition in the marketplace. Current escalation at 10% right now, if you delayed a facility by 1 year, that would add about $4.5 million to the cost of that structure. At the end of the day, having November-only bond elections will result in the unintended consequence of costing taxpayers more money. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you. All right, so let's say there's an election, whatever, a certain day. How long is it before, say it's a school bond, okay? How long before they go out into the market and are able to draw down and receive funds? What is the time range on that?
It can vary, and it depends on how prepared the school district is to start. In some cases, they have already pre-designed a school, and they're ready to go on the out for bid quickly. So in that case, let's just say you had a May bond. By June or July, they would be selling those bonds and then start to break ground July, August.
Okay, so that's 2 to 4 months if they are prepared.
Correct.
Are most school districts prepared, or
I can't answer that question. I think there's some, I would say at many of the fast growth districts, they have to be prepared because they have kids coming, and if they are not ready to receive them, then they're spending money on portable buildings. So some do design in advance, but even still, they're looking at timelines to know, even if they haven't pre-designed a building, if it takes 8 to 10 months to design, and then by that point, a month or two to sell their bonds. And I'm not a financial advisor, so someone else could probably speak better to that. But
Well, because I'm just thinking about, as you talk about these ranges, even if the elections happen at the same time, there's still a range. So even if there's, 50 entities that are doing it, if you do the 2 to 4 months that you talked about before, plus the 12 to 14 months of construction, sometimes there's more delay, we're talking 14 to 18. So even if we're talking about all of it being done at the same time, there's still a wide range of when things are happening, right?
Yes, it could be. Again, but it may depend on what other entities are having bond elections.
Vice Chair Lambert.
Mr. Chairman, I would just respond to that by saying that so much of that work has to be done up front in order to know how much to ask the public to vote for a bond. So instead of just having an unlimited amount or just a question mark, you've got to know so much of that planning process, the design, the architectural work, that has all gone into the process before you actually go to the voters. And so, they're usually shovel-ready to hit the ground when the bonds are issued.
Well, I guess I'll also make another comment that not all projects and not all bonds are the same. So it's not as if all of the bond offerings are for the same exact school building of the same exact size everywhere. So even though the bond offering may come out at the same time, the actual project completion for all these projects is probably varies a huge amount, right? It could be a small project versus something that's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times larger, right?
Correct. It could be a renovation to a wing or an addition.
Sure.
The time frame for an elementary school to be constructed is not the same as the time frame for a high school. So some projects obviously take longer than others.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to think about even if it's all done at the same time, the range of when probably the fastest, quickest, smallest projects were to start versus the longest, lowest, most delayed construction project is wide. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Alfred Ray. Hello, your name is Alfred Ray. You are here testifying against the bill on behalf of yourself and Stevens, Inc.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to all of you in the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to hear my testimony today. My name is Alfred Ray. I work as a municipal finance representative in the Dallas Public Finance Office of Stevens, Inc. after serving 30 years in public education. Stevens is likely the largest privately owned investment banking firm in this part of the country. We have 142 employees across Texas in Austin, Dallas, and Houston offices. Stevens Capital Partners has provided private equity investment in many companies throughout Texas, and we are also a corporate partner of the Fast Growth School Coalition and the Texas Association of School Administrators. I am testifying today against House Bill 187 for many reasons, but I will primarily focus on the detrimental effect it will have on Texas's economy and its taxpayers. The effect of having bond elections once each year on the uniform election date in November will naturally lead to bond sales flooding the market primarily in January or early February of each year. When potential investors or the buyers of bonds know that a market will be flooded with a commodity, and this is true of any commodity, but that commodity will lose its value, and when value goes down, yields go up. Therefore, in order to obtain investor interest in these now lesser valued bonds, bond underwriters like Stevens will need to increase the interest rate on those bonds, and the cost of that increase in interest rate will be passed along to issuers and to taxpayers. We saw this very situation happen in January of this year when a different external factor, which I don't have time to get into, caused a higher than normal amount of school district-specific bonds to enter the market in January. Number two, the effect of a single uniform election date once per year will also negatively impact cost of financing and jobs. I'm certain that there have been a few others who've testified about the construction risk of demand being heavy in one part of the year and lesser in others. Spreading the timing of major construction needs across 2 times each year smooths the demand and reduces the fiscal effect of construction risk. And accordingly, it'll reduce both the cost of financing, the cost of construction, thus lessening the impact on taxpayers and those whose work depends upon the construction industry or the finance industries. And thirdly and lastly, Data show that there's only been 1 year in the past 5 where the aggregate total of bond propositions in Texas in May have outnumbered November, with all due respect to the previous testimony from TPPF. And that one single year in the last 5 can clearly be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. In either case, it remains better for Texas's economy, its taxpayers, its job market, to have these bond needs spread out throughout the year because of the effect it'll have negatively on the fiscal notes in the state. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Can you say that last part again? What is the effect on the fiscal note?
Yeah, the data show that because of the differences in the sales times of the year, when the market is flooded because of the devaluing of bonds, I work in the market dependent area, and if the people who buy bonds from us, all the institutions and different kinds of companies and firms and money market accounts, the different kinds of accounts that buy bonds from us, if they know the market is going to be flooded at one point a year, that is going to devalue those bonds. So we have to get the buyers of the bonds to get interested in those bonds to get them sold. Because if they're not sold, the school district, the city, the county can't build what they're trying to build. So we have to increase the interest rate that the buyers of the bonds are getting paid. Well, that interest rate difference is being passed on to the issuers and the taxpayers in that local community as part of their repayment schedule throughout the life of that bond.
So when you were, I don't know what TPPF said, I don't really know what you said, but what are in terms of the amounts of the bonds in May versus November, my question is there a difference in the percentage of pass-fail on bond elections between the May elections and the November elections?
Again, I'm not going to tell you I have that information and data off the top of my head. What I've seen in the trends that I've seen the last 3 to 4 years is it depends on the election cycle and it depends on the conditions in that time period, because there are so many external factors that affect election outcomes. What's happening with the national economy might affect it, and that's different. We had the COVID pandemic year. We had a different outcomes. It can vary. I think we've been somewhere around 60% of the actual amount and par amount, and some 45 to 50% of the elections. But I can't guarantee that's close to being right now.
Yeah,
But,
every election is different, but I will tell you the next one is always the most important one in our lifetime. All right, I don't know if anyone has any other questions.
That's very true. That's very true. Again, it doesn't matter whether you're building a new public school, new water treatment plant, new fire station. All these things are important to everybody. And when there's construction risk along with cost of financing risk, I think that's the case. I would similarly say we would be against having a uniform. It's not about May or November. We would be similarly against if it were a uniform election date in May, because we think once per year is the problem. I think you need to have it twice per year in order to smooth the demand and keep the rates flowing and keep the buyers of the bonds interested in those bonds, so that we don't have to raise interest rates that school districts, cities, counties, water districts don't have to pay that higher interest rates to get them sold.
Can I ask another question? So obviously we're Texas focused here, but across the country, everybody has a November. Do other states, the bond market's a total country, right?
Correct.
When do other states have their municipal bond elections?
The municipal piece is very different from state to state. So, I was talking with my colleagues earlier that in California, things happen very differently because they don't even, it's not even totally on the local community. For every bond election, the state kicks in a portion along with the local school district or university or local community. So that varies so much from state to state. We certainly could get some information and send them to you guys if you'd like to have that.
If you get it, it would be nice to see what it is to say. But
we would be happy to provide your office with that information.
Any other questions, members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, the chair calls Trish Bodie. I'm going to go with Trish Bodie. You are Trish Bodie. You are here testifying against the bill on behalf of yourself and for Leander Isdy?
That's
or
correct.
Against Leander? Oh, and
On
on
behalf.
behalf of Leander ISD, you
That's
are
correct,
against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, good morning, Chairman, or good afternoon, Chairman Capriglione, members of the committee. I am Trish Bodie, Board President of Leander ISD, and I am testifying on behalf of the district opposing HB 187 because I would suggest it could negatively impact our students' learning environments. It could end up costing our taxpayers more, and because I will humbly suggest that I don't see it guaranteeing solving the concerns it purports to solve. The district has opposed similar legislation in previous legislative sessions. And I will note prior to this legislative session, the Board of Trustees adopted legislative priorities, which include opposing differing standards for bond and tax ratification elections from other elections. And I am reading from my testimony, but I've been frantically trying to scratch out things because I don't want to repeat and belabor y'all's time. So Leander, but if I cover twice, I'm sorry. Leander ISD is in Central Texas and has 42,000 students. I did give you handouts to just let them know a little bit about us because I love bragging about our teachers, our staff, and our students. There are unique challenges facing school districts here in Central Texas with at least 10 fast-growth school districts, and my district is one of them. The growth creates significant challenges regarding school facilities. For us, in our 200 square mile district, we have substantial growth in the north, while the south looks different. Students must have classrooms, a facility that promotes learning, and a safe and secure learning environment. The choice of 2 election dates allows the district to capture the best market rates by taking a bond election to the voters at a time best suited for the needs of our students. School boards elected by their communities need that flexibility and discretion to serve students, taxpayers, and voters. Waiting longer to build facilities could mean costly use of those precious M&O dollars that we use for teacher and staff salaries, as well as increasing our utilization of portables as we're trying to address the need for classroom space. Construction costs have skyrocketed, as y'all might be aware of, and we do need flexibility and trust to manage our bond elections in a way that helps us mitigate those costs for taxpayers. Allowing only one date for bond approvals would not only impact school districts, but, as we've talked about here, other local government entities. Moving us all to only one date would create, as we've talked about, or as I've heard earlier in testimony, a spike in demand for construction services and materials, which would impact all local governments and their taxpayers. And having local governments put all their bond packages only on one date, if we're all going to be at the back end of the ballot, which a lot of us are, will lead possibly to further voter fatigue and risking more undervotes. Simply say, increasing more voter participation is not necessarily solved with this legislation. Our chief financial officer has told us that in May 2022 bond election analysis, there was little to no difference in the passing rates for school district bond elections in May versus November for Prop A's. Effectively, HB 187 could end up negatively impacting student learning environment, costing much more for our taxpayers and our communities, and may not solve the concern it purports to solve. By keeping current law intact, to have the use of 2 uniform dates, it helps us address the balancing of growth and debt suited for our taxpayers. I also did make sure I got myself some numbers before I came, just in case I had questions, and I did want to answer for Chairman Capriglione. When we look, we have done bonds in both November and May, and the passing for and against does change based on different communities, different needs. As you said, bond elections can look different, and the rates, then the percentages do change. So we've had, where in May we've had people approve and vote against, and in November we had approval and vote against. So it varies across the table. So for all the reasons, I've stated earlier, we ask you to oppose HB 187. Thank you for your time, and I stand ready for any questions.
Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bodie, for being here. And would you agree that as a school board member that you feel like you're elected to represent the citizens in your school district, and that if a number of parents or citizens came to you and said, it really would be better if we waited till November to have a bond election or whatever, you would probably listen to those constituents and take that into consideration? And so by limiting to just one date, you're really kind of taking a tool out of the toolbox, really, for your district to make the best decision for empowering students and making sure that those facilities are built on time, correct?
I would agree. We're taking a tool out of the toolbox, and actually we have a bond on the ballot coming up, and we've had our citizens say, we want to talk to y'all about how we're going to continue to do growth and address growth needs. So we do need to be receptive to the citizens, and if we're not, we won't be there very long.
Thank you. A question, how much debt does Leander ISD have?
Yep, I have that right here. Currently, total tax-supported general obligation bond debt outstanding as of June 30th, 2023, $1,064,000,000.
What, I'm sorry?
1.6.
Billion.
Or 1.06.
Billion.
No,
No, million.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let me make sure I got my numbers right. Yes,
1 point,
yes.
zeros matter with that many zeros, so what is it, 1 point?
Yeah, 1.6 billion.
Okay. So you have this section here which says, could also lead to further issues of voter fatigue if we have it always in November. So I have a question in terms of if every voter, when I talk to voters, they get kind of a little confused about what's up in May. Sometimes it's June or July. Sometimes there's a special runoff. It seems like we have a lot of elections here in Texas. So I'm trying to figure out why there will be confusion or, as you say, undervotes here, risking more undervotes if everyone in Texas knew that the bond election was at the same time. So, like, why would there be more undervotes if there were more elections all at the same time?
Because when you get further and further down the ballot, so if it's a down ballot issue, and that's,
We could put it first.
and that's a whole different discussion. The bill's not saying it's going to do that, so we can talk about that next time. But
Always amendments.
if you're not
All right,
changing,
all right.
then down ballot would be an issue. I will also say, I am sorry, I am correct on the number of billion. Sorry for not saying that clearly. I will also say that the reduction that we've done since 2015 of interest and principal has been, we've reduced $733 million while issuing $266 million of new money. So we continue to do that bond kind of debt management with our portfolio to continue
You pay
to
some and
try.
borrow more. You pay some, you borrow more.
Yeah, I mean, then we try to pay more down than we borrow. Would be lovely, and we keep working for that.
It's like a credit card that never goes down. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate
right.
it. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 187? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about what the interest of the bond council is through some of the testimony, what's important for the contractors, what's important for the investment bankers. But I think it's important that we make sure that we look out for what's best for the voters. And we're not talking about going to market with the bond. We are talking about the election itself, where the voters get to decide how they want to direct their locally elected officials to go into debt or not go into debt, and then make the subsequent decisions that are important to that. You asked the question about what's the difference between November and May. Well, as we all know, because we live and work in this world, November does have much higher rates of turnout, and that's been true historically, and it continues to be true. But in terms of, let's just look at the most recent 2022 figures, May versus November, when it comes to local debt elections, bond issues. The passage rate in May of 2022 was look, the Ector County Independent School District in my district had a very contentious bond election. The bond failed. Famously, 50% of the ISD bond elections in May of 2022 failed, roughly 50%. I think it was actually slightly more than half passed, but it was neck and neck in terms of pass versus fail. Fast forward 6 months, November of 2022, a 67% passage rate for bond elections. When more voters are engaged, and this is a relatively new trend, and I think this is something that maybe folks, Representative or Vice Chairman Lambert, when you served on a school board, I think it was pretty clear that there was historically speaking, there was a much higher pass rate for these types of elections in May. I think for various reasons, the electorate has changed. There are more people who oppose these that are paying more attention in low turnout May elections than there are proponents of these measures. I think that's why we saw such a dramatic change that negatively impacted school districts across the state in May of 2022. When more voters show up, more are engaged, a better decision for that community can be made. But let me just talk about some of the arguments that were made. Because, and it was disappointing to hear, but most of the witnesses who testified before this committee were conflating bond elections from everything else that's associated with a bond. The election is the decision of the voters. In the case of a school district, the school board then has to engage bond counsel. And a lot of that work, to your point, Vice Chair Lambert, can be done ahead of time. Some of it can be done later. But these types of construction projects, whether it's done through going into debt or not, is being done all the time, around the clock, year round. We're always building schools. We're always building public works projects. And so construction and materials, things of that nature, even if it is, even if those are funds that are secured with bonds, that is taking place all the time. And depending on the size of the project, they're all going to be on different timelines. And in some cases, again, depending on the size, it can take years and years for it to be finished. But the planning process can take months, or in some cases, years. The point is, there are so many variables that, having a rush on materials, having a rush or flooding the bond market, especially when we're competing with so many different other jurisdictions. I mean, this is not going to have that. But anyway, those variables, are they all relevant factors? Of course they are. Is that more important than? They're relevant, but not dispositive. I think one thing that we need to keep in mind is who we're here to work for, and at the end of the day, that's the voters. And the key here is that we want as many Texans involved in this conversation as possible. Texans are engaged in checking ballots in November more than they are any other time of year, and I think that if we make it routine for these conversations, these very important conversations, to take place when the most people are engaged and paying attention, that's a policy that works best for Texas. And so that's why, while there are a number of, so many of these arguments that we heard are just theoretical about what type of impact it can have, and really none of it's true, because there's not any one of these that's the same. They're all different. They all have multiple variables, and so we don't need to sacrifice what is going to be best for the voters based on a bunch of variable factors that may or may not ever come to pass. So, Mr. Chairman, if you or any of our colleagues on the committee have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But I did want to address several of those concerns that were raised.
Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Landgraf. I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. I guess for 10 years of sitting on a school board and going through 2 or 3 of these elections, and trying to figure out why voters voted or why they didn't show up at the polls. I mean, that was kind of an ongoing discussion that we never really could figure out. We would ask people in the community, they'd say, oh, well, we didn't vote because we thought that was a done deal. I mean, it was already, something that we agree with, and so we just weren't going to show up at the polls. But I do want to say this, that Texas has historically underfunded public education. We are 42nd or 43rd in the country in terms of funding public education. If we would fund public education, I don't think we would have to be going back to the voters as often as possible. I know that's just dealing with school districts, and I know your bill deals with more than just general debt obligations, but I think if we did a better job in funding school districts, we wouldn't be having to go back to the voters. So,
yeah. Well, no, and I don't disagree with that point. And I want to be clear, I'm as pro public education as they come. And you're right. I mean, that is a separate issue from this, but it is a symptom of some of the other things that ail us. But look, and maybe I'm sensitive to some of this because I've got a school district in House District 81 that I serve that gives 90 cents on every dollar that it raises in ad valorem taxes back to the state under our recapture policy. 90 cents on every single dollar, and so if they're forced to go to the bond market on a regular basis to maintain their facilities, and they choose to do that, and it's a community-wide discussion, and they're not afraid to have that, and they want to have that discussion with as many people participating. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're asking the taxpayers to go into debt on behalf of public works projects, whether it's for schools or otherwise, and why not let the taxpayers have that conversation, since it's their money, when most of them are engaged in paying attention. Look, it's remember November, right? I mean, that's what we all know. There's not something corresponding to that for May. And for the fast growth school districts, some of which I represent as well, that means that we have people coming from all over this great country to live in Texas, to be part of this state and this economy. And a May election may be a completely foreign concept to them, but everybody, regardless of what jurisdiction in the country you come from, everybody knows that November is election time. So it allows everybody to come to the table at the crucial time when it's necessary.
Great. Members, any other questions? If not, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 225 and recognizes Chairman Murr to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Y'all have had a long day, so I will try to be succinct. In 2017, the Sunset Self-Report for the Office of Consumer Credit Commissioner, that's the OCCC, identified a credit desert between the highest subchapter F loan size of $1,400 and the lowest subchapter E loans offered at $3,000. In that self-report, the OCCC identified a version of this bill as a way to positively impact the lower end of the credit desert. More recently, the interim report for this committee in 2020 identified that a cap set too low effectively pushes customers from a licensed and regulated environment into an unlicensed, unregulated environment to meet their needs. So this bill attempts to modernize the traditional installment lenders by changing the reference base amount from $200 to $300. The current maximum loan amount would change from $1,460 to $2,190. This increase in allowable loan size bridges the gap from the lower end of the credit desert cited by the OCCC and increases consumer access to this regulated loan product. So the basics of this bill is that it does not increase the costs of these loans under subchapter F. This bill is a refile from a bill that was presented to this committee last session, but that hearing occurred late, and so we're off to an earlier start with a lower bill number to do that. I believe that there are a couple of witnesses that can answer very technical questions that you may have, and then if you have any additional questions, I am happy to try to answer those during closing.
Members, are there any questions for Chairman Murr? Questions? We'll proceed to testimony.
Thank you.
Right to close. The chair calls Jaime Parra. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Jaime Parra Jr. You are testifying for this bill on behalf of yourself and the Texas Consumer Finance Association. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. And Representative Burr took on my lines this afternoon. So I'm going to briefly describe. Texas Consumer Finance Association is a regulated traditional installment lenders making loans under subchapter F, Chapter 342 of the Finance Code. That statute regulates the loan size, the loan term, rate of interest, and fees that can be charged. We are licensed and examined by the Office of Consumer Credit Commission. House Bill 225 changes only the amount of the money a lender can lend under existing rates in Chapter F, Subchapter F. It will change the reference base amount from $200 to $300. This has not been changed since 2005. The reference base amount is used to calculate the maximum loan amount, which would increase from $1,600 to $2,400. Basically, in conclusion, House Bill 225 will help resolve the problem on the lower end of the credit desert. It creates a market competition in this lending space, providing access to a safe and affordable credit option for Texans where none exists today. And we got a chart here that I would like for y'all to look at, but I didn't make any copies, so we didn't have any copies to provide for you. So is this okay to give to you? Okay, we got some copies. Excuse me. There you go.
Are you done with your testimony?
Yes, sir, I am. If you have any questions?
All right, members, do we have any questions? Representative Bryant has some questions.
Mr. Parra?
Yes, sir.
I've gotten contradicting information. One of the handouts on your side of the issue says that the bill does not increase interest rates. Another one, not from your organization, says it lets you charge up to 79% or higher.
This bill strictly increases the dollar amount that we're lending out. Nothing gets affected other than the dollar amount we're lending to the customer.
Okay.
Everything else stays the same.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair calls Brianna Gordley.
Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members, thank you so much.
And I
My name is Brianna Gordley.
Just want to verify your name is Brianna Gordley. You're testifying against the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of the Texas Apple.
Yes, I do represent Texas Appleseed, and we are in strong opposition to House Bill 225. So I want to start off by saying when Texans do take out consumer loans, they do have the expectation that they will be able to reasonably repay that loan and that it's given under fair terms. Under 225, that would not and no longer be the case, because not only does this loan increase the amount of refinances that can take place, but it also increases the amount of time that the $100 admin fee can be reapplied to that loan per refinance. So at a minimum, just with administrative fees and refinances, consumers are already going to be paying an additional up to $1,100 if they were so to choose to refinance a loan once a month per 1 year period. So I think what's really concerning about this bill as it stands is that we have 342E lenders who already loan out this amount and higher amounts at very strict interest rates. And when the CPI, or the Consumer Price Index, was adopted back in 1967, it was very clear that if we're going to allow 342F lenders to charge an interest rate of about 35%, which is where it stands, then it has to be limited to these very small loans. So with 225, they're now able to increase interest rates. It would be set at 79%. That is true because they're increasing the loan amount, and with that administrative additional fee and refinances, that's how we're able to calculate an APR of 80%. We're also really concerned because if this bill is adopted, Texas will be one of the most expensive states for consumers to access loans. As it stands, we would be in the top 10 out of 50, and there is no longer a need for consumers to be paying more for loans. We do not want to increase the cost of credit when there are more reasonable loan options. Under the parameters of 225, these loans start to look a lot like a payday loan, which is what we are very concerned about. And so I am happy to answer any questions I can and try to clear up any confusion that you all may have.
Members, do you have any questions for this witness? Mr. Bryant?
I'm sure that when the advocates of the bill say all this bill does is increase the amount of the permissible loan under this section of the law, and it doesn't change interest rates, that they believe what they're saying. But you're saying that notwithstanding that, the effect of doing that is somehow to allow a 79% interest rate. Would you explain that?
Yes, sir. So that takes into account increasing the allotment. So right now it stands at about a cap of $1,700 based on the CPI from 1967. This would increase that to about 27%. That number does fluctuate just based on the market. And so when you take into account these loans that as they stand from $1,700 to $2,700 under Chapter 342E, there are strict consumer protections. That's under E. This targets F. And so even if we're moving that allotment up to $1,700 to $2,700, consumers would not have the protections under the E loans. So there would not be the one-time per year refinance limit. There would not be that one-time $100 administration fee. So essentially it's subverting regulations that are already under E by allowing lenders to now offer these higher loans. And I think another reason we're concerned too is because we're not seeing policy justification or rationale for why these lenders need to lend at higher rates when 342 342E loans already exist. So that is one of the reasons why factoring in refinances and administrative fees and higher loan amounts, the interest rate would shoot up to 79% at a minimum.
And could you change the bill so that it just allowed a larger loan, but it didn't impose that kind of an interest rate?
Yeah, so we have attempted to contact Representative Murr's office multiple times, and we would love to have a conversation about a way to change this bill, to alter it, to make sure that we're not doubling the cost of credit, which is what this bill would do.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Members, any other questions? Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of assume you're kind of talking about the worst-case scenario, right? Where the allotment and refinancing the fee, and where a borrower has to come back in and maybe refinance if they get behind on a payment. That's where that 79% APR really comes from, correct? So if I was to use this program and just if I paid my loan back on time every month, what would be my effective APR?
So on the back of the testimony that I provided to you all, we have two different tables, depending on the size of the loan as well as the period. So for a 2-year, $2,000 loan, you'll see under current law, let's say we're talking about the $2,000 one, with all of the calculations, you're paying about $2,800 as it stands. So sure, let's say that you don't refinance and you only pay this administrative fee one time. That absolutely could be the case, but in data we see that's not the case. And when you increase how many times a consumer can refinance, they often do take up that obligation and opportunity to finance if they get in a hole. And the 79% is not the worst case, it's the minimum. These rates can be charged from 80 to 100%. And I also want to clarify too that because of the consumer price index, the cost or the allotment of these loans increase every single year already. Back in 2018, I believe the amount, we can get you correct data on this, was at $1,400 or $1,600. So they're steadily increasing. They're able to lend out higher rates just based on that consumer price index as it stands. So again, we're just not seeing why we need to charge higher rates and increase that loan.
But I want to clarify, you
Yes, sir.
agree that all this bill does is increases the amount, the actual amount that could be financed, not so much the APR.
No, sir. I'm sorry. I just cannot agree with that
You cannot.
because it changes the amount of the loan. That does increase the rate as well. I'm sorry. I have to respectfully disagree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, the chair calls Linda Meza. Hi there, you are Linda Meza. You are testifying for this bill on behalf of yourself and the Texas Consumer Finance Association.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I do want to tell you that this is my first time testifying, so please bear with me and hope that I can help you understand my testimony. My name is Linda Meza. I am testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas Consumer Finance Association in support of House Bill 225. I am a small business owner and licensed and regulated lender in the state of Texas. My office is in San Angelo and is licensed under Chapter 342, Subchapter F of the Finance Code. I employ 13 persons. Virtually every part of my business is regulated by the statute and the regulations adopted by the Office of Consumer Credit Commissioner. As you can see on this flyer that we passed out earlier, I am licensed by, examined by, and must regularly report to the OCCC. I must underwrite the loan and determine the customer's ability to repay. I may not charge a prepayment penalty. I must refund unearned finance charges. My contracts must be written in plain language and easily understandable. I may not charge any other fees, and I may not offer any other products with loans such as credit insurance. I mention all this because regulatory compliance is important to our industry. The OCC, triple OCC, consistently reports high levels of compliance among Subchapter F lenders. This is important to our industry because it sets us apart from other credit options. It is why we are a safer alternative. I also have some other information to pass out. Can I just pass it out? I also believe that this is why traditional installment lenders have received important endorsements like the ones we're fixing to pass out, from the National Hispanic Caucus of State Legislators, the National Black Caucus of State Legislators, and the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women have all passed resolutions that support loans that meet the elements of subchapter 342F. I have copies that I'm fixing to hand out, and I support House Bill 225 because it will expand access to this safe, affordable, regulated loan product to more Texans whose costs are rising. Thank you, Chairman Murr, for filing this important legislation. Members, I ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 225, and once again, thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Not. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Stephanie O'Banion. Hi there. You are Stephanie O'Banion. You are testifying against the bill on behalf of the United Way of Central Texas.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share a little bit about the reason that we're opposing this bill today. As you mentioned, I'm with the United Way of Central Texas. We're a community-based nonprofit with programs serving 7 counties in Central Texas. We are building collaborations to create lasting solutions and change lives and strengthen communities. I think we all know that high-cost consumer loans involving high interest rates and fees lead to a damaging financial spiral for borrowers. The negative effects extend beyond that individual and the family, but it adversely affects the communities as a whole and leaves a net loss in our economy. You've already received a lot of information about the loan itself, so I won't prolong my comments, but I will say that under this bill, the impacted loans can be refinanced multiple times now, which is a concern of ours during the 1-year period, and the $100 fee to originate the loan can be charged more often, as often as 1 time per month now under this new bill proposal. With Texans already falling deeper into debt with a 23% rise in per capita debt from the first quarter in 2019 through the fourth quarter in 2022. Communities as a whole suffer with high-cost lending. It drains away important resources that would normally be spent in the local economy and causes an added strain on our social services, which is where we come in, from families and caught in a cycle of debt. United Way of Central Texas has administered just under $1 million in the last 2 years to help Texans with rent, utilities, and food. We administer one of your 25 211 call centers in the state of Texas. Over 70% of our calls today and for the last probably 5 years have been to help pay for common household bills, rent, housing, rent, mortgage, utilities, and food. And our goal is to help those families to not turn to a high-cost loan during a time of a crisis. I think things that I've heard in the past while discussing this bill, it seems like several sessions now, is some say there's a credit desert. The most recent OCCC report did not highlight a credit desert, so there's some conflicting information there for us. Some will say that, well, these are cheaper than other high-cost loans at least. Well, there's nothing cheap to us about 80% APR and additional fees. We are concerned about the rise in that with this bill. And to steal from a comment from a testimony from earlier this morning, just let's leave it as it is. Let's do business as is instead of changing it and making an increase. Some will also say that there's just no other alternatives. Our organization, in partnership with our state association, we have done a lot of work and gathered over 205 alternatives throughout our state of Texas that all have a 36% rate cap and are accessible to people with poor or no credit. And those are the agencies that we're helping our clients connect with. We know that low-cost loans programs partnered with community education allows us to deal and allows our clients to deal with a crisis without destroying their future or negatively impacting our local economies. I think we all want policies that encourage a more affordable credit and support the need to reduce indebtedness. And based on my testimony today, I just encourage that we continue to work on House Bill 225. And when Texas families are struggling financially, it's certainly not the time to increase the burden by even just what some might say a little bit. Increase the burden by expanding these high-cost loans. But I would ask, really, is there ever a good time for that? I want to thank you again for the service that you give to this great state and for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Chair calls Jenny Andrews. Hi there. Making sure you are Jenny Andrews. You are here against the bill, and you're speaking on behalf of the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
As you said, my name is Jenny Andrews. I'm a policy analyst with the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, and I'm testifying this afternoon in opposition to HB 225. The Texas bishops support prioritizing the poor and the vulnerable when addressing social and economic needs through public policy. We seek to assist those who are in the greatest need through various means, and that includes opposing usurious loans such as payday and auto title lending and certain cash advance loans, which take advantage of the poor. This bill increases the maximum reference base amount for certain consumer loans from $200 to $300. And according to the Texas Fair Lending Alliance, this bill would nearly double the cost of impacted loans for Texas by increasing rates and fees for loans between $1,500 and $2,100, from a cap of 30% interest rate and a $100 fee, around 35% APR for a 2-year $2,000 loan, to an effective APR of 79% or higher. Texas already has higher interest rates than average for licensed consumer loans and would have one of the highest permissible rates were this bill to pass. The TCCB opposes the bill because it would broaden the number of loans subject to the acquisition charge and installment account handling charge in cash advances. The TCCB's perspective on this bill is informed by our direct service and ministry to the poor. Our Catholic charities, St. Vincent de Paul societies, parish-based lending programs, and other ministries see the effects day in and day out of families who are struggling to get by. While we recognize that poor communities have often been underserved by traditional financial institutions, and they do need access to credit, these types of loans only exacerbate their problems with exorbitant interest rates and onerous terms. This is why we have supported the development of alternative financial products, such as St. Vincent de Paul's mini loan program and payday conversion loans, and we promote Catholic Charities financial assistance programs. The Texas bishops joined Pope Francis, who said, "Usury humiliates. It is a grave sin. It kills life, stomps on human dignity, promotes corruption, and sets up obstacles to the common good." For these reasons, we ask you to oppose HB 225.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Representative Lowe.
Yes, ma'am. Catholic Charities, I know, have done so many great things for the community.
Thank you.
And in regard to this, have you had some sort of classes or kind of a program to outreach to the population that has a need for these type of loans and educate them in terms of how to go about and shop for better rates? Do you have such programs for those families?
There are programs in some Catholic charities that have financial literacy programs. I would be happy to get you more information about where those are. I don't know off the top of my head if every Catholic Charities offers that program, but I know that there are some that do.
Mostly, I would suggest mostly in low-income areas.
Of course.
Do this outreach to families and educate them how to go about to shop for loans.
Sure.
And I want to thank the Catholic Charities for helping way back in 1975 when we first came to America. You help a lot of refugees, and thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative.
Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Just wanted to, do you agree that inflation has accelerated the cost of just almost every aspect of our lives, from necessities to wants to needs and everything in between? Would you agree that inflation has driven that up? So I'm kind of relating back to the previous testimony who said, let's just keep things the way they are. Well, things aren't the way they are because things have increased in terms of just when I was growing up, I could buy a car for $2,400. Can't go on vacation for $2,400 today. So I'm just curious as to why you wouldn't recognize the fact that inflation has actually occurred and that raising loan amounts we're not raising rates, we're just raising loan amounts in this bill, why you would be opposed to that.
I'm not a financial expert, but I would venture to guess that the interest or the rate of inflation is less than the rates that we're talking about here. And in general, our position on the bill is based on our understanding of what would be in the best interest of the poor and the vulnerable, and we feel that these rates are too high and take advantage of them in their time of need.
And so forcing them to go to an even more non-traditional loan product, such as payday lending or something along those lines, you still feel okay with that? I mean, because this is trying to really rein some of that back into a certain area, what we call the credit desert, that would, under normal circumstances, would really produce a much lower APR unless you get into this refinance every 30 days, and the fee gets added back in and so forth. You see where I'm going with this?
Well, I think I see where you're going. We certainly would not recommend that people seek out even more risky or more costly loans. But in any case, in this bill, we see these rates as too high for the public who would be encountering these type of 79% or higher APR.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Doug Clark. Verifying your name is Doug Clark, you're speaking today for the bill on behalf of yourself and the Texas Consumer Finance Association.
Yes, sir. That's correct. My name is Doug Clark. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Consumer Finance Association in support of HB 225. I'm also testifying on my behalf. I'm from Grapevine, Texas, and therefore a proud constituent of Chairman Capriglione. Just want to throw that in there. Chairman and committee members, Vice Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've got good news, and the good news is this bill does not increase refinancings on these loans. In fact, it does the opposite, because these loans are larger if this bill in HB 225 were to pass, and they're for a longer term, and pure mathematics would tell you there's going to be some payments that have to be made, several payments that have to be made on a pre-computed interest loan before there's any equity in there to where anybody would be enticed to refinance. They just wouldn't have. That's the good news. That's one piece of good news. The other good news is and I think it was Representative Bryant who asked, and I'd be glad to address that question about the 78% and that kind of thing. We are an existing subchapter in the Texas Finance Code right now, currently, and we have been regulated since 1963. The numbers that you see on this handout are strictly subchapter F as it stands today. So 78% would be, or whatever it is, 80 to 110%, is at the small, larger dollar loans that we would make right now, and the 110% would be like a $100 or a $200, probably a $100 loan. APR is not a very good measure for short-term, small dollar loans. It's just not. The dollar amount that we charge is clearly described in our subchapter F. That does not change at all with HB 225. This is a very narrowly written bill. Everything that we can charge is in that subchapter F. And to have an industry that's been operating since before 1963. In fact, this industry got together with the legislator to try to create some regulation so that we could be a viable industry in the state. I work in this industry. This is not my real job. My real job is I've worked in this industry for 35 years in operations, whether as a branch manager or as an operations director. And I can tell you without hesitation, first of all, we're constantly seeking ways to improve our customer experience because that's the only path we have to sustainability. We cannot lose our customers' trust, and all of our interactions and relationships that we have with our customers I would put up against any business in any industry. We've got tremendous customers, and it's partially because of us. And the other reason is because we've got some awesome customers. Now, I just want to get that out of the way. And if you guys have other questions on that, I'm more than willing to try to answer those. But I did have some prepared things here, and I'm kind of just struck most of it. But I want to talk about this concern that seems to be about. I'll just tell you, some groups have expressed concern about HB 225. These concerns are misguided and highlight where the disconnect is in this discussion. I've seen the opposition make comparisons between loans that are authorized in the space between $1,600 and $2,400, and those typically are made between Subchapter E and Subchapter F. I say, why limit it to that? Why limit that comparison to only Subchapter E and Subchapter F? I think we should recognize that in this dollar space, there's a continuum of lenders from local banks, credit unions, Subchapter E, Subchapter F, up to $1,600, pawn shops, credit access businesses like payday and title lenders, and unregulated online lenders. So you can see the full spectrum there. But the comparison that's being made by the opposition picks one particular lender. Here's the tough part. The only lending type that I mentioned there that's not able to make loans up to $2,400 is Subchapter F. And I think the argument could be made that we could probably serve some of that market because we do a great job of it up to $1,600. I've also heard the opposition say this bill would make these loans more expensive. And that creates the impression that this bill might increase the price that we charge for our loans. Not so. Not so. The statute that regulates our Subchapter F lenders, as I said before, is very clear about what can be charged, and that does not change with HB 225. This bill, filed by Chairman Murr, thankfully, is very narrow in scope, and the only thing it changes in our statute is the calculation of the maximum loan amount. And I know I repeated that because I said it earlier, but I think it's that important to say because I keep hearing others say differently. And so I have one more thing I'll say because leading up to this, I kept saying, how do I get this across? And so I came up with what I'm now going to call my example, okay? So if a law says you can sell eggs for $1 per egg, and the maximum number of eggs you can sell to one consumer is 6 eggs, that'd be $1 for 1 egg, $3 for 3 eggs, 6 for 6 eggs. Then the law changes and allows you to sell a maximum of 12 eggs for $1 per egg. The unit price per egg has not changed, but the consumer can now buy 7 eggs or 8 eggs or even up to 12 eggs. Now, certainly $12 is a higher total cost than $6, but the price per egg hasn't changed, and the customer gets to shop where they want to. That's what this bill does. It allows us to offer more eggs, but at the same unit price as in current law. I'll be glad to answer any other questions you guys have, or I'll try to.
Yeah. Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Bajani.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. So I just see the bill saying from 200 to 300. Where does it say that it's going from 1460 to 2190?
So that, I think, was a quote from a previous report. Each year, there's an increased mechanism based on the CPI and inflation rate, and that is how they calculate what's called the base reference index. Base reference index is applied to base reference amount, and I guess the easiest way to say it is since they started doing that in 1967, the base rate was $100 at that point. In 2005, that changed to $200. That has led to increases that now makes our maximum, that $200 is basically what our $800 cap is now.
So the fee would be 30% interest?
Excuse me, our $1,600. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I
it's okay.
misspoke. Yeah.
So the fee would still be 30% plus $100 fee?
No, no, sir. I would be glad to get in those fee components if you guys want to, but there's two of them.
If you can quickly, if
There's
you
two
don't
of
mind.
them. There's an installment account handling charge of $4 per $100 per month borrowed. And then there is a acquisition fee that can be anywhere from $10 to 10% of the loan.
Which is not, there's no reference of that anywhere that's increasing, right? Am I just?
None, it's not changing. That's exactly the same, except that that acquisition fee that I think I've heard mentioned a lot is capped at $100. So once a loan gets over $1,000, that fee actually effectively starts lowering. So when you're at 2,000, instead of it being 10%, it's 5%.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
So
thank you.
Members, are there any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Y'all.
Yeah, we're just getting started. All right. The chair calls Leslie Pettijohn.
Chairman, I'm just here as a resource.
Oh, okay. Commissioner, thanks for being here. Just wanted to make sure that, as Commissioner, you are here just on the bill
On the
as
bill.
a resource
Leslie
for the Office
Pettijohn,
of Consumer
yes.
Credit Commissioner. Anyone have any questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I
Oh, okay.
Almost got away.
Well,
Representative Bryant.
We've heard from both sides about interest rates. One says it goes up, and one says it stays the same. Could you straighten it out for us?
Well, it's a matter of perspective of what you're looking at. I mean, the unit rate, as you've heard, is already defined elsewhere in the chapter, in subchapter F. The unit rate is already defined. This changes the maximum amount that can be lent under that subchapter. If you're looking at the alternatives in terms of what could you do today with a loan of a larger amount, a larger size, under the traditional installment under Chapter 342 of the statute, then you would move it into that subchapter, and the rate structures are different between those two chapters, if that makes sense.
So,
And that one rate here may be different, is going to be different than that.
so the rate would be higher?
Yeah, it will be different. The effective rate will be different here than it was in the different chapter, but the unit rate is the same. So again, it's a question of perspective in terms of how it's being discussed.
I'm not smart enough to figure this out, just sitting here.
Do you mind?
Representative Bajani.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm not understanding the difference here. So are we saying that, I think the previous witness said the rate remains the same. It's going to graduate, go up based on the percentage because we're increasing the amount. That is understandable. But is there any other impact that to increase it dollar for dollar? If a $1,000 loan was taken before this bill, would have X fee, would a $1,000 loan taken now after this bill passes, would it go up? Would it be Y or X?
$1,000 loan will be exactly the same under subchapter F today as it would be if House Bill 225 passes.
So the statement is still accurate that this bill does not increase any fees?
Change the rate, and it does not change the rate or the fee structure in subchapter F.
Got it. Thank you.
It changes the maximum amount that can be lent under that subchapter.
Got it. Which is good for consumers that are not getting a
would
loan
like to
somewhere
have
else.
access to additional amounts of credit
Right.
under that subject.
And they have an option where they go. They can go to another bank or they can come here. But this just allows more loan to be given.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? No, thank
Thanks.
you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against? We do have someone that wants to do it. Yep. So just want to make sure, your name is Ann Bador. You had originally registered to be against the bill on behalf of Texas Appleseed. You'd wish not to testify, but now you do.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is Ann Bador, and I'm the Director of the Financial Services Project at Texas Appleseed. And I just wanted to speak to one thing, because there's been a lot of confusion here about the rates. And in some ways, what everybody's saying is correct, but I like the egg example, so where you're allowed to sell 6 eggs for $1. But let's look at it. So the person who can sell up to 6 eggs can charge $1 per egg, but if you sell a dozen eggs, you only can charge 75 cents per egg, right? And so that's the law. So if I'm buying more eggs, then I have a lower rate. So that's how our laws are set up.
Before we go too far down the mapping, so what happened, where did 75
No.
cents come from?
I'm sorry?
Well, I don't know. Where did 75 cents come from?
No, I'm just saying, just that I'm bringing it back to the statute. So under subchapter, so subchapter F has a special rate structure, like they said, $4 per 100 per month of the original loan amount, plus an administrative fee equal to 10% of the amount up to $100. So that's the F rate structure. On average, based on a report from the Consumer Credit Commissioner, where it's about 80 to 100% APR. And so that rate structure was established for very specific parameters. That's where this $200 base reference base amount is, which in today's dollars is actually $1,700. And that goes up every year with the Consumer Price Index. And then there's another category of rates for larger loans. So for larger loans, or for loans, it can be a smaller loan, but it allows loans up to $21,000, and that's subchapter E, 342E, and that's a lower rate structure. So under that structure, a loan has the highest rate structure is 30% interest plus a $100 fee, which is around a 35% APR. So what happens here is by increasing the reference base amount, you're taking a group of loans that originally were subject to subchapter E to that 30% and enabling this higher rate structure to apply to those loans. And so it does not change the rate structure in subchapter F, but it enables them to apply that higher rate structure to a larger loan.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Representative Pachon.
Thank you, Chairman. So you're saying the subchapter E is what the current loan applies to, but now it's a different subchapter because we've increased the amount of the loan. And is that a higher fee than the other one?
So what it allows, so right now, if I were to make a loan between $1,700 and $2,700, which is that's the range that we're talking about here, I would have to make that under subchapter E rates, which is a 30% interest rate plus a $100 fee. But what this bill is allowing people to do is to apply the higher rate that's supposed to apply to smaller loans to this larger loan size. So people borrowing in that area of $1,700 to $2,700, right now the maximum rate charge under state licensing law would be 30% interest. And so by expanding the reference base amount, we're enabling that category of loans to be exposed to around an 80%. So the 80% in the document that my colleague Brianna showed, that's with no refinances. So some other issues, the 342E loans have different, like the standards are different. And so for that rate structure under E, you can only refinance one time per year, whereas under the F rate structure, you're allowed to refinance as often as once per month. And I'm not saying that everybody does that, but those are just the rules. And so we're concerned by applying the higher rate and the more frequent refinance rules to these larger loans that right now have this 30% cap. That's the concern.
Let me ask you a question. So if there's a $2,000 loan taken under this law
Right.
current law, how much fee would it be charged?
A 30% interest rate plus a $100 fee, because that would fall under subchapter E.
Got it. After this bill passes, a $2,000 loan would cost how much?
80%, 79 to 80%, because now you could apply those F rates to that loan, which is a much higher rate structure.
I think there is some confusion in testimony or inconsistency in the testimony that we have received. So it's really confusing.
Yeah, and I think that part of it is when you asked the commissioner about a loan, you asked about a $1,000 loan. I think if you had asked about a $2,000 loan, you might have gotten I don't want to speak, but you might have gotten a different answer. It has to, because right now you can offer a $1,000 loan under those F rates.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah. Chairman.
Yeah.
Are there any questions, members? Representative
Yeah.
Bryant.
Can we address the issue of the so-called credit desert and fix the problem that you just identified with an amendment?
I mean, I think that there are definitely some consumer protections that can be added to the, like there are many different things that can be done. And I'm not sure that a credit desert exists, first of all. I think that that's something that's up for debate, and I'm happy to follow up with a lot of different loan options that are like some of the previous people said, in the 36% APR range that would serve this market. But that being said, I think that consumer protections can be added to address some of the concerns. And if there's a willingness to talk about that, we would definitely be willing to have those conversations.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Hearing none. Thank you. I don't
Okay.
have
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
the testimony. Commissioner, if you don't mind, I think there's some additional questions as you act as the Switzerland of this hearing. So want to just go and once again confirm Leslie Pettijohn, Office Consumer Credit Commissioner, on the bill.
On the bill.
All right,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Leslie Pettijohn, for the record.
Representative Bajani.
Thank you, Chairman. Really appreciate it. So just to clear the confusion, so if I take a $2,000 loan under this current law, how much would the fee be?
On a $2,000 loan, the fee is going to be, there'll be an origination charge that would be charged, an administrative charge, what we call that, and then a maximum annual percentage rate of 30% APR.
And the administrative charge was $100 that we were talking about before, right? $100
Yes,
plus
it's limited to
30%.
$100. Yes.
Okay, now if I take after this bill passes and I take a $2,000 loan, what would the fee be?
So the fee here is the equivalent, you'll have the $100 charge would be effectively the same. And then an installment account handling charge, the equivalent of $48 or $4 per hundred per month. So equivalent of 48% for that term.
So the fees are not the same?
The fees are not the
They
same.
would go up?
Well, the subchapter F structure the fee doesn't change, but the effective amount you
Because
would
the amount
pay
changed,
for the
that's why.
larger loan is
So let
going
me
to
give
be
you
higher.
quickly another example. Let's say we
Okay.
go 10 years from now and the CPI goes up. Right now, I'm hearing it's $1,400 somewhere around there. The
So
$200. Let's say we
the-
keep it $200.
So I'm sorry, ask your question again.
So right now, the $200 signifies with CPI about $1,500, give or take.
It's $1,600 today. It
right.
will move to $1,700 in July.
Right. So let's say we take it for a couple of more years, it will go up to $2,000, right?
If the consumer price index continues
Generally,
to
consumer price
increase.
index goes up, especially
Yeah.
these days
We
with
did-
inflation, right? So
Yeah.
let's say a couple of years, 2030, it goes to more than $2,000. Will the next set of fees be charged on that particular loan?
Well,
Will it change to the subchapter, whatever the F?
so if the bracket amount continues to increase, it continues to increase at the same rate. There's a formula in statute for us to compute this, but the larger loan amount would continue to rise with CPI. We did have a period of time, it hadn't been all that long ago, where we had very little inflation and the bracket stayed the same year over year for about three.
But assume in my example, 5 years later,
Yeah.
that it goes to $2,000, the $200 amount. We don't change anything. Would that $2,000 loan then be subject to a higher 48%
Yes.
fee?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it's inevitable. It's going to happen. Because CPIs
If
usually
CPIs
go up.
continues, sure, yeah. Eventually, we'll get there, yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Representative Frazier.
I thought Representative Bryant beat me. Thank you, Chairman. Who makes the subchapter E?
There are non-bank consumer finance companies. There's a large group of consumer finance companies, or a smaller group, a number of companies that we license and regulate. There's some that are in this traditional installment market. I mean, it's a small industry, but it's not. But in a way, it's not. I mean, I guess I'm having difficulty explaining. I can name some companies if that would help.
Please.
Like One Main Financial, Landmark Finance. We have Cons Home Plus is actually one of our licensees in that market segment too.
Got it. Okay. Just curious.
Representative Bryant.
Commissioner, did you hear the previous witness's testimony?
I did.
Did you understand what she was saying?
I think there was part of it I didn't follow, but
Was it accurate?
you'd have to ask me specifically to a particular question. I think I don't know that I could characterize the entirety of it.
She said that the rate's going to go up to 79 or 80%.
Well, the effective rate on some of these transactions, when you take the $100 acquisition charge and you compute it over the term of whatever the term of the loan is, usually somewhere between 9 and 24 months, it can reach that degree of APR, yes.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Oh, Ron.
Run.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 225? Seeing no one, the chair recognizes Chairman Murr to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate you attempting to learn a lot about this subject matter. A couple things I'll highlight is the legislature last changed the reference base amount, which if you look at the bill is one page and a couple sentences on the next page. We are literally striking out $200 and replacing with $300. There is no other change being made to the finance code. The last time the legislature made a change like this, it went from 100 to 200, and that was almost 20 years ago. That was 2005. And so that was the last time this topic was revisited. Since that time, you pointed out inflation, the buying power out there, the market, it's moved along. So what you paid for in 2005 or before has changed. You've heard testimony today, and I really disagree strongly with some of the opponents of the bill, because this isn't payday lending, and it isn't title loans for cars, but it is an area in which folks need a small amount of money, and they're out there trying to borrow that money. And so you have a group that's heavily regulated and licensed under Subchapter F, and they work diligently. It's an entire industry that's out there. And they've had folks that work in that industry have come and talked to you today. You have a smaller industry in Subchapter E. What we didn't talk about, because that's not really part of the bill, is how much business is actually being transacted in this Subchapter E, especially on the low-end amount of loans. Nobody wants to talk to you about that. They just don't like the fact that there's a change in circumstance and we're always out to protect the little guy. But at the end of the day, the little guy that needs to borrow some funds is going to go somewhere. Payday lenders and auto loans, they're much higher rates and typically not as well regulated. So what I ask is, think about this. If you have more questions, I'm happy to come and sit and visit with each and every one of you. And there are folks on all sides, but I do disagree with the opposition to it. Aggie math aside, and I'm an Aggie, we're not increasing rates with this change. But if you borrow more money, you're going to pay more in interest, which you pointed out. That being said, the viewpoint is that somehow we're pulling funds that are regulated in Subchapter E to Subchapter F. Yes, but the market probably demands it. It's a market correction after almost a quarter of a century. So I think it's due. And I appreciate that. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chairman Murr. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. And now for something completely different. The chair lays out House Bill 3899 and recognizes Representative Troxclair to explain the bill. As you go there, I'll let you know that the chair offers a committee substitute. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I learned so much just now about a lot of things that I didn't know that I needed to know. So I'm fully caffeinated, ready to go. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for hearing this bill. I'm going to go ahead and just address the changes in the committee substitute so we can get that out of the way. It clarifies some definitions, it corrects some drafting errors, and it adds that the election date required under this bill should be in November. So I know a lot of you on the committee have already heard some things about this bill, some true, some not so true. But ultimately, this bill comes down to one question. When it comes to the issuance of debt, should Texas law allow for local government corporations to be handed blank checks signed by taxpayers, or should they have to play by the same rules of transparency and accountability as the cities and counties that create them? So this is a weedy issue, and like myself, members of this committee are excited to talk about bonds and tax rates and things like that other people tune out. But ultimately, you guys know what a bond is, right? You put something on the ballot, you say what you're going to use the money for, how much you're going to borrow. Voters either say yes or no. You also know that there's a separate, something separate called a tax rate election, right? Where you were on the city council, right? So was I. I served on the Austin City Council from 2014 to 2018. So if a city wants to exceed the maximum tax rate allowed by state law, the 8%, now 3.5%, the rollback rate, they can go to the voters and do a tax rate election. So those bonds and tax rate elections are two very separate things, but both are very strictly regulated and thoroughly regulated by Texas state law. Because when you're borrowing billions of dollars of other people's money, we need to make sure that you do it transparently and accountably. What has happened in Austin, which this is the first and only time that we are aware of that this financing mechanism is being used, is that they have conflated the two things. They put a tax rate election on the ballot for a 20% increase in property taxes. They then transferred that money to a local government corporation that they created. And because that money is no longer being housed in the city, who would in any other circumstance have to go back to the voters the next year if they wanted to continue to collect another 20% above the no new revenue rate, because they've transferred it to a local government corporation that is not explicitly spoken to in state law, because it was never imagined that local government corporations would be using financing mechanisms like that. They have basically created a taxation superpower that gives them more taxation power than any city or county in any place across Texas. So that is the heart of the issue here. While a lot of the testimony I expect that you will hear today focuses specifically on Austin, that is simply because Austin is the only entity in the state's history that is attempting to use this newly formed mechanism. So it's not necessarily picking on Austin. It just happens that they are operating outside of the normal bond and tax rate codes that we already have in state law. So so I'll go back to my talking points. So in 2020, City of Austin, set out to persuade voters to approve a ballot measure known as Project Connect, promises a comprehensive overhaul of Austin public transit. Most local governments would put something like this on the ballot in the form of what? A general obligation bond, right? That's the way that you build infrastructure. That's the way that a school district builds schools. That's the way that governments and taxing entities build infrastructure. And generally, they would fund it using a sales tax, right? An increase in the sales tax, they could dedicate revenue to the operations and maintenance of such a transit program. Well, if they did a general obligation bond, they would be limited to a specific number, and they wouldn't be able to go above. At the time, it was envisioned that this project was going to be $7.1 billion. It has now ballooned up to over $11 billion, but really that's besides the point for this discussion. Austin has also maxed out its sales tax revenue. So again, state law, very strictly covers all of these things that we're talking about. Because they don't have the ability to increase state sales tax, their sales tax to cover the maintenance and operations, they have chosen to do this newfangled approach that I will be honest with you, I don't know that I even understood when I voted on this proposition that it was a new financing mechanism. And I'm someone who really pays attention to what goes on in the city of Austin and taxes in the state. So we've already talked about how this was a 20% increase in the city property taxes. And one thing that's interesting here is that there is really no mechanism to end it. I mean, it is truly into perpetuity. The city of Austin is transferring about $155 to $160 million per year in recent years. That's how much it would equate to. And this is only going to grow as Austin's taxable values grow. So this bill simply seeks to close an apparent loophole in state law and clarifies that local government corporations should not have more power to tax and borrow than the cities and the counties that created them. All it does is make them follow the same rules that cities and counties already do. If we fail to act, we would be sanctioning an unprecedented blank check financing model. And if we do that, local governments across the state, perhaps in your districts, are likely to use this model to finance capital projects. We have already heard, I mean, it's fascinating to me. We've already heard from entities, again, who knows if they have accurate information or not about what this bill actually does, but we've already heard from entities that say, oh, if you pass this bill, then this might impact, our ongoing projects or our future projects. This has never been utilized before in the history of the state of Texas. If it has never been utilized before, I can guarantee you it does not need to be utilized going forward. So I have, does everybody have a copy of your light reading material? Thank you, Mihaela. Representative Plessa, sorry. So we pass these out to your offices, and I think the clerk also has one if you don't happen to have one in front of you, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things. First, this is a bipartisan bill. It is supported by both local Republicans and Democrats, as well as I have co-authors, Chairman Meyer, Chairman Bonin, Chairman Burrows, and Representative Raymond. So bipartisan joint authors, you will see and hear from testimony, including former Democrat senator, who will speak to this issue. So not a partisan issue at all. Yes, a lot of talk about Austin, but this is a statewide bill because we want to make sure that statewide that governments are following transparency and accountability measures. So if you look very quickly in your packet, on the first tab, there's a green tab that shows you this is a rail project that was proposed in Austin in 2014, and it was rejected by voters. Austin voters don't normally reject a lot of things that are on their ballots, but this one was because it was too expensive, too little for too much. The middle was what was sold to voters in the 2020 election, and this last one here is ultimately what they're now planning on building. So not only has the cost skyrocketed, but actually we're ending up with more or less a similar thing to what voters rejected in 2014. And that's just a symptom of the problem. It's this funding mechanism allows for a bait and switch because they never have to go back to the taxpayers. If it was actually a bond for $7 billion and they exceeded that, as I fully expect that they will, they would have to go back to the taxpayers and ask for more. If they had done a tax rate election and asked for 20% increase that one year and needed more money in the next year, they would have had to go back to the taxpayers. All this bill does is says you have to ask the taxpayers for permission for how much money you're going to borrow. And it requires them to go back to the taxpayers in November, ask that question, potentially pass it, and move forward with the project. There's nothing in this bill that would prohibit this project from moving forward. They are hoping to get federal funding, federal grant match within the next 2 years. There is no federal funding currently committed to this project. They're hoping to get it within the next 2 years. That leaves them plenty of time to go to the voters in November, make sure that this is done with the intent of existing state law and solidified with this bill and continue on if the voters give their approval. I do want to point out, if you go to the red tab in your packet, this was specifically contemplated when the city was deciding how to put this on the ballot. And it says in their own memo that the reason that they chose to do this funding mechanism was because it would avoid them having to go to the taxpayers and ask for more money once they went over budget. Further, for any GO bond election, the capacity to issue debt would be fixed and determined by the bonding amount authorized by voters at an election. The yellow tab, I think it's important to note that even the media, not only were voters confused, the media was confused and today is still confused. This is an article from 2022, and the first line of the second paragraph, Austin voters approved a $7.1 billion package for Project Connect in 2020. That's actually not what happened at all. The 7.1 is nowhere to be found in the ballot language. So, and then just, there's another couple of articles I do want to give a shout out to Ryan at the Austin American-Statesman. He has done an excellent job of balanced and informed reporting on this issue. He's taken the time to understand it. His article is next. And then you see this, and then there's one last article that we just had to call and issue a correction in March of 2023. This is the Austin American-Statesman from a different reporter. Editor's note, this article has been corrected to show that voters approved a property tax increase, not a bond, to finance Project Connect, because we had to call them after they published an article saying that the voters had approved the bond, which of course we now know didn't happen. So all that to underscore, we have an absolute interest as the state to ensure that local governments are transparent and accountable with taxation purposes. There is nothing in this bill that would prohibit Project Connect from moving forward, but it is critical that we close this loophole now and be fully accountable to the will of the voters when we put something on the ballot. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Bryan?
Representative Troxclair, there was a municipal election in Austin very recently, I believe. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
For mayor?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming something that is as important as you've described it as being would have been an issue in that election, was it?
It was actually. And during one of the debates, now Mayor Watson himself said Project Connect is currently a mess. So I know that the new leadership has a lot of work ahead of them as far as improving the city of Austin that I am honestly quite optimistic about and support their efforts. And I believe that this bill would work in partnership of what our new city leadership hopes to accomplish when it comes to being accountable to what the residents want.
Well, Mayor Watson is very recently, including to me, expressed very strong support for Project Connect and firm opposition to your bill, and he was just elected mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So the voters spoke with regard to this issue that you're bringing forward in that election, did they not?
Well, I guess the position of mayor was on the ballot, but I honestly don't think until this bill, like I said, I even, as someone who is very informed and pays attention to what goes on in the city and who, was no longer lives in the city of Austin, but certainly had a lot of people asking me who I should support for the mayor of Austin. I can tell you that my recommendation did not include anything about this bill because it wasn't even brought to my attention what was happening in this newly created superpower until now. And it's taken me, I'm glad that you guys are experts in pensions and investments and bonds because it took me a while to make sure that I fully understood what happened here because it is so unusual. So no, I do not think that the average voter, like I said, even the media doesn't quite understand what happened. And I certainly don't think that the average voter did. However, I will tell you, I know that we have a lot of people showing up today to testify, but the last page of your packet here, we didn't want to flood you with too many, but about over 21,000 people have signed a petition in support of reconsidering the overall rail plan. But my concern is specific to the funding mechanisms that we are going to allow as the state of Texas. Are we okay with a city or a county passing a tax rate increase in perpetuity, transferring that money to another entity that ultimately never has to have accountability to the voters if they go over budget? And to me, that answer is yes.
I'm from Dallas, and we went through all this already some years back. And just like in Austin, the first referendum was defeated.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a long time to go back to the table and put it back together.
Yes.
I'm concerned that, and I will say that the same people that were opposed to mass transit in the beginning remained opposed to it over the years and offered many of the criticisms that you're echoing today with regard to financing and so forth. Is this a case, and I'll ask an open-ended question, not a tricky one, of the same people who were opposed to this 3 years ago in 2020 when it passed with, I think, 57% of the vote, the same people who were opposed to it then, still opposed to it and asking for a second bite at the apple?
I will ask you a question that might help me clarify or give me the information I need to answer your question. How was your rail in Dallas funded? Was it funded with a bond, or was it funded another way?
It was funded with a combination of bonds and taxes.
Sales tax?
Yes.
Okay. So that was perfectly legal under existing state law. The bond, I guess, do you know if the bond language in the ballot proposition mentioned a specific amount that would be spent and allocated to the project?
Well, it's been 25, 30 years ago, so I can't give you a confident answer on that. But my question to you is this a case of the same people that were opposed to this 3 years ago who are still opposed to it, asking for a second bite at the apple?
I assume that some of the people here to testify, yes, shared concerns about the cost of the transit to begin with. But again, this bill is not about whether you're for or against Project Connect. It's not. It doesn't specifically mention Project Connect. It is not bracketed to Austin. It is in the transportation code, and it's 3 pages, and it specifically speaks to, hey, if you're going to create a local government corporation that you're going to transfer money to, they have to abide by the same rules. So to me, the question of whether or not, if this bill passes and Austin or Austin Transit Partners or whoever wants to put this back on the ballot, giving us a number that they're going to spend and following the clear intent of state law, and it passes, then that is the will of the voters, and I am and I would support them moving forward with the will of the voters, because nothing in this bill would stop them from doing that. If they put it on the ballot and it doesn't pass, then yes, the project would stop. But it is not my because this is the first and only time that this type of convoluted funding mechanism is used. I think that it is easy for interested parties to really confuse voters who are not quite paying attention. But when I'm a policymaker and I hear day after day about rising property taxes, and we're working so hard at the legislature to make the property tax system more transparent and accountable, and you turn around and tell them, did you know that you voted for a 20% increase to your property taxes in perpetuity? They say, well, they can for $7 billion, right? No, in perpetuity. Well, for 1 year, right? No, in perpetuity. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It doesn't matter if this project is $7 billion, $15 billion, $20 billion, $100 billion. There is literally nothing in the way that they pass this proposition and the way that they're transferring the money. There is currently nothing in state law to prevent this project from going over $100 billion. Obviously, I don't expect that to happen, but that's the crux of the issue, is the funding mechanism used here. It's not about whether you're for or against transit.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Bajani.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative. So did I hear you say that a corporation created by a city is not subject to the same laws?
That's right.
Oh, so if like Euless had an economic development corporation, so that is subject to completely different laws than the city itself?
State code currently does not explicitly speak to a city creating a local government corporation, passing a tax rate election that's usually specifically to a city budget for 1 year, right? And then transferring that money to a local government corporation that is not required to go back to the taxpayers. So by transferring that money to a separate organization, no, a local government corporation is not currently included in state statute. And that's all this bill does, is say, you guys can create a local government corporation. I'm not contesting that. If that's best practices, I have no problem with that. If you want to put a bond on the ballot and create a local transit, people can advocate for or against that, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about, if you are going to use taxpayer dollars, you have to abide by the same rules that cities and counties do. You can't just create another entity that isn't explicitly stated in law and give them taxation superpowers. That's not how we operate.
And can a city increase the property tax rate in perpetuity, or is it just every year?
They are saying, I'm contending that it's not legal, and they say, well, we're in state statute. Is it prohibited? And the problem is, it's not specifically prohibited because no one would imagine that a situation like this would happen. So as it's currently, if they had kept that money in the city, if they had done the tax rate election, 20% property tax increase, people voted for it because they're sick and tired of traffic in Austin, they want to do something about it. Well, if the city of Austin had kept that money and had been the overseer of the Project Connect project, they would have to go back to the taxpayers that next year if they needed a new funding to say, well, if they were going to go over 3.5%, right? It's limited now. You can't spend more spend more revenue than 3.5% over the previous year, right? We all had that discussion in the legislature a couple sessions ago. So if they're going to go over 3.5% to 20%, they would have had to go back to the taxpayers every single year and ask permission. But because they've transferred it to another entity, that other entity is not included in this part of state statute. And so they're saying they don't have to ever go back to the taxpayers. It's just 20% property tax increase forever.
Thank you.
Yep.
Members, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I reserve the right to close.
Absolutely. The chair calls Greg Cannelly. You are Greg Cannelly. You are speaking today against the bill on behalf of the Austin Transit Partnership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Capriglione and members of the committee. I am Greg Cannelly. I'm the Executive Director of the Austin Transit Partnership. The Austin Transit Partnership was the independent local government corporation that was created by the voters as part of the November 2020 Proposition A ballot that was approved by Austinites. And I'm here representing Austin Transit Partnership in opposition to the bill. So what was Proposition A that was put before Austin voters in November of 2020? It authorized, in accordance with state law, additional City of Austin property tax rate, and then dedicated that to an independent corporation, the local government corporation. That voter-approved tax revenue was used and it contemplated to be used to fund light rail and finance the debt to pay off that light rail. This, again, is being transferred to an independent entity that was part of the vote. ATP, Austin Transit Partnership, as discussed in the lead up to the election, will be using this voter-approved revenue to issue revenue bonds, all in compliance with state law. And it should be noted that this is the authority of local government corporations to issue these contract revenue bonds. And I think it's important to talk about the use of the voter-approved revenue as the financing for these revenue bonds. In fact, this was really a central component of the City of Austin discussion, the dialogue, the debate, and the final decision to put this in front of the Austin voters in November of 2020. This construct of using this financing was in numerous presentations beginning in May of 2020, all the way through up until the election, including a published detailed financial model, integrated financial model, and a financial plan that laid out the use of the voter-approved tax revenue to issue revenue bonds along with grants. What I can say is the city process about how the election was put forward to them was very open and transparent. And I think that was really important and you saw that on the ballot. The ballot itself, which was also put before the voters in compliance with state law, specifically noted that the voter-approved revenue would be used, and I quote, to provide for loans and grants. So this was in the ballot language. So I think looking forward about where we are, as an ATP, followed on that transparent process that the city has as a newly created independent entity. And we've been acting in a very transparent manner to carry out the will and the intent of the voters from that November 2020 election. As we know, like all infrastructure projects around the globe, especially here in the United States and here in Texas, clearly earlier, part of your testimony from some previous bills, the rising cost of infrastructure is impacting all of us. And that was true with Austin Light Rail and the full Austin Light Rail, and accomplishing the full vision of that has changed because of the changing economic realities in the post-pandemic world that we are realizing. But what I'm proud of is this new independent local government corporation that was created by the voters as part of that vote, where nearly 75% of Austinites came out to vote in that November election. We have confronted these cost increases in a very transparent and upfront manner, because that's what Austin deserves. And so with that, what we've been saying and we will be doing, we are living within the voter-approved revenue budget that they have given us. And we're going to deliver on an Austin light rail system that lives within that budget, building out about a $5 billion Austin light rail system in current year dollars to start advancing the vision of a high-capacity transit future that Austin voters asked for resoundingly in a November 2020 election. And so finally, I want to say, Austin Transit Partnership is not a taxing authority. We do not have taxing ability. And we, Austin Transit Partnership, and our board is not seeking any more tax revenue from Austin citizens. ATP has been and will continue to be fiscally responsible and good stewards of the Prop A approved revenue as we move forward on enacting the vision of Austinites. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Mind if I ask a question? Yeah. Okay. I just have a couple of questions. So how much revenue have you received so far from the election? How much is it per year? Like, what is the total amount of revenue, I guess, tax revenue you've received?
Certainly, Chair. Again, the election that authorized an additional tax rate and that generated tax revenue now gets transferred over to us. We're about 2 years in, and the first year was approximately $150 million, and the second year around $160 million. That is a proportion of the city's operations revenue, operations and maintenance tax revenue that the voters approved, that extra revenue, and that comes over to us.
All right. Now, you said you are not seeking any more tax revenue from citizens of Austin. That means you're not going to get any more tax revenue?
Any more than they already voted in the November 2020 election as part of the new tax rate increase.
Okay, so you're still going to get tax revenue from the citizens. You're just not going to get any more than the
than what they have already approved.
Okay, so they've approved. Okay. But you are going to get more tax revenue?
Correct. Yes, Chair. Yes, each year the tax revenue that is generated that was associated with
continue to go up.
Continue to go up in line with what the city, however the city sets its tax revenue each year. The Austin Transit Partnership receives approximately 20% of that revenue, in line with what the voters approved in the November 2020 election.
So now, not an Austinite, but you said that some of the reasons the project is changing is because of inflation, but you're also continuing to get more money, right? So So because it was 150 million and now it's 160 million, so the amount of money that you get will also increase.
Yeah, that's correct, and that was as the city discussed in the run-up to the election as part of the integrated financial model that was presented to the public as part of the communications. That annual revenue growth, again within the state law, in the state now the now 3.5% revenue cap, that revenue was very much detailed about how that revenue would be used to issue revenue bonds allowed by state law to then finance the construction project. I think it's also important to note that the revenue source that was approved by the voters, this voter-approved revenue, not only helps pay for the capital, but also pays to make sure that we can maintain and operate the system once it's built.
All right, now you've raised effectively $310 million. Whereas it's not enough to pay off Leander ISD's bonds, but that's a significant amount of money.
Yeah.
What are you doing with that cash right now?
Sure, the cash has been used to, first and foremost, continue doing the engineering and planning studies. We've also created good reserve funds so that when we go and start building the project, in addition to financing it through the debt markets and bond markets, we can also, like any good, I think, business would do, you pay some of your capital projects with an equity, with a cash payment, as long as with debt financing as well. So we want to make sure that we can be good stewards of those funds and making sure that we can leverage those funds as much as possible to build the most project that we can.
So how much is left? What have your expenses been? That's your revenue. What have the expenses been since the election?
So our expenses have been around, again, continuing our engineering studies of approximately each year, about approximately $150 million a year of over the last 2 years of these engineering costs, salary costs of starting up a new entity, and also putting a reserve fund in place. I also say that part of our expenses were increasing, we're allowing funds to pay for the other parts of Project Connect, including investments in our Metro Rapid projects.
Okay, just rewind. So of the $310 million you've received, how much have you spent?
I'm sorry, of the 300?
Of the $310 million that you have received, how much have you spent?
Chair, I'd get you that information to make sure I have all those facts correct.
Roughly.
What we spent through the first 2 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I think approximately about $300 million of expenditures we've had.
All right, so you have spent $300 million of the $310 million you have raised. Something's built, there's like a train somewhere or something?
So again, some of that expenditures have been put into some reserve funds as we plan out the long-term future of the build-out of our Austin Light Rail and overall all of Project Connect as well.
So I'm trying to understand. So there's a reserve fund. Are you considering that money spent?
Yeah, yes, we would show that from a budgeted perspective. We would put that in a fund. We'd show that.
How much is that?
We have about approximately $100 million of reserves that are set aside for two things. Most and foremost, for investments also in anti-displacement that was part of the voters of Austin's approved, as well as reserves for capital reserves as we move forward on building out the project.
I'm assuming you guys, ATP is audited?
Correct.
Okay, so you have audited financials?
Yes.
That show how much cash on hand?
Chair, I do not have that in front of me at this moment.
All right. Is there a board?
Yes, so our board there's an independent board that has been created. That independent board it's 5-member board. There are 3 citizens of Austin that are appointed from the Capital Metro and City of Austin, and we also have a representative from the City Council that is currently Mayor Watson, and also the chair of the Capital Metro Board, which is Commissioner Trevelyan, sits on our board as well. We do an annual approved budget process each year, and we also have audited financial statements for each of the first 2 years that we've been in existence.
As there are questions, and that's why we're having this hearing, have you heard anything from the bond market in terms of the potential risk that they may have in lending money to this organization?
So I think what they look at when we started initial conversations in advance of creating a credit rating so we can go to market and issue bonds, but also from a perspective of thinking through what that credit would look like. What they see first and foremost is the revenue source as an appropriation is a solid revenue source that would receive a very good rating. They want to make sure, obviously, that we have our controls in place, our financial policies in place that we have created, and that we have a viable and fundable project, which is the process we're in right now.
Members, any questions? Representative Frazier.
Go ahead.
Frazier.
I'll go through real quick. I was a little confused when you started because you said you didn't get any revenue, and then it came back that you are getting the revenue, and it's 310, but then you didn't know how much money was in there, but then you said you spent 300, right? I'm getting closer. And then there's 100 million in reserves, but we don't have anything to show right now.
So, Representative, again, we have all of our budget information and documents. We have all on our website that document all of how our money has been spent, how all of it has been in reserve funds. We've been very transparent about creating budget and fiscal policies around the governance of ATP since we've become an independent organization in the last year.
Okay. Could you see how this bill would be beneficial?
Again, what I would say, Representative, is in November 2020, in the lead up to that election, the city of Austin conducted an election that I believe was very transparent. They laid out the need for the investment in high-capacity transit, and we laid out a funding mechanism and a tax rate election that could accomplish that, including creation of a new independent entity. The fact that the city of Austin published a financial model, an integrated financial plan in advance of that election, a 20-page document that laid out the timing and the estimated funding of that, I think was a very transparent process.
Okay. So could you see how the public, the folks that are funding this, would want to see more, to understand more what they're funding and where it's going?
Yeah, and that's why I'm very proud of the work that we've done over the last year and being very transparent about how we've addressed the cost increases of infrastructure. We have recently laid out a plan to keep moving forward on investing in high-capacity transit with an Austin Light Rail system, as well as continuing to invest in other investments in transit, Metro Rapid, for example, with our partner Capital Metro. We've been very transparent about how we would pay for those. We've been very transparent about what we would get for those investments. And we will continue to be very engaged with our community about those investments and what they're getting for them.
Okay, so then how would the bill hurt you?
Well, I think what the bill would require, the Austin voters came out, 75% of Austin voters came out. 60% of them, nearly 60% of them voted in favor of this bill. Inside the ballot laid out that, in fact, this revenue source that would be part of the city of Austin would be dedicated to an independent entity, and that those funds would be used to finance grants and loans. So I think we were very clear, the city of Austin was very clear with that outreach. Going back to the voters to ask them to approve something they've already done, running elections is an expensive proposition. And going against...
I would think this project's a lot more expensive.
But I would say this, Representative, that ATP is living within the voter-approved revenue. We estimate that the project that we can deliver is approximately $5 billion in current year dollars. We've been very transparent about talking about that, and that the overall vision as we work through it would be phased. So that idea of being very thoughtful and honest and upfront about those costs, that's been core to who we are as we've started this endeavor.
Okay.
Vice Chair Lambert.
So you've touched a little bit on voter awareness, and I appreciate that. Just wanted to kind of comment or at least go back to the ballot language that was led up to, I guess, to the 2020 election that talked about, this was going to be, funds were going to be used for acquisition, construction, et cetera, operations, maintenance, rapid transit, by providing funds for loans and grants. So in your mind, there was never any question that the voters were aware that financing and using debt instrumentation would be a very big part of this process.
I think it was front and center to the how that ballot was put together and in front of the voters and communicated the idea that that revenue would be used to finance along with federal grants. Yes.
And you think the premises that led you to develop this ballot language has not changed necessarily since that time as a result of either inflation or other cost increases that you know are coming?
Again,
What do you
yes,
heard?
Representative, that the ballot and the construct of using a local government corporation was all in compliance with state law at the time of the election. And because we are, in essence, in a fiscally constrained with the budgeted revenue that the voters approved, we're not asking for any more than they've already approved. We have put together a project that can move forward with that voter-approved revenue.
So when proponents that are asking Representative Troxclair to help maybe stem the tide or at least provide some additional voter input, use terms like blank check, and this project may last into perpetuity, how does the ATP respond to those comments?
Yeah, what I would say is I think we have in essence, a revenue, a fixed revenue, a fixed budgeted revenue.
You're not denying that it may be 10 times the cost of what you originally proposed, but it may be a 50-year payback as opposed to a 30-year payback. You're not denying that.
In fact, yeah, I think as my comment said, clearly we recognize the cost of infrastructure have gone up. When that happens, you do two things. You go and try to find more money, or you rethink your project. We've rethought the project. That's the vision. But what we are not doing is asking for any more revenue that the City of Austin taxpayers have already approved and are as part of their annual budget process that they commit to the Independent Local Government Corporation. So that idea in the run-up to the election, I think the idea of this financing mechanism was very clear. It was very important component of the discussion that we had with the public in advance of that election.
And so the independent nature of this board was a big part of this bond being passed.
100%. I think all parts of the Austin community, when looking to the City of Austin election to have additional revenue in the property tax, again, that was in compliance with state law. Having a new independent entity was key to the success of the election. That independent entity is served by 3 community members as well as 2 elected officials.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just offer one clarification? I think, I don't know, in your question. Okay, could I ask a question to the witness then? I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't in his question, he said when this bond was passed. Was this a bond?
Representative, no, it was a tax rate election that created a local government corporation and then dedicated that revenue to fund and finance bonds and notes and grants.
Okay. Representative Bryant.
I'm concerned about the precedent of local governments and their voters making decisions, and then the opponents coming to Austin and getting a second bite at the apple, which is the word that I used before. You've testified that your proposal was explicit, and I've got the language in front of me here that was on the ballot, which starts off approving the ad valorem tax rate of approximately 53 cents per $100 valuation in the City of Austin for the current year, a rate that is 0.085 cents higher per $100 valuation than the voter approval tax rate of the City of Austin. It's pretty explicit. It says this is a tax increase, and they voted for it. Is that correct?
That's correct, Representative.
What was the turnout in that election?
75% of Austinites, registered voters, turned out in that November 2020 election.
And what was the margin of victory for Project Connect?
I think right at 58% in support of the Proposition A.
Now you, as I said a moment ago, you had a recent mayoral election. Is that correct?
The City of Austin did have an election for mayor and council members.
And there was a runoff, wasn't there?
Yes, I believe there was a runoff.
And both the winner and the one who didn't win the runoff supported Project Connect. Is that correct?
That's watching the election. Yes, they were both. Seems like they were both supporters of Project Connect, and clearly, the Mayor Watson, who now serves us on our board, is a supporter of making sure that we can advance the will of the voters from November of 2020.
Thank you.
Representative Bajani.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to find out if you have any plan 20, 30, 40, 50 years out when the money that's received from the taxpayer is going to increase the expenses. What happens then? Have you thought about that? What is that?
Yeah, I think it's first and foremost to say it's important that the revenues, the voter-approved revenue source will be used to build and finance the capital improvements and also operate them. But at some time in the future, when there's no longer debt payments required or the operational needs are no longer there, that tax rate would then go away, and that is embodied in the city's resolution contract with the voters around that. So we have sized the project to make sure that we can build and operate what we're building living within the voter-approved revenue budget that the Austin voters approved in November of 2020.
Sorry. So if this bill passes, will you be able to still conduct this project or not?
My understanding of the bill, it would require an election that would go back and authorize issuance of revenue bonds. Again, that layers in having the voters come back and vote on another election on the same topic. They approved nearly 60%. And it also presents risk, I think, into the marketplace as we work with the federal government and start working with bond rating agencies as we go through that process. Again, what we're very clear on, we are not ATP, nor the city is looking for any more additional revenue than has already been approved by the voters. And we'll be living within those means.
All right, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The chair calls John Langmore. Hi there. Your name is John Langmore.
It is.
You're testifying against the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of yourself.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Langmore. I'm an Austin attorney, and I've been working on transportation matters for about 20 years. It began actually as the policy director for the House Transportation Committee during the 78th legislative session. I've worked in favor of all modes of transportation by serving on committees as an appointee of TxDOT, Travis County, the City of Austin, including as vice chair of Capital Metro, recently as a board member of our Central Texas Regional Mobility Authority, and currently serving as the chair of a Citizens Bond Advisory Committee for Travis County. I've also worked on a number of political action committees supporting both roads and public transportation. Essentially, I've spent 20 years advocating for infrastructure necessary to make Central Texas and the capital city the economic success that it is today. And that is why I strongly oppose House Bill 3899. You've heard from others that 60%, almost 60% of Austinites voted in favor of it with a very high turnout of over 75%. And that, by the way, was completely in compliance with Senate Bill 2. And that was warmly embraced by everyone that put this out to the citizens of Austin. So it was in full compliance with SB 2. Further, even with all of the TxDOT, the Central Texas Regional Mobility Authority, Travis County, and City of Austin road projects, we need every tool available to get ahead of us in one of the most congested regions in the nation. And that's especially the case when TxDOT itself says that we are expected to grow by 110% in the next 20 years. To be clear, and to your point, Representative Bryant, this bill is not about transparency or fiscal conservatism or something that was, much less anything that was illegal. It's really the attempt to overturn the will of the voters for a mode of transportation that the bill's author and some of their supporters disagree with. In my mind, this is a very misguided attempt to pursue what I view as a hidden agenda. And the biggest, and what that's done is create, the biggest issue with the bill is that this is an impediment and an awful precedent with respect to delivering much needed infrastructure in the state of Texas and in Austin in particular. You don't have to reflect very hard to imagine the negative consequences and the expense of having an extra election, of subjecting infrastructure projects to multiple votes. And you can imagine what the bond market would say when voters have approved a project and a revenue stream has been dedicated, and then it has to go out for another vote again before the bonds can actually be issued from the dedicated revenue stream. It will absolutely have a chilling effect on infrastructure projects across the state. And as all of you know, and I would also say that, local government corps have been used for a number of important infrastructure projects, including Love Field modernization, the Toyota manufacturing facility in San Antonio, McAllen's A&M campus, the Schertz-Seguin local government corporation that provides water solutions for Northeast San Antonio. So local government corporations are an important means of delivering critical infrastructure in the state of Texas. And Austin took advantage of LGCs just as they exist on the books and in full compliance with SB 2. As all of you know in your own districts, large-scale infrastructure projects virtually always change in scope and cost, especially now with inflation running as high as it is. That cannot be the basis for a new vote on projects that have already been approved by voters once. So, for the sake of delivering timely and effective infrastructure across the state, and particularly in one of its most congested regions, I strongly encourage you to vote against House Bill 3899 and its implicit attempt to overturn the strongly stated will of well-informed voters merely because the author and the supporters of the bill simply don't like the outcome of a fair and transparent referendum on a critical mode of transportation. I would also say that Representative Troxclair, there were some fundamental misconceptions in her presentation of the bill that you do not, if this was done through the city and they approved a 3.5% tax increase, they would not have to vote on that every year. That simply moves up the tax rate to the new 3.5% level, and that revenue exists permanently from that point forward at that higher base. Can you imagine if they had to go back and on a pre-approved tax increase have to ask voters to reaffirm that every year? That's what she implied. It would just break down the system. Secondly, it was not a 20% increase in the property tax overall that Austin citizens bear. They use that metric frequently. It was 20% of just the Austin piece of a taxpayer's property tax. There's also the independent school district and the county, so it was a much smaller percentage increase with all of that built in. And lastly, she implied that this approach was illegal. It is not illegal. It was obviously in full compliance with the law. I thank you all very much for your public service and for allowing me to make this testimony. And of course, I would be happy to answer any questions if there were any.
I do have a couple of questions,
Okay,
if you don't
please.
mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
All right, so I just got this photo here of the 2020 project as it was presented to the voters.
Yes.
And then I'm looking at what says is the 2023 new map.
Yep.
Is that different? All right, I'm not a trained guy, but those look completely different to me.
They are.
Okay, so you said that the voters approved of the project. You also said that it was the will of the strongly informed voters.
Correct.
Would you say that the voters approved this project and not this project being the 2020 project, but they didn't necessarily approve the 2023 project?
Yeah, so we should.
Yeah, so they didn't, so they, I guess that was my answer I was looking for. They approved something else.
So if you'll allow me, what they unequivocally approved was an 8.25% increase to their property tax indefinitely. That's the funding mechanism that will be used to issue the debt and ultimately pay for the operations and maintenance of all of Project Connect, which is more than just the rail system, by the way. It's also express buses, which are already moving forward, and then a number of other pieces of it as well, ultimately a commuter system that will go east out towards Manor and Elgin. So that's the funding piece that they approved. There was a vision of the project. It was never stated that this will be delivered all in one fell swoop at a certain point in time.
But would you say that if a project, whatever it is, let's say a school district says, hey, we're going to go build this large school, it's a high school building over here, and then they're like, well, actually we're not, we're going to build a much smaller gymnasium over there, would you say that that was the will of the voters because they did approve a tax increase and a bond?
I've worked on this stuff, like I said, for 20 years and have been an active proponent of rail for a very long time. I absolutely believe that the average voter realizes that the build out of that full system will take a long period of time. Do I wish that the initial phase was more than what it was? Absolutely. Would it ever cause me to change my vote because it's going to take longer to get there? Absolutely not. And I'm confident that if you asked the citizens of Austin, if you presented it now, they would vote for it again because it deals with so much congestion and it also has so many beneficial effects in terms of land development. So I think the problem is, though, it's been approved by the voters as a vision with a funding stream. We can't go back and continually ask them to vote again. And also, I think everyone would appreciate, last point, and then is that inflation is reducing the scope of all public infrastructure projects today.
Sure. I could just say, with all due respect, I think some voters, for sure, if they thought they were voting for this, small, and then they may not agree to do a much different project at a lot more money. I mean, I just think some voters, I don't think I'm in the minority, but whatever. That being said, the question is whether or not if the voters should vote to incur more debt for this project.
And that is ultimately, what the bill is asking for, is another vote for the issuance of debt. What I would say is, would you ever consider doing this for a road project? That if the road project's cost grew and they had to shrink the scope of a roadway, that you would go back out and say, we're going to put this out for another vote now because the road doesn't look the way that you originally presented it, or the airport. It would never happen. This is only because it is a rail project and because the author of the bill and people supporting it don't want rail to move forward. It would, if they ever did it if Commissioner Doherty, who's fought this all along, had ever said, let's subject a road project that's exceeded its scope and budget to another vote, I would at least acknowledge his consistency in a failed train of thought. But that has never happened. And I'm working on Travis County projects now, road projects. I was the vice chair for the 2017 Bond Advisory Committee. We got voter approval to issue debt for road projects that started out with a $7 million cost. Today, we're having to issue new debt because it's grown to $23 million. No one has said, the second that the scope is different than it originally was, we need to put it back out for another vote.
Members, any questions? Yep, Representative John.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. I'm getting a little concerned where I think we're moving away from what the bill is, and we're talking more about Austin City. And when I think about my time as Euless City Council member, if I had to bring every project to the state to get their approval or to discuss what went wrong in my project, it would be a nightmare for me as a city council member, as a mayor, and I feel like
Yes.
I try to provide local municipalities whatever control they need because they're more closer to their constituents. Inflation is at an all-time high,
Yes.
has been for some time, and even when I was on Euless City Council, projects costed a lot more, and they looked different than what they actually were built, than what they were envisioned. In my personal, I've built homes, I've done a lot of different real estate projects. I may have to shrink it based on what the loan is and whatnot. So I feel hindsight is 20/20. We can debate all day long about Austin specifically, but I wanted to maybe just have the discussion more overall about the bill than the Austin, because I would hate to argue with you on what you should have done and what you should not have done and what voters' intent was when they voted for it. I wouldn't know. I don't know how many people here would know what the voters' intent was.
I agree.
60%. So just making that comment.
Yeah, no, Representative Bojani, I agree with you completely, and that was really, you maybe more eloquently made the point that I was trying to make, although I felt obliged, obviously, to answer the chair's questions. I do think it is about, asking for a second vote for the issuance of debt on a project that's already been approved by voters when they dedicated the revenue stream. It would not be good for the delivery of infrastructure in the state of Texas if we allow this precedent where you have to go back out for a second vote when there's already a dedicated revenue stream. I firmly believe, having worked for the House Transportation Committee and worked on these projects for years, that it would be very poor policy for all of your districts and for the state of Texas as a whole.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you for your
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Patrick Rose. Just want to make sure you are Patrick Rose. You are testifying against the bill on behalf of yourself and Transit Forward.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here. I want to start by saying hello to my friend, Mr. Vo. I'm such a has-been former person in this building that Hubert's the only person I had the pleasure of serving with on this committee. I had the pleasure of serving from 2003 to 2009, representing a Central Texas district that was mostly suburban and a little rural, but increasingly urban. Hays County, Caldwell County, Blanco County. And during that tenure, I had the pleasure to work on a lot of infrastructure, right? And I would observe that we in Texas have a few problems. One is we're 30 million people on the way to 50. Another is a benefit. We're a low-tax state, fortunately, and we're revenue constrained as a result. Not every session will we have the tremendous surplus that we have this session. Fortunately, we do. But as we move forward, we're going to increasingly have to depend on local funding mechanisms to fund critical infrastructure, particularly as we go from 30 to 40 to 50 and beyond million people. So it's with that all of the above approach and philosophy that I come to you today. I am chair of a nonprofit called Transit Forward. I'm also here, Mr. Chairman, in my individual capacity. When I was in the House and today as a business owner and volunteer, I agree with former Commissioner Gerald Doherty back there in being very strongly pro-road. We have tremendous opportunities to continue to build out our road infrastructure. I also have been recently appointed by Mayor Watson to the Airport Advisory Commission here in Austin. I'm a believer, whether it be Tarrant County or Dallas County, we have a critical need to fund our airport infrastructure in the state. It's a beating heart of our economic development, right? I also believe in the importance of rail infrastructure. So, as an all-the-above person, I want to speak to you about the negative potential consequences of what I believe by Representative Troxclair to be a well-intended bill. Like, reasonable people can disagree on modes, and I know Representative Troxclair hates rail, and that's fine. But this is about more than just this single mode of transit. Local governmental corporations, where local voters dedicate tax revenue long-term for maintenance and operation and multiple issuance of bond debt, like occurred in 2020, are going to be increasingly relied upon, particularly by metropolitan areas like the Metroplex, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio. And so when the voters approved this project, and Chair, I appreciated your questions to Mr. Langmore, they voted for a revenue stream that would be dedicated for the long term for both maintenance and obligation and multiple bond issuances. And the reason why I so strongly think that this is a bad idea for the whole state is that Representative Troxler's bill would require every time a local governmental corporation goes to the bond market, it would require that that local governmental corporation go back to the voters for another approval. I know this bill could have, it's actually true, but I know this bill could have gone to the House Transportation Committee. I'm glad it's here because you keenly understand the nuances and the peculiarities of the bond market. Imagine, Representative, the chilling effect on local governmental corporations across the state funding all sorts of modes of transportation if we required this, allowed for this precedent to occur in Austin. It would be in an inflationary environment. It would be very hurtful, not to this project alone, but the local governmental corporation concept statewide. I would also say, Mr. Chair, there are folks who know more than I do, like bond counsel for ATP, who's here as a resource witness, and others in the room who might be able to speak specifically to that impact. But I'm here as an all-the-above transportation person to respectfully suggest that this bill, while well-intended, is going to have negative impact on infrastructure across the state at a time when we desperately need it. And I'd be honored to, answer any questions if you have them.
Members, do we have any questions? We don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair calls Carla Sierra. Your name is Carla Sierra. You're for the bill, and you're for the bill on behalf of yourself and the Libre Initiative. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
And I apologize for the redundancy, but I think that hopefully this brings a different perspective to everyone else's perspective on local debt. As mentioned, my name is Carla Yvette Sierra, speaking on behalf of myself and the Libre Initiative in favor of HB 3899. Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on an issue that is plaguing our great state and my El Paso community. Local debt, also certificates of obligation or non-voter approved debt. El Pasoans sounded the alarm last summer when University Medical Center, our county hospital established to provide indigent care, proposed a $346 million certificate of obligation to expand their operations. And I won't go through the entire testimony because I know most of you were here. However, some points I would like to make is that local debt and how our taxing entities are using some of those instruments to fund projects such as certificates of obligation are certainly out of control. Over the last 10 years, between 2012 and 2022, we've seen an increase of 63% in how our local taxing entities are actually using certificates of obligation. Currently, El Paso stands as second in the state with the highest non-voter approved debt. And so essentially every El Pasoan owes roughly $861. One of the main concerns that we had during, about COs is that just this year, our county passed a $100 million CO, but they found a loophole within the loophole, and so they were going to split up the CO into two so that it would be that much harder for constituents to actually collect the amount of signatures that we needed to collect to halt the $100 million CO. Over last summer when we collected, all those signatures to halt the CO from our county hospital, a lot of El Pasoans weren't really familiar with some of the language. Most of them didn't even know what a CO was, or that our local taxing entities could actually use certificates of obligation to fund different types of projects. So many of our constituents, your constituents as well, felt really disenfranchised because they weren't familiar with the language, and that COs were actually an option for our local taxing entities to use, which, you know, it really removes a democratic process. I mean, our goal is to engage as many constituents as we can, but not including them in the passing of certificates of obligation really does that. We were able to collect over 36,000 signatures, 32,000 of which were valid. However, as the currently the legislation is written, our signatures unfortunately expired in 6 months, and the county hospital decided not to put the measure on the ballot. And so essentially all that work that we did last summer went nowhere. So on behalf of the Leave It Initiative, myself and El Pasoans, we ask you to please support HB 3099 so that we do have an opportunity to stop the misuse of different types of, debt tools and instruments that local entities have, particularly with certificates of obligation. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify any of our efforts that took place in El Paso last summer.
Members, are there any questions? We don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Bill McCamley. Your name is Bill McCamley. You are against the bill, and you are testifying against the bill for yourself and for Transit Forward.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Thank you. I appreciate you. So as you stated, I'm the Executive Director of Transit Forward. We are an organization that represents a very, very diverse set of organizations here in Austin that is extremely interested in seeing Project Connect move forward, and we rise respectfully to ask for your opposition to this bill for basically 3 reasons. Mr. Chair, firstly is the democratic process, and Representative Bryant, Mr. Chair, Representative Bryant, to go further into your line of questioning about the last election, we actually put out questionnaires to every candidate running for every office in the city of Austin. That includes the mayor's race and all of the city council races. Not only were the 2 candidates who made the mayor's race, and I think had 80% of the initial election to make the runoff, very, very in favor of Project Connect. And you've heard from the mayor saying how he would like to see this bill maybe not move forward. Every single city councilor that won in the city of Austin was extremely pro Project Connect as well, and those folks won by a pretty good amount. So not only was the 2020 election conclusive, and those of us that have run for office before knows that basically a 58-42 election is not close, right? But you had that position reaffirmed specifically. And if anyone would like to go on our website and look at the actual stances, they are right there, and every single one of those folks won. So we humbly ask that the state of Texas really respect the will of the voters of Austin moving forward here. It's really important. Also to this question, Mr. Chair, to Representative Lambert's question, not only was that language setting up ATP to go along with the taxes specifically stated in the election, but more importantly, that separate entity is actually a best practice. There are numerous groups around the country that are asking for separate construction agencies to be set up because transit agencies, which traditionally do these types of projects, are not set up to be construction entities. So this thing was specifically set up on best practices to get the most efficient and effective process moving forward. And we've seen the Austin Transit Partnership with their separate board of directors going through their audit process, setting up their own budgets, be extremely transparent about this issue. And Mr. Chair, to your point, when you saw those maps, I've seen them online as well, and it's the one showing all of Project Connect and then the light rail. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah. So that map, Mr. Chair, that map has a red line. That's the commuter rail line that's already in place. Project Connect is already funding improvements to that red line, include double tracking. There's going to be a new station right across from our very popular soccer team. That's part of it. Some of the other colors that you see on there are actually Metro Rapid bus lines, which a different agency, Cat Metro, is in charge of, so some of the funding is going through. The green line that is on there is a separate commuter rail line that down the road will be put in. So the orange and the blue line, a more accurate conversation there would be, how do those stack up against the orange and the blue line that you see on your maps? And we're actually really happy with how transparent ATP has been. Having these conversations about cost is not easy. And I remember actually, I was sitting with Mr. Altullo about 6-8 months ago, talking with him about this for a story for the Statesman. He said, how do you talk about this? I said, every single family, every single business, every single government in this country is having a question about cost now. Having an adult, open, honest conversation about doing this in phases is the responsible way forward, which they have done. And Mr. Altullo's response was, yeah, my family's talking about doing re-landscaping our yard, but we had budgeted for it a couple years ago. Costs have gone so much, we're gonna do our front yard now, and we're gonna do our backyard when we can afford it. That is exactly what is going on here. Secondly, Mr. Chair, I'd really like to talk about the negative possible consequences of this. So in a previous life, I was a state representative in the New Mexico House of Representatives. I sat on the New Mexico Tax Committee, which is why I'd like to echo Representative Rose and say I'm actually really glad that this bill came here, because in my old line of work, as well as what you guys are doing right now, we know how important certainty and keeping risk low is for folks that lend money. If we are consistently asked in the state of Texas to go back to the voters again and again and again for already approved funding mechanisms, what does that say to those folks out there that may want to loan us money? It'll make them more reticent to do so, and if they do, it's going to cost more. Because as you all know, because you deal with this every single day on the Pensions Committee, risk means more cost. So setting this precedent would have a worry. The third thing, Mr. Chair, that I would like to say to you all is the business communities here in Austin support this project. Every single one of your office got a letter from me yesterday with 4 of our chambers of commerce, other business entities, specific employers that don't want to see this bill passed because they worry about the consequences for an extremely important infrastructure project. One of my other previous jobs was I was a state labor secretary. And if you get that job, it is tattooed into you that 2 of the most important things that employers and the business community need to be able to get workers is you got to have affordable housing roughly in the area where the jobs are, and you got to be able to get there. And this project will allow us to get there. So, Ms. Chair, members, I really respect what you do. I've been in your position. I thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration for this. Thank you all.
Thank you. I got a question for you.
Shoot.
All right, so I'm looking at this ballot language, because there's been a lot said about that the bond is included in this language. Now, I don't see the word bond anywhere here. What I see is something that says, whatever, and to expand transportation within the city and to finance this rapid transit system by providing funds for loans and grants. Right. So as I read that, basically what I read is this is approving the tax rate for the current year, a rate to get revenue to basically provide the operations and maintenance of the rapid transit system by providing funds for loans and grants.
Mr. Chair, isn't a bond a loan?
No, there is a difference between a bond and a loan.
Okay.
A bond is something that's usually incurred by a governmental entity, whereas a loan is something that someone, like an organization like ATP, can go and lend to other people. So, I mean, the way I read this is providing funds for loans and grants to others, not necessarily to receive debt.
Mr. Chair, I guess I would respectfully disagree with you, but I'm also not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go into the legal definition of each thing.
Because the question at hand is whether or not you are this particular entity is either allowed to get into debt, and if it's possible to do that as a twofer with one election.
Sure.
But also whether or not this particular ballot language does what you all think it does. Because as I read it, and then the second thing is when I read the list of items on this ballot language, it talks about, creating jobs, reducing climate change, but it doesn't talk about something called anti-displacement. And so when I look through the financials of ATP, a significant, if not the majority of the dollars spent was for anti-displacement, which is actually the purchase and acquisition of land.
Yes.
So, but I don't read acquisition of land in the proposed line items under the ballot language.
So, Mr. Chair, may I address that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, so to the democracy point and to Representative Bryant's point about Dallas earlier, elections were had here in 2000 and 2014 for rail, and they failed. One of the worries about the citizens here in Austin was the effect on rising land prices on people who have lived in town for a long time. So one of the ideas expressed in Project Connect, in Prop A, that was passed in 2020, was to put aside funding to assist those folks that have lived here for a long time to be able to, as much as they can, stay in their homes as gentrification happens, and that would theoretically happen more with new light rail, new bus systems. I'm not sure, this doesn't really play into this bill per se, but that was the concept. And frankly, Mr. Chair, it has been something on a national perspective that folks that I deal with around the country that are my counterparts look at as just a phenomenal miracle, because the combination of housing and transit is absolutely interlinked. And the more you can develop those items together and saying, you transit, you're going to be over here, you housing, you're going to be over here, that's something that people around the country look at us as a model for, say we want that moving forward. So that's what that anti-displacement funding, and just, Mr. Chair, to your question right now, that money currently is going to programs to help those folks who may have issues right now. There are some discussions eventually about acquiring land with that money, but that has not been set up yet or approved by the city council. But those discussions are happening.
I'm gonna ask ATP to come back. Anyway,
Please.
I don't
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
other
No, that's fine.
questions, but I gotta figure this out just for me.
Thank you, Mr.
Anyway,
Chair.
thank you.
Appreciate y'all's time.
Yep. Is that- Okay, the chair calls Greg Kennelly. Thanks for sticking around. I just have a question.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair. Thanks for having me back up.
So if you would just agree that your name is Greg Kennelly, you are against the bill, and that you're with the Austin Transit, and you're doing so on behalf of the Austin Transit Partnership. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So as I read this, this is the language is approving the ad valorem tax of blah, 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 for the purpose of providing funds. So the purpose of raising the revenue is to provide funds for reducing climate change, it's to provide funds for traffic fatalities, it's for providing funds to create jobs, it's to provide funds for access to schools. And then here it says for providing funds for grants. All of that is money that is raised is in order to go and provide money for something else, right? So the money is coming into ATP, and then that money is being used and spent to provide funds for, and these are expenses, for whatever, climate change, for this, for that, for grants, right? So when I read for grants, is that what ATP is going to do? Are they going to provide grants to individuals?
So, Chair, in terms of how the ballot was structured, I would say first and foremost, it talks about raising that tax revenue. And I think one of the key words in there is the need that is going to be used to finance the system. And then the idea of providing funds for grants and loans. We do interpret that as the ability to go out and get loans and get
to go out and get
as well.
grants?
Yes,
That
yes.
doesn't make any sense. I mean, okay, fine. but
Chair, if I could actually just provide some additional clarification, I think it's important for this committee to understand something we were very transparent about at the city when this election was put forward. This investment is really a partnership not only within the community but with the federal government. The assumption that was put out as part of the financial work and financial model was up to 50% of federal funding. And to get those grants, you need to match those funds. And so that language around grants is in order so that we can draw down those grant funds from the federal government.
Have you all provided any grants?
Have we provided
Have
any
you provided
grants?
any grants?
We provide to the city of Austin so far $100 million in funds to do anti-displacement housing. They are not grants.
Those
They
grants?
are investments that were part of the vote that the voters approved.
Have you provided for any grants?
We have not yet provided for any grants. We are using funds that were approved, that voter-approved revenue is going to be used to draw down grant funds from the federal government.
Why do you use the term loans and not bonds?
So I think I'll echo the previous statements. As a finance person, I'm not an attorney, so I don't write ballots.
You know, but a finance person, you know the difference between a loan and a bond, right?
Actually, though, yes, a loan. There are loans you can do in the state of Texas that would be construed as debt and would go through the normal state processes to get that debt approved. If it was a loan, whether it was a private placement loan, for example, that I know certain cities and municipalities do, whether on airports or other types of effort. So I think, yes, in some instances, a loan can be construed as a debt instrument.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, the chair calls Fred Lewis. He left? All right. I show you that he was for the bill and he was going to testify for himself. Okay. The chair calls DeWitt Peart. I show you as being named DeWitt Peart. You are speaking against the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of the Downtown Austin Alliance.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Long day. I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. I am the CEO of the Downtown Austin Alliance. We manage the public improvement district for downtown. And the three major issues for our members, so our members are the owners of investment property in the public improvement district downtown. Homelessness, number one. Public safety, number two. Mobility, number three. Big challenge for us is moving people, residents, and tourists in and out of downtown. Obviously, we cannot build more roads downtown. So public transportation is really important to us. As part of our process in renewing our district, which we've just done, under state statute, we have to project out over a 10-year period what the growth looks like. And I can tell you between the next 10 and 15 years, the size of downtown is going to double. Right? So from a square footage perspective, and arguably you can say that's double the workers, double the people living downtown, and maybe doubling the visitors. So we are opposed to House Bill 3899. If passed, we see it dramatically curtailing Austin's voter-approved light rail system. And it will only serve to increase the time and cost of delivering the much-needed infrastructure improvements our entire community needs. Something that hasn't been mentioned this evening is that leading up to the referendum vote, there was a contract with the voters. So that contract was a resolution passed by City Council that included fairly intense public involvement, public participation. The creation of a local government corporation for the implementation of Project Connect was a demand by the business community to ensure transparency and accountability in the delivery of this new light rail system for Austin. Research has identified the use of such independent entities as the best practice for the successful delivery of infrastructure projects. We would welcome any improvements to advance transparency, oversight, and accountability in the future, but realizing that the voters have approved this project. We do believe that the ballot language for Project Connect and the accompanying contract with the voters clearly identified the use of the revenue stream for the issuance of the debt. In summary, 3899 would reject what Austin voters overwhelmingly approved in Proposition A in 2020. At the Downtown Austin Alliance, we are committed to the delivery of this critical infrastructure investment that is needed for the long-term success of downtown Austin. We strongly request that you oppose 3899. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? See none, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
The chair calls Brad Parsons. Brad Parsons? Are you Brad Parsons? No. Okay, we'll call et cetera at the end. Next. The chair calls Alex Mead. Show you named Alex Mead. You are testifying against the bill on behalf of yourself.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Been a long day. Alex Mead for myself against the bill. I'm very glad that I believe it was Mr. Rose is an expert on the nuances of public finance. I will confess that I am not. So when I was thinking about my remarks on this bill, I didn't think about bonds or taxes. I thought back to Liz Truss, who you may remember as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, whose tenure was outlasted by a head of lettuce. And that got me thinking that we have a bit of a different system here. We don't measure our political decisions' lifespan by comparison with produce. We make decisions, and except for some exceptional things like impeachment or recall, we tend to stick with them. And you as legislators are familiar with this as well. When we declared independence from Great Britain, we didn't have a motion to reconsider. We very quickly invented it and very quickly realized that we needed to constrain it so that we weren't simply relitigating, the same issues over and over again. Thomas Jefferson wrote in his manual, when the legislature, for instance, rejects a bill, quote, does it cease to be susceptible of reconsideration? This remains to be settled unless a sense that the right of reconsideration is a right to waste the time of the House in repeated agitations of the same question so that it shall never know when a question is done with, should induce them to reform this anomalous proceeding. My point in taking all of you down a tour of parliamentary history is that as we've evolved as a democracy, we've realized that there's a need for balance between, on the one end, being able to change our minds, and on the other hand, being able to make decisions and stick with them and allow people to rely on the decisions that we've made. And that's my concern with this bill, is that it takes us too far in the direction of quickly changing our minds and without being able to rely on the decisions we've made. As other witnesses have addressed, this has already been approved by the voters, the project that's been at issue with this. And I'm a little bit confused by the repeated references to things like the ballot language or the sizing of the project. There have been propositions in the past that some have come out of this building that might have good ballot language, might have bad ballot language. There are all sorts of public infrastructure projects that have had to be resized because of changing market conditions. That's not unique to the financing mechanism that we're discussing here. And I think it's a little bit odd to be focusing on that when the bill is about the financing mechanism that this project is using. This has already been approved as a tax increase, and I think there was some discussion about whether this was a tax or a bond election. I think that actually kind of proves my point. To the people of Austin, at least from my perspective, this was the Project Connect proposition. It was understood there would be a tax increase, there would be bonds involved, even if it wasn't a bond proposition. And it does seem like it's relitigating the same issue on the ballot, even if that's not precisely what's happening. Ultimately, if the people of Austin want to reconsider this, there are tools, I believe, to reconsider it. There could be a charter amendment initiated by a petition, for instance. But that is, yes, a little bit more difficult than it would have been to just vote down the project in the first place. Again, as it should be, because we should be able to make decisions and stick with them. So it's for those reasons that I'm opposed to this bill, and I appreciate your consideration. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? We do not have any questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair calls James Quintero. Your name is James Quintero. You are speaking for the bill on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, correct?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. I know it's been a long day. I'll try to be brief. I want to thank the bill author to begin with for bringing forward a common sense piece of legislation that seeks to uphold truth in taxation principles and enhance voter participation in bond elections. I think those are both very worthy goals. Now, from my vantage point, this bill has three things to really appreciate. First, it would eliminate a loophole that allows local government corporations to leverage municipally generated property tax revenue to go into debt in perpetuity without voter permission. I don't think that's a type of system that we ought to be satisfied with, one that allows one government to siphon tax money away from another government so as to borrow endlessly without continued voter input. Secondly, it applies a reasonable set of standards to local government corporations, which, as we all know, are a type of governmental entity. And I want to emphasize that point, that they are a governmental entity, and that point was affirmed in 2010 by the Texas 14th Court of Appeals, which wrote, by providing that local government corporations are governmental units performing governmental functions and by imbuing them with nature, purposes, and power, it is clear the legislature intended such corporations to be separate and discrete political subdivisions from those they act on behalf of and aid. Now, because these are governmental entities, it is not unreasonable to ask local government corporations to follow a similar set of rules that are applied to other political subdivision types. And that would include seeking voter approval for bond initiatives. Third, this bill would encourage more voter participation, and I think that is something we should all strive to do. And that much is evidenced by the bill's requirement that local government corporations seek to present voters with separate propositions for different categories of expense. So in totality, I think this measure is worth supporting, and I would encourage the body to look favorably on it. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? I have, since as far as I know, you're the expert on bonds and bond issuances in this room. When a county or a city or a school district wants to do an issuance of a bond, doesn't the language have to include this is the issuance of a bond?
Yes, so there is some flexibility in how the language may be presented to voters, but generally speaking, it's rather direct in that it says this is the principal amount that the governmental entity seeks to borrow. So
It'll say the amount.
Yes.
I'm looking at the statute. So generally, it says you have to say issuance of a bond. If it's maybe only a school district one, it has to say this is a property tax increase as well. Mm-hmm. That's right. It says what the maximum amount that can be drawn down is, right? They usually authorize.
For the principal amount.
For the principal amount.
One thing I kind of chuckled at earlier in your exchange with the Leander ISD person is that individual put forward the principal amount of debt, which was $1.2 billion that they owed, but the total debt service outstanding is actually $2.3 billion. So even in the way that we present some of this information, it may understate the actual amounts that are being borrowed.
Right. And typically speaking, because this is, I guess, in a lot of ways what the point of this bill is, traditionally speaking, if a county or city or another subdivision would like to do a tax increase, we might call that a tax ratification election, and that is a tax ratification election. And if they want to incur more debt or issue a bond, they might have a bond election, right? Mm-hmm. Those are usually two separate votes, correct?
Correct. Okay. This is a very unusual circumstance that I'll be honest, I've never seen a situation where an entity has utilized a tax ratification election to then turn around and seek unlimited bond election approvals, or, I'm sorry, to seek unlimited bond issuances in perpetuity. And I think it sets a very dangerous precedent, whether or not, we agree with Project Connect or not. This has statewide implications.
Right. In other words, could you, in one election, call for both a tax ratification election and a loan, not a bond, but a loan for perpetuity? That's the question we have on the bill, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. No other questions. Chair calls Roger Falk. Roger Falk is gone. All right. Adam Kahn. Chair calls Adam Kahn. See, the chair calls Jay Crossley. So you are Jay Crossley. You are here testifying against the bill on behalf of Farm and City.
That's true. Thank you very much, Chair Capriglione and committee members. My name is Jay Blazer Crossley. I'm executive director of a nonprofit called Farm and City, and we work on transportation and urban planning issues across Texas. Our biggest project is Vision Zero Texas, working to end traffic deaths. And so we collaborate with TxDOT and cities and counties and transit agencies to figure out how to have less people dying on our streets. So most of the bills I do are that. However, I also live in Austin, and I very much want this light rail system to be built. And so I wanted to come testify. A little note about safety is riding the bus is the safest way to travel, aside from riding in an airplane. Walking's next safest, and then riding on a train. And so this is a safety issue. If this bill succeeds at ruining Austin's light rail plans, it will actually have an impact on traffic crashes. I've for 5 years, I signed up for the volunteer committee, the Project Connect Advisory Network, PCAN, of a bunch of nerds who've spent years working on this, meeting and having some pizza and trying to figure out how to do this plan. A big angle of ours as a transportation policy person, I've been advocating for 5 years on let's use the right metrics, let's use good data, let's use good maps to make a very good transit plan and make sure that it serves the most people possible and it's a very efficient use of funds. And so I do want to present to you, this is a very good transit plan. And it's a very good use of funds. The example, as they explain that, is Houston's original light rail line is the best modern light rail line in the nation. And back when I used to live in Houston, the stat was that every trip carried on that light rail line cost about 75 cents. And there's nothing TxDOT does, and there's nothing any other entity in Texas does that can move someone for 75 cents. And so this project is that kind of good light rail project that is extremely efficient. I will say about the maps you've seen, those are extraordinarily misleading pictures. And it actually was some transit nerds who were mad about the outcome of the debates who started showing those pictures. But that picture shows light rail and bus and all kinds of things, and then it compares it to the light rail map. I have a better map if anyone would like to see it. That actually directly compares what the voters saw and what then has been presented recently. So I'm happy to show you here. This is a very good project and I want it. And so what is wrong with this bill? I actually spent a good amount of time talking to some representatives of Representative Troxclair yesterday, trying to figure out what they want and trying to explain what I want. I don't want this project to be killed. And this project is, the $7.1 billion includes the federal money. And the plan is to go through the whole NEPA process that we've already spent a tremendous amount of money on to develop this project. And that should be finished next year. And then the hope is to sign an agreement with the federal government who will say, here's $2 to $3 billion for Texas of discretionary FTA money. It's one of the qualifications for FTA money is, and apparently it's 50% of the points, is whether you're local funding or state funding is secure, if the feds believe that you have that money. And if a project of this scale will need to have bonds issued again and again, they'll pay off one bond, they'll do the next step. And so this could mean a vote over the years for this project. And so does that put this $2 to $3 billion of federal money at risk? Or does it mean that we're going to send that money to New York and California? And that is a lot of money. It's a lot of jobs. It's a tremendous amount of economic development that the Texans would lose out on if that were true. I don't know if it's true that it's a threat to that federal funding. I would believe it's incumbent upon the people trying to change the rules of the game after the voters approve this to make sure that we're not threatening that $3 billion of federal funding. A final note, I also happen to have been a board member of the Central Texas Regional Mobility Authority, CTRMA. That entity builds toll roads and issues bonds left and right as it sees fit. The 7-member board can just vote and do bond. That entity was originally started with some TxDOT money, and now it's making its money off tolls. Those bonds are very solid bonds because we expect Texans will keep having to drive so much. However, if that were to change and CTRMA were to not have that money, the state of Texas backs those bonds. And the people of Austin and the people of Texas have never once had any opportunity to vote on anything that CTRMA does, and never once voted on any of those bonds. And so, and final note, there are lots of local government corporations. One of them is supposed to build our Ike Dike to protect the people of Houston and to protect the largest oil refineries in the world. That apparently has $12 billion of federal funding coming. Does it need some bonds? Do we say that that's not okay? So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the chair calls Carol Palumbo. Wow. Just to be clear, your name is Carol Palumbo. You are testifying on the bill. You were originally registered, so we're asking you to testify on the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton LLP for Austin Transit Partnership.
Yes, sir.
Wow, all right, thank you. You don't have any prepared testimony because we're just calling you up because you thought you could ask
Right.
a question. So I guess my question is, everyone that's come here has talked about the issuance of bonds. And when I look at the statute, it says that when a municipality or subdivision of the state seeks to issue bonds, they have to have an election. Is that accurate?
It depends on what the credit is for the bonds.
What the credit is for the bonds? Can you explain that?
Well, what the source to repay the bonds. Is it
Oh, okay.
ad
You're
valorem
right.
taxes?
If it's ad valorem, okay, so let me say, if a county, if a subdivision of the state or a municipality seeks to issue bonds and use the proceeds of ad valorem property taxes, then they have to have an election.
That is correct.
And when they have that election, the statute talks about when those elections can be, how to hold the elections, but it also says, for instance, that it has to use a certain term called the issuance of bonds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in other words, if you're going to have a bond election, you have to put in the ballot language for the issuance of bonds.
Yes, sir. But I think part of the confusion is who's issuing the bonds and what the source of that payment is.
Let's say the source of the payment is an increase in the ad valorem tax rate.
But the city of Austin is not issuing the bonds. And so, it's not, just to back up a minute, as we've all talked about, local government corporations are created by cities and counties and other qualifying local governments to aid
that sponsoring entity and in some instances act on their behalf to, in furtherance of their governmental functions. So local government corporations have no taxing authority and in and of themselves have no revenues. So it's not unusual for the sponsoring entities to enter into contracts with the local government corporation and transfer funds to them from various sources, some of which could be ad valorem taxes. So some of the confusion really is there was a tax rate election, right? And there was also a contract with the voters. When you look at what the contract with the voters is, you look at not just the ballot language, but you also have to look at any case law in Texas, any other official actions taken by that governing body at the same time. So you have to read the ballot and the contract resolution together as far as what the city council was binding themselves to. So it was a tax rate election and then a contract with the voters of how that increased tax rate, that amount of money would be used. And the language within the proposition did speak to finance, which is the term of art for using the dedicated revenue for debt.
So the voters understood that.
And it was also part of the contract. I can't speak to what a voter understood, but it was also spelled out in the contract resolution of the city council as well.
All right, thank you for coming up to testify. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry, members, do you have any other questions? No. I'm sorry, we don't.
Okay.
I apologize. The chair calls Walker Kohler. Going once, going twice. No, Walker Kohler. The chair calls E.J. Anthony. You are E.J. Anthony. You are here to testify for the bill on behalf of the Heritage Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and the other esteemed members of this august body, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, again, for this bill. It's not, frankly, entirely clear to me that all those who have testified today have actually read the bill, which is a shame because it's only 3 pages long. But I would like to address a lot of the points that have been raised here, not the least of which is the fact that this really is not actually about Project Connect, which so many people have testified about here today. This is really very clearly about greater transparency and returning power to the voters. I think as evidence of that, we've heard time and again from different people that this would somehow threaten the approval that voters have already given, and yet that approval was given apparently by an overwhelming majority. If that's the case, I see no reason why that would not happen again once voters are clearly faced with the actual cost of this piece of legislation. So I'm not quite sure how overturning the will of the voters, as we've heard several times, would be accomplished by asking the voters' opinion on something. I don't see this as a second bite at the apple, as it has been described. I see this as a first bite at the apple for the taxpayers to actually see what the real cost of this project would be. In economics, we often talk about a cost-benefit analysis. Well, whatever conclusion you come to in a cost-benefit analysis is based on, you guessed it, both the cost and the benefit, and as soon as one of those changes, the whole calculus behind that analysis changes as well. And so, again, if voters are faced with the actual cost of a project, I see no reason why that would be harmful to the voters' welfare. If anything, I would see that as being very positive because they can make a more informed decision if they're presented with that information. Additionally, there was a comment or I guess a concern raised earlier about this would somehow jeopardize federal funding, and it could potentially negative impact bond ratings for these types of projects if they actually had to face voter approval. Two points on that. I don't know if the members of the committee are aware, but the Biden administration has actually directed several federal agencies, including the Department of Transportation, to redirect federal funds that previously were allotted to things like general highway use and channeled those now into things like highway use, but only for HOV lanes or for things like light rail, buses, other forms of public transportation. So the point I'm making is the amount of federal funding available for projects like this has actually increased. In other words, there's actually less competition for these funds. So again, I'm not sure where the concern is that somehow this bill is going to put those kinds of funds at risk. And then the second point, that this is somehow going to jeopardize bond ratings. It's counterintuitive, but bond ratings don't actually matter when it comes to the yield on municipal level debt. I can point you to an individual's dissertation who goes into this in great detail if you'd like. I won't tell you who the author is, but the fact is that lenders already have enough information available at their fingertips to determine an appropriate yield on a municipal bond. And so as the ratings go up and down, you don't actually see a statistically significant impact on that bond yield. In conclusion, I would like to point out that sunlight is the best disinfectant. I see nothing in this bill whatsoever that would say that somehow Project Connect cannot go forward. It simply says that voters need to be aware of the cost and they need to approve that cost. So thank you very much for your time. I'd be a pleasure to entertain any questions you have.
Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Zenobia Joseph. Ms. Joseph, we see that you are registered to testify for the bill.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representing yourself.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph, testifying for House Bill 3899. And usually I'm dressed in black and all slick, but my brain works the same. And so I saw this as I was out with kids today, so excuse my attire. As it relates specifically to Project Connect, I just want you to recognize that this system will segregate Austin for centuries. So my comments are specifically related to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I will call to your attention specifically, there's a November 3rd, 2017 Austin Chronicle article by Jack Craver and some of the people you've heard from Mr. Crossley today. And he is actually quoted in that article. Specifically, Capital Metro admitted that Northeast Austin would not benefit from this system. So what I want you to understand is that African Americans wait 60 minutes for the bus. That's 10 times longer than South, West, and Central Austin whites and Dove Springs Southeast Hispanics. And so what I want you to understand is that while they are talking about transparency, just so that you understand the context, there is no transportation on Palmer Lane, FM 734, specifically between Samsung and Apple. And just this past Monday, March 27th, 2023, Lee Anders, mayor, actually testified because even the wealthy white individuals want to get to Apple and the system does not take them there. I would ask you to recognize as well that there was confusion on September 21st, 2020. KVUE News actually reported the confusion by the Austin voters. One of the reasons there's confusion is because the language that you keep referring to in Proposition A talks about this system benefiting individuals who are underrepresented and underserved. And unfortunately, that's not the case. Those of us who live north of US 183 North Lamar Transit Center, which Kirk Watson and Representative Celia Israel represented, there is no transportation for 24 to 30 years. And that's in the March 9th, 2020 board packet on page 29. And specifically what I want you to understand is that on December 17, 2018, that is when Capital Metro actually voted on their long-range plan. In that plan, the first stop would have been south of US 183. What they've done instead is unilaterally move the stop, the terminus, to North Lamar Transit Center because that's where the minorities board the buses. And so I just want you to understand as well as it relates to the orange and blue line, since they've been brought up before. Specifically, the orange line is the North Lamar corridor, but on the blue line, which is Riverside, on October 17, 2019, and as a council member, Troxclair probably remembers, that's when Austin City Council voted to rezone 1,308 units of affordable housing on the East Riverside corridor. And then after they voted to displace 1,308 affordable units, UT students and also minorities, they then came up with the $300 million to try to persuade voters. And so I just want you to understand that the voters were confused because they conflated ridership and coverage. And specifically as it relates to ridership and coverage, ridership is the high capacity transit and coverage is the lifeline access. But when you look at the ballot language and the information that was put forth, that was actually conflated. July 25th, 2016, Jared Walker, who actually reconfigured the Reimagining Houston transit system, actually told Capital Metro that you do not compare these two and you don't conflate the two, and also on February 10th, 2016 as well. I don't mean to be long-winded, but I think it's important for you to understand that in December 2022 and also in March 2023 under Kurt Watson, specifically, not Capital Metro, but the City of Austin exercised eminent domain for East Breaker Lane to relieve some of the congestion that is on the Samsung Boulevard area. And so it is not Project Connect, the light rail system that will alleviate or address the congestion. They have exercised eminent domain. And so House Bill 3899 actually brings before the voters some transparency. And I will lastly tell you that part of these cost overruns came because of House Bill 3893. I was able to get the Republican senators last session to kill the bill because when it was laid out by Representative Gina Hinojosa on May 17, 2021, she actually said it was a bond. It was not a bond. It was a permanent ad valorem tax increase, and the renters were never told about the August 7, 2020 interlocal agreement between Capital Metro and the City of Austin, which specified that renters, homeowners, and the businesses alike would be on the hook to pay for a Project Connect. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Members, are there any questions? We don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Ellen Wood. You are Ellen Wood. You are testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. So hello, members of the committee. Thank you for being here so late. As a CPA myself and a recovering CFO, I've actually found it fascinating to listen to everything that's gone on today. So thank you for that. So I'm a native Texan, Austin-based business owner for 27 years. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue. So even though it's a little late in the hearing, I'd like to read into the record the Project Connect ballot language, and I'm doing it for 3 reasons. And until about 15 minutes ago, I only had 2 reasons, and that was because some in opposition to this, as you've already heard, are saying Austin already approved that. But what that was actually approved, that's our question. And I want to demonstrate to you how this project was presented to the public, so you know what people actually saw when they went to the poll and what they didn't see, and why 3899 is needed to correct that. And my 3rd reason now is I had no idea as a relatively informed voter that I needed to read the ballot language in connection with the contract with the voters in order to know what I was approving. So that was interesting to me. So the ballot language starts with a 221-word sentence. Many, many things were promised in those 221 words. But we're now being told those words represented a vision and not a particular project plan. The crushing reality, though, is there was an assessment of a 20% property tax increase from now till the end of time. It was assessed retroactively onto 2020, which was a huge surprise to a lot of taxpayers, coupled with a proclaimed unlimited authority to issue billions in debt backed by taxpayers with no further voter approval. So I think all of you have a binder from us, and there's a second green tab where you can follow along. So here's the wording. Approving the ad valorem tax rate of 0.5335 per $100 valuation in the city of Austin for the current year. Interestingly, it doesn't say and every subsequent year. A rate that is 0.0875 higher per $100 valuation than the voter approval tax rate of the city of Austin for the purpose of, and here it comes, here's the list, providing funds for a citywide traffic easing rapid transit system known as Project Connect, to address traffic congestion, expand service for essential workers, reduce climate change emissions, decrease traffic fatalities, create jobs, provide access to schools, healthcare, jobs, and the airport, to include neighborhood supportive affordable housing investments along transit corridors and a fixed rail and bus rapid transit system, including, we're still going, associated road, sidewalk, bike, and street lighting improvements, park and ride hubs, on-demand neighborhood circulator shuttles, and improved access for seniors and persons with disabilities, to be operated by the Capital Metropolitan Transportation Authority, expanding its funds to build, operate, and maintain the fixed rail and bus rapid transit system. The additional revenue raised by the tax is to be dedicated by the city to an independent board. And I'm going to pause there and tell you that is word number 176. And all it says is an independent board. It doesn't say, that it's ATP or part of the contracts with the city. To oversee and finance the acquisition, construction, equipping, and operations and maintenance of the rapid transit system by providing funds for loans, which I will point out is word number 197, and grants to develop or expand transportation within the city, and to finance, which someone else called a term of art, but as a finance professional, it wasn't clear to me. That's word number 210. Finance the transit supportive anti-displacement strategies related to Project Connect. End of sentence. And then we close with a normal sentence. Last year, the ad valorem tax rate in the city of Austin was 0.4431 per $100 valuation. So I'm just going to make an observation. I don't think that the city of Austin voters were all well informed to be able to read this ballot and understand what they were voting on. Most voters had no idea, even though they had opportunities to learn more. I would bet most of them did not attend any of the city presentations. So I would ask you today, in those two sentences I just read, one of 221 words, where does it say they can issue endless debt, billions and billions of debt without voter approval? So that's my comment today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, do we have any questions? Don't have any questions. But you said you were a finance professional?
Mm-hmm.
Can you be more specific?
I'm the CEO of a professional services firm that provides chief financial officers and chief human resource people. We've worked with 6,000 clients over 27 years, and I'm a Texas CPA. Okay. So.
And you didn't understand it? When
No.
it comes to the finance?
It was not completely clear to me, no.
Thank you.
I feel like 3899, if I might just say, simply clarifies things. It clarifies things. If people voted for it the first time, they should vote for it the second time when they actually have a number in front of them.
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Chairman. So voters had to read that. And how many pages was the resolution for the council?
I think did they say 3 pages?
I thought he said 22.
Oh, maybe it's 22.
It was something.
Contract with the voters.
Yeah. So that's what they had to read to understand what they're voting for.
Well, someone earlier said that those two things taken together makes this work. And I would say I had no idea as an informed person I needed to read that, or that influenced my vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Susan Spataro. You are Susan's Spataro. Okay, you are here to testify for the bill on behalf of yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Susan Spataro. I'm a retired CPA, CMA, but more importantly, I'm retired as being the Travis County Auditor for 24 years. And I also attended 24 bond rating agencies for Travis County. So I'm for 24 years, really had to look at the laws in Texas and the financial activities of the county and sign off on a lot of those. So this is the kind of issue that I think is extremely important. What is always missing in these kind of meetings is the average guy on the street that's paying the taxes. And there is no question in Texas, but especially in Austin, people are losing their homes because they can't live there anymore. The taxes are too high. And I think that to go along with that, 62% of people live paycheck to paycheck. What does that mean? It means when you put your check in and you pay your bills, you don't have any discretionary money left. So if all of a sudden your tax bill increases by $1,000 that year, you don't have that money. You have to cut something in your regular everyday life. So property taxes are extremely important. For years, I went as auditor, and after that, have heard both the House and Senate trying really hard to rein in property taxes, and I commend you with that. You've worked very hard on trying to get an accurate description of tax increases so that the average person could understand it. You've told governments how they have to list increases, and it's still really complicated, but I think you've done a really good job. This project here, to me, is a case study in things that shouldn't happen with public money. The thing about taxes is that they are an involuntary taking. So whether people use the services or want to pay taxes, they're paying them. And this, Ms. Wood read the ballot language to you. When you look at that language, and you're a guy who just, left the supermarket from their job, and they went to the polling place to vote, and they don't attend council meetings, and they don't go to big meetings, they go to the ballot box and vote. First of all, there's two parts, and you probably know this, two parts to a property tax rate. One is the M&O rate, and that's the rate that you have really reined in. In other words, you could go 8.5% over the effective rate, and you brought that back down to 3.5%. And local governments were really mad, and I went to those hearings, and taxpayers were begging for it. And the governments were saying, we can't live with it. And so what you have is a lot of creativity on local government's part to try to figure out how to get more money and get around that. So the M&O rate is basically the maintenance and operation rate, and it's the one that's subjected to the new tax revenue rate. But the second part is the debt service rate, and that's the rate that pays for debt service. And when you go to the bond raters, they look at that, and there's not really a limit to that because theoretically, the people have voted for bonds, the government has issued those bonds, and they have to pay the debt service. And so what you do is you take the M&O rate and you put the debt service rate next to it. Okay, now let's look at that ballot again. I just want to refer a couple of things. First of all, the ballot only discloses the M&O rate in perpetuity. It doesn't mention debt service at all. It's not even in there. The next thing is, and many people have said, there's no mention of the word bond. There's nothing in there that says this is a bond, and a bond is a municipal bond is an investment vehicle. I mean, you buy a bond or someone buys your municipal bonds, we take it to the bond raters and they rate it, and that helps what your interest is. There is no mention of total project costs, nothing in there says what this project is going to cost and what it's going to finance, because it's not a bond. When you want a bond, you usually say, in this case, we want a bond for $7 million. And that's not in here. The next thing is there is no mention of the project in any specificity at all. Is Project Connect, new transportation. It doesn't talk about how many light rail lines there are, how many buses. It doesn't talk about any of those things. So it is kind of a dream. An interesting thing, and I think it's so important, is that it mentions $300 million for anti-displacement. Do you know what it doesn't mention? But it was revealed about I think it was a year after it was passed, that they anticipate that 302,000 people in Austin, Texas are subject to displacement, plus 125 businesses. 302,000 people, 30% of the population of Austin, Texas, is subject to displacement. And they've got $300 million, that's $1,000 a person. So when they talk about buying land and helping people relocate and get them new housing, that's not the case. Now, one of the things about the federal grants, and it's I guess in vogue today, I don't know how else to say that, is, they want everyone in dense housing. I guess single-family homes are no longer in vogue. And so what they're going to do is go down these transportation corridors. They're not going to go in the wealthiest part of town. They're not. They're going to go in these poorer areas, and they're going to go down there, and they're going to take those houses, and the city talks about rezoning these, build multi-family in place of single families. There'll be no parking, and they will force them to ride the bus. And this plan, people in Austin did not understand that this was a bond. They did not vote for a bond. The city could have been specific. They could have talked about bonds, but they didn't. And one of those persons said, are we people who have always opposed bonds? And I'm not. I vote for good bonds. I would vote for a good transit system. But this talked about 28 miles of transit. It's now cut back to about a third of that. It talked about $7 billion. It's now $11 billion. Everyone said, well, you really know about inflation. I don't know about that much inflation. 70% inflation in 3 years? No. That is poor planning and poor design. One of the things that they did is they showed pictures of tunnels, and first they would go under Lady Bird Lake, and then they said, well, now that we've done soil borings, we can't do that. And the project is not what was advertised, and this ballot issue is not a bond for this project. So that's kind of my feeling. I've lived in Austin a long time. I don't think this is right for taxpayers. I think the state, someone made a comment, this is my last comment, that the state really, this is local control. No, it isn't. It's the state's responsibility to set up laws to watch property taxes and protect the property taxpayer. That is the state has to do that, and local governments are expected to follow that. So I thank you very much for your time. If any I can ever help you or ask any questions, please feel free to contact me.
You members, any questions? Can I ask you a question? You may
Yes.
or may not. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. But if there were a loan or a bond or debt issued by this ATP group, who's ultimately responsible if they can't pay it back?
I don't know who's responsible. On September 22nd, 2022, and this is from KXAN, it said Austin Transit Partnership passes $90.6 million budget on its own. So they're taking money and they're spending it. So it's not as though that's being stacked up. At $160 million a year, and this budget, I'm sure, is going to increase. It's going to take a long time to be able to issue bonds and pay them back. Roger Falk, I'm sorry that he had left because he did a very detailed analysis of that. But no, I don't think this is a financially feasible plan. I don't. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for your time. All right, the chair calls Bill Aleshire. And as we approach the near 7 o'clock hour, if people can keep their testimony to 3 to 5 minutes, we'd all appreciate it.
I will do that.
All right, thank you. You are Bill Aleshire, am I right? You are testifying for this bill on behalf of yourself.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I know it's a long day. Thank you for your service here. My thoughts about House Bill 3899 and Project Connect are influenced by my service as Travis County tax collector. When you've been the one that's collecting the property taxes from people that are having a hard time paying it, you get more upset when you see those taxes wasted and voters being bamboozled. As a former Travis County judge, I was involved in many bond issues and road issues and so forth. I understand this. I had to. And in that position as a county official, I don't want the legislature interfering in local control. But I don't think the legislature interferes in local control when we need you to step in and protect local taxpayers from a runaway boondoggle like Project Connect. Giving Austin voters better control of the out-of-control Project Connect is exactly what House Bill 3899 will do. And why? Because the cold, hard facts are that Austin voters are not getting the Project Connect plan, cost, or schedule they were promised in 2020 and was the basis on which the voters gave their approval. Recently, ATP executive director who testified earlier openly admitted that voters were overpromised, as if lying to voters has no consequences. We just keep on going? Some say by dramatically scaling back the rail plan from what voters approved, ATP is getting Project Connect within budget. But when you have a dedicated tax that will live on in perpetuity, there is no budget. There's just a timeline as long as life itself. And since the feds have not yet publicly agreed to pick up 45% of the cost, as voters were also promised, Project Connect will never be within budget. No one from the feds has come forward publicly and said that the feds will still pay 45% of a bloating budget that's already up in just 3 years from $7.1 billion to $11.6 billion and still going. The bill, this is an important point, other people are talking about the consequences to this bill. The bill does not apply to all local government corporations. It applies only to those like Project Connect, uniquely, that issue debt to be repaid from a transfer of property tax derived from a tax rate increase election under the tax code section 2607. Regrettably, under current law, such a tax increase becomes a perpetual tax, baked into future year property tax rates forever, regardless of the reality of the project on which the tax increase was sold to voters. Project Connect gives a perpetual property tax, a blank check, to the appointed ATP board to spend those taxes as it sees fit on what it decides to build, bulldozing homes and businesses it decides to put routes over, even routes that were not even mentioned in the 2020 ballot election materials, and without restraint on how much debt and interest it might saddle Austin taxpayers with. And the ATP makes these decisions using technical advisory committees. But those committee meetings, the room where it happens, are held in complete secrecy with no record made of who gave them what advice. They're advisory. They're not subject to the Open Meetings Act. Helping voters regain control of their taxes should not be a partisan issue. I hope this, and you're going to hear from Democrats support this bill. I hope this committee will unite behind House Bill 3899 and support giving Austin voters local control, at least over how much debt will be piled on them for Project Connect.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions? Representative Frazier.
I have a question. On the Fed money that's supposed to go in, what's the stall, or where's that at? You seem to know a lot about this, so.
I submitted a open records request last year for all the emails between all the board members for a year and a half. And I can't answer your question.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your time. The chair calls Mark Nemir. Oh, you are, and you'll correct me, but Mark Nemir, you are for the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of Dirty Martin's Place.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to be here, and good evening. You guys are so awesome. I have no idea how you do this job, because it's awful.
I do know a restaurant is harder work.
I just want to thank you. It's my first experience. I want to thank I'll try to be brief. I'm sorry. You know, it was real frisky at 7 a.m. this morning, but kind of waning. I want to thank Ellen Troxclair. I'm so proud of her. She's done such a fantastic job. And the way she speaks and the things that she puts forward are so crystal clear and easy to understand. 34 years ago, I purchased a 63-year-old burger joint. And it's commonly known as Dirty's. And it's located at 2808 Guadalupe Street, which is at the other end of the north end of the UT Drag. I bought the business from a man named Cecil Pickens. Cecil Pickens owned the business for 35 years. Cecil bought the business from my grandfather, Stuart Nemir Sr., in 1954. My grandfather bought the property in 1936, not ever having in mind wanting to run the burger place, but in 44, the tenant got drafted into the military, and so he ended up buying the business and ran it for 10 years. Prior to that time, John Martin started the business in 1926, so we're 97 years old this year. So, you know, I usually don't talk about my history much without going into in depth about the wonderful and incredible employees that have made a 97-year business stay in business. But I know I don't have time. I currently employ 27 people, including myself. In 2001, I had the opportunity to buy the property from my family. It was always my end game goal, and I got to do it. Fast forward 20 years, fall of 21, Wednesday, October 13th at 11:37, in a lunch meeting, informal meeting with some Capital Metro representatives, I was informed that they were going to be taking my property via eminent domain. Wow, never thought I'd get emotional about that. This bill is not about Dirty's or me or this property. It's really about the future of Texas, and that's why y'all are here. Not about the past, it's about the future of Texas. And it's about propositions like Proposition A being put before voters, and they don't even understand it. No one ever before I was informed of this, horrific news, even mentioned it was even a clue that I would be wiped off the map. And not just me, but hundreds of other businesses. And I understand that this forum, we're really not here to debate, Project Connect or really the rail line. It's about, the funding process. So I've kind of gotten off script, of my spiel that, I stayed up all night long, figuring out in my head. But the bottom line is really that we just weren't told. We after I was told, we started a petition, and we've got over 20,000 signatures. And a lot of those people voted for Proposition A. They didn't know. No one knew. My general manager, Daniel Young, voted for the rail line, Proposition A. He's been eating there since he was 8 years old. He just potentially destroyed his career at Dirty's. Not knowing. There was no plan put forward. Again, I digress. This isn't about Project Connect. This is about how it's being funded, which is insane. I didn't know anything about ATP. The folks that told me about the eminent domain was Capital Metro. ATP came along after the fact. I was used to the same people that quit working for Capital Metro that started working for ATP. You know, unelected, unaccountable. How does that work? How's that going to work out for you, you know, at the end of the day, with all this unlimited funds forever? And I don't think anyone understood that, too, when you know, it was passed. Anyhow, I really, really appreciate y'all's service and your time and your patience and what you do. And again, I understand and want everyone to understand this is about the future of Texas. It's not Austin BS, you know, that we put up with all the time. It's about the future of Texas. And this not happening in other places in Texas, wherever y'all are from. This kind of stuff doesn't happen. Thank you so much for your time.
1 second, sir, if you can. First of all, appreciate your testimony. I think Representative.
Yeah, I wanted to, you brought us lunch today, didn't you?
I don't know. Did I?
Speaker did.
I was here. I don't know. You got to eat?
Yeah. Wherever it came from, it was awesome. And so
I really appreciate you saying that. I hope you didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, we did. It's still there.
Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't travel as good. You ought to come down and eat in person sometime. It's really hot and greasy. It's really good.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry about what you're going through.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions? There being none. The chair calls Gerald Dougherty. Daugherty? Wow. My name, you think I'd get that one? All right, Gerald Dougherty. I show you for the bill and speaking on behalf of yourself, but if you would pronounce your name, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, my name is Gerald Dougherty. Since my name has almost been used in vain a couple of times this evening. But actually, I like most of these folks back here. I want to first say thank you to Representative Troxclair for bringing something to this community that is very near and dear to everybody in this country. And that is the right to be able to voice an opinion that, quite frankly, sometimes there are differences. I'm going to make a point to come to each one of your offices because there is a huge, huge backdrop to what we're talking about today. And I'm looking particularly thrilled to get to talk to Representative Bryant because I think that he might be a little misled about something that's happened. I mean, I've worked with Mayor Watson. I have been the Travis County Commissioner for 14 of the last 18 years in Travis County. So I know this county, I know it well. And I pridefully say that I'm probably the hardest person to bring along when we start talking about light rail. I certainly don't dislike public transit. We have to have public transit in every major metropolitan area, probably in the country. We have Capital Metro and they have 1 penny sales tax. And they've had 1 penny sales tax since 1985. They have collected $4.6 billion in the 38 years. We don't challenge whether or not public transit is something that we need. What we are challenging now with this bill is the right to know when somebody was wronged in this community. And I will tell you that I have never seen a more egregious ballot than what came before the voters in November of 2020. You know, when you have a ballot that's got 200 and something words, and if you haven't read the backdrop of everything about, and quite frankly, we know that people don't read those things. You ought to be able to go in about 5 minutes, you know, at least be able to take each item, spend enough time knowing what the item is about. This organization, ATP, has got to issue debt in order to build whatever they're going to build. It started out as a $7.1 billion plan. Within 3 years, it has grown to $11.6 billion, and it's only 30% engineered. And I will tell you that there are some 40 to 50 employees. I love the question that you asked, Mr. Chairman, about Mr. Canale. Can you tell me, and I quite frankly, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think that I'm wrong, but I think that ATP has collected $500 million, not $300 million, because they collected the first tax in 2020, 21 and 22. There will be another $150 to $60 million this year. Now, perhaps, I mean, you know, he's the president. He ought to know what his numbers are. But my calculations show that there are $500 million that has been collected. If you're going to issue debt in order to take this program forward, and I respect the will of the people, 95% of the time, we're all elected officials. And people know, we hope that they know what they're voting on. But I will tell you that that was not the case. And whenever I tell you the backdrop, which is going to be so, so important for you all to understand, and I commit that I'm going to come to each one of your offices and at least tell you what I think happened, because there's an interesting story. But without question, the state legislature, and as a commissioner, I would come over here at times and go, whoa. What, y'all are going to do what, county government? I mean, I would do that at times. I mean, I had a pretty healthy conversation in 19 with Senator Betancourt about Senate Bill 2, because I quite frankly was frightened by what sometimes will be handed down to us law-wise from the legislature, but they don't really give us a funding mechanism. So sometimes all of us that have been in local government know that that's an unfunded mandate. So that's the reason I was over here. The reason that I have so much objection to this thing is because it is only right for a community, if you're going to issue debt and you're going to try to move forward on this project, then every time that you want to issue a tranche of debt, the voters deserve to tell you whether or not they want to move forward with that. And that's really what 3899 is about. I mean, you know, I can stand up here all day and regale you about what I know about public transit and about rail transit, but that's not what we're here for. I got here with 6 of us at 6:45. The law enforcement officer wouldn't even let us in the building, but we thought we need to get here and make sure that we're going to be here on time. Thank you all for what you do. I mean, it's as Mark Niemer said, I mean, well, you guys are troopers. I mean, you know, do what you do, at least for the 5 months that you're here. This is a real simple deal, y'all. And I don't think it's a partisan deal. I think that regardless of what party you are, people ought to feel like that they have the right to vote when you are going to continue to issue debt. I will end it by this. The most egregious thing about this deal is a 20% property tax increase that started in 2020, the worst economic times ever in Austin, Texas. Even if you go back to 1929, it was the COVID year. January 1st, you got a high value on your properties, whether it was your business or whether it was your house. And 7 weeks later, a little thing blew in a town called the pandemic. It was closing businesses. People were trying to figure out how to pay for things. This thing comes along, And to add insult to injury, they charged everybody the 20% tax in 2020. Something's got to be done with this. I mean, I'm willing to work with them, and I'm willing to work with anybody, and people know that about me. But we don't have any choice. We had to come to you. I don't like you all to push us around locally. Nobody likes to. I mean, you've been, I know some of you have been school boards, some of you have been mayors, and probably all sorts of positions. This is not a tough ask for us. This is something that's really, really reasonable, and I would really appreciate y'all's consideration for this House bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. The chair calls Gonzalo Barrientos. Just have your name as Mr. Gonzalo Barrientos. You are here testifying for the bill on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
May it please the committee, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I shall be brief. I shall not filibuster. I was in the House 10 years and in the Senate 20 years, representing Travis County and the city of Austin. I am here as a citizen. I am not a lobbyist. I don't come to Austin to oppose the Project Connect. I am an Austinite, 60 years. Talking about bipartisanship. When I first started running for the House, members, people would ask me, Barrientos, are you a liberal or are you a conservative? And I'd say, wait a minute, don't give me that. I'm a liberal about babies and children, making sure they're safe and are loved and have a good education. I'm a liberal about the elderly, making sure that their health is upheld and medical treatment or whatever they need. I'm a conservative about spending money, especially other people's money. So when I was approached about Project Connect, I said, okay, it's very complex, 200 words. People still call me for help. What about this? So I went and tried to find out. Okay, one of the things I heard is they're going to dig a tunnel under Lady Bird Lake, right there across Congress over the bridge to South Austin. So I started asking some of these folks pushing it, how much is that going to cost? Well, we haven't done all the engineering on that yet. Not sure. Okay. I passed the Edwards Underground Water District so that we could keep our springs flowing here. Have you all done an environmental study? Well, no, that'll be coming. Folks, this is common sense. It affects every one of us. We are Austinites, we are Texans. It affects everybody. Could happen to you. So with that, all I say, if these folks, and I'm for all of these items that they were naming, they're for it and the price goes up, go back to the people and ask, we want this much money, and they say yes or no. That's it, Mr. Chairman. God bless you for serving. Any questions?
Thank you for your service. We appreciate that. Members, do we have any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The moment you've been waiting for. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3899? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Troxclair to close on the bill.
Just have another 7 pages of notes for you all. No.
Yeah.
It's not that funny? No?
No.
Okay. Thank you all for your attention. I really appreciate the people who came and testified and stayed late to do so and really brought the issue back to the question at hand, which has to do with, are we going to close a loophole in the way that the state regulates taxation authority? So just as a quick summary, all this bill does, it's only 3 pages. I do wish that people would read it. It doesn't have anything to do with real. It just says that local government corporations who are going to get revenue from a city in the way that has happened here, that they have to abide by the same rules regarding debt that every city and county in the state already does. It provides common sense continuity in state law regarding local debt. It ensures that voters are not subject to bait and switch campaigns, promised one thing and delivered another, because they are not subject to a budget restraint, and it prevents out of control spending above and beyond what voters agreed to. What it does not do, it does not change anything about the way GO bonds are issued or financed. It does not prevent Austin Transit Partners from continuing with Austin's Rail project, and it does not require a second vote for a bond. The questions about a second vote earlier, had Austin just put this on the ballot as a bond with a number of how much they were going to spend, we would not be here today. But they didn't. They circumvented that. They convoluted the ballot language. They did this transfer. They did all this other stuff that is not explicitly permitted in state law. And so now here we are. I do want to thank the speaker who very graciously provided lunch for this committee from Dirty's, as he is a fan and patron of the restaurant and also a fan of good and responsible government. Thank you to my bipartisan joint authors and finally to the committee. I really appreciate your time and look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Representative Bajan.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative, thanks for bringing this up. Wanted to ask you, is any city or county grandfathered if this bill passes? Or would this retroactively affect?
Great question. And the answer doesn't matter, because there is no other entity that is using this kind of tax financing. So it only applies to local government corporations who are receiving tax revenue from a city. This is the one and only time it has happened in the history of our state. So if you're aware of another entity that is utilizing this, please let me know. Sure. But generally, local government corporations are not receiving a dedicated stream of property tax revenue. They and cities are using bond financing, a regular bond that we're all familiar with. That is the way to fund infrastructure in the state of Texas. So this is the point. The whole point of this bill is it's a very unique situation, and we are worried that if we don't address it in this session, that it really might expose Texas voters and Texas taxpayers to unintended consequences of manipulation of state code. So please let me know if there's anybody that you know of that would be impacted.
The reason I ask is because when governments, especially governments, right? Again, I'm wearing my city council hat of ULIS and trying to see if I'm doing something that at that point of time is completely legal.
Right.
And in my mind, I'm giving all the information, being transparent with the voters of mine and letting them know this is what it does. There's always going to be a lot of people that will never actually read the ballot measure or the contract with voters. So I'm not sure if we'll ever get to that 100%, right? But let's say if hindsight is 20/20, so now we're going back and looking at this language and pinpointing it. It's easy to do right now, but at that time, this was legal.
It wasn't. I would say it wasn't illegal, but it wasn't contemplated in state law. So it's kind of like you coming up with a new crime. I mean, there's new stuff that's online. I don't know. There are things all the time that government that is not spoken to in state law as we continue as a society, and we have new things come up. And so all the time, the legislature is creating laws to address new crimes, new situations, new this, new that. This is a new item that has come up that we were working to address, and I believe that the language in the bill, while it doesn't grandfather the one entity that it would impact, Austin Transit Partners, it gives them plenty of time to go back to the voters. And you heard testimony from the rail supporters saying we have no question that this project is fully supported by the city of Austin. Sure. Great. Just go make sure that you're going to put a dollar amount on it. You have time to do that in November. They were not within this current project, the timeline. They weren't planning to move forward with the project before, there was not going to be a single piece of dirt that was moved before November anyway, is what I'm trying to say. They were hoping to get federal funding within the next 2 years, so it doesn't impact their timeline. They have plenty of time to go and get
I'm just looking at it from their perspective at that time, if they're being transparent and they've disclosed everything to the voters and voters overwhelmingly supported it. Now to be able to change the law on them retroactively and apply it to them in that manner, I'm just a little concerned. I'm not saying I'm not going to support. I'm just thinking through this and trying to see. I've heard both sides. A lot of people have said for, a lot of people have said against.
Sure.
And hindsight, like I said, is 20/20. So we can go back to that and pinpoint holes or say it's good. As a former city council member, anytime that we thought about sending it to the voters, I always was panicked. I always concerned, right? That will the voters understand exactly what our intent is? Are there informed voters that will read everything? So it's never like a slam dunk, right? Even though we think that voters overwhelmingly approved it today, tomorrow if we were to do it again, I'm not sure. Like exactly the same thing. If we ran again and again, let's say if we won November 8th, 2022.
Yep.
If we had the same election December 2022, I'd be concerned, right? Or even January 2023. So it's just whenever election happens, it's a little bit uncertainty. And all this money and time and resources have been spent. So I'm just thinking through, if I was a city council member in Austin, what would be going in my mind? And so that's what I'm just saying, if it's possible to make it for future city council members or cities and counties, as opposed to this thing that has already spun so much and has so much work already been done. And you heard like millions of dollars of taxpayer money has been spent. And I would hate it for it to be reversed and wasting all that money. Sorry, I don't want to take up too much time. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I think I'm going to get to the heart of your question in two ways. First of all, on the amount of money that's been spent, I think the testimony that we heard was maybe about $200 million that has been spent.
That's a lot of money.
Out of the proposed budget for the project is now over $11 billion. So I would say that if you're talking about just financial concern, that yes, $200 million is certainly a lot of money. $11 billion is much more. But really what you're asking is, you're saying they may or may not have known. At best, they did not know. At worst, they were intentionally exploiting a loophole. Either way, I would point you back to the ballot language, which is in your packet. Nowhere in the ballot language did the voters give approval to issue bonds. And that is the crux of this entire conversation. We can talk for or against rail, for or against, city versus state, whatever. The ballot language, when you issue bonds in this state, you are required to put in a ballot language that you are going to issue bonds in this amount. Look at the ballot language. It is nowhere to be found. The word bond is nowhere to be found in there. So my contention is what the voters actually gave permission to do was to create Austin Transit Partnership and to potentially loan money or grants. I mean, when you read the ballot language, that is what it says. It's going to create an independent entity that is going to loan money and provide grants. So that is what they had permission from the voters to go to. What they are trying to do now is to go and issue bonds, and those are two different things. Like a city has an ability to issue debt, right? As a city councilman, you say, yes, that's a power that we have. So that's what they're saying. This is the power that we already have. Just because a city has the power to issue bonds doesn't mean that they can do it without asking voters first. There's still a process. Yes, you have that power. The voters, no question. That is not a contention. I am not contending that the voters gave them approval or the ability, that power. What they did not do was give them the power to actually issue bonds, which is a very specific and separate debt financing instrument. So just because a city has the ability to issue bonds, they still have to go ask the voters, can we issue bonds in this amount? And that's all we're asking here. So I don't think that this is retroactive. I think I'm actually saying look at what was passed, look at it very carefully, and that's all that they have. That's all the power that they have. They didn't give additional power that is not spoken to in this language.
No, we heard some testimony that the contract with voters is taken in together in concert with the ballot language. So it's not just the ballot language. The ballot language says somewhere around to finance the transit support anti-displacement strategies related to Project Connect. There's use of word finance, loans, and again, I'm not. What I don't like is the precedent setting to keep on going back to the cities and say, you got this wrong in hindsight. I mean, I think it's more when they're doing this, if we are letting them know, hey, this is wrong, then they can do something about it. Right now, it's retroactively, what can they do? I mean, it seems that, and again, we've heard testimony that says the contract with voters and this is taken together. And so if I voted for this, I'm saying I'm voting for this to increase, whether it's 20% or 8.5% of my tax, whatever that amount is. I'm clearly looking at that and saying that's what I'm voting for. And for my city to get whatever funding sources that it needs to make sure that I can pay that off through this increase in taxes, right? I mean, without knowing a lot, whether it's funding, it says funding, bond or not, that's what I'm committing to do. Hey, I'm going to give you more tax, my tax dollars, so that you can fund this project, which I think is good. If I don't think this is good, I would not vote for it, right? The project is probably good. That's why somebody would vote for it, right? And I don't want to discuss, delay the language. I just thinking through this from different perspectives, and that's all. But we can touch base offline as well, for sure.
And I know that Chairman Capriglione touched on that. I don't know. I know you had to step away to lay out a bill in another committee, and so he did a really good job of touching on the very specific way, because state law. I mean, whether we like it or not, existing state law requires that if you are going to issue a bond, you have to ask the voters' permission. That has not happened in this case. So either we need to ensure that state law is very clear that a local government corporation must do that, or the alternative, I guess, is to undo decades of very clear state law that requires a city or a county to ask permission to issue a bond. So you can't have it both ways. This is the problem with this whole situation, is that they've found a gray area somewhere in the middle, and unfortunately, it's the taxpayers who have been. If we don't understand, we have had a big long conversation about it right here, right? And there's still some confusion about what exactly is going on. And if you think that something that's in a contract with the voters that was a city council, an 11-page city council resolution, does it say anything in there that, by the way, you have to go read 11 more pages of a city council resolution to actually understand what you were voting on? No, it doesn't. And so I just, again, regardless of this project, regardless of where you are on rail or any of these other things, what I want is consistency in our state law when it comes to taxation and bonds. And this bill would do that.
Thank you. Thank you,
Any other
Representative.
questions? Representative Frazier.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I know everybody wants to get out of here. Me the most. Yeah.
I think Representative Tepper the most.
Carl, you're going to wait. You're a freshman like me. You're waiting. So
Waiting for dirty mark.
I know.
That's it. Yeah.
We needed a martini machine.
Yeah, hey, there's some back there. Go get some.
So I love how you just said that we've all had this conversation for only when we started it, and I'm no clearer to what's happening or where we started from the first part.
Right.
But I want to my colleague over there, I will say this: we have a responsibility for what we got brought here for, and this is one of these responsibilities. Back home, I've got Collin County. We do not have a mass transit system, but we do have DART, which is a complete disaster. And so I love when folks come up here and spin this web of you got this fancy thing that moves people around everywhere, and it's going to cost nothing. What did he say? 45 cents a rider? That's baloney. That's a complete false statement. The Houston system that they have, I've just been texting with every Democrat and Republican that I know, and all of them saying it's at its lowest ridership in history, even before, even with COVID. So that's telling you something. So I'm looking at all these transit systems that are supposed to do this and do that, and I love you digging into this, and I think it is a responsibility for voters to know exactly what did they vote for when that language is that difficult to understand that we can't. Nobody up here can really understand that. I know that because we've been talking.
I think the chairman really got it.
His head's spinning, and he's the smartest person up here. And his head's spinning right now. So I'm just, thank you for bringing this forward for us to have a deep dive on what we're actually voting on or what we're doing and what you're doing to try to figure out what's actually going on. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I do want to respect your questions, and I'm happy to talk to you further offline. And I just want to reiterate that the people who came up here to testify in favor of this bill, I mean, they were former Travis County commissioners, former Travis County senators. Who else do we have? Judges, appraisers. I mean, pretty united. Everybody who has been paying attention to the way that financial systems work, Republican or Democrat, local or state official, are pretty united in encouraging us to ensure that voters have the information that they need and the accountability that they need. So I'm happy to answer any further questions, and thank you, Representative Fraser, for your comments.
Members, are there any other questions?
And if you pass the bill, I promise to stop talking.
Okay. Rather do that. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. All right. The chair lays out House Bill 1489 and recognizes Representative Tepper to explain the bill. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I know it's getting late. We'll move through, I promise.
Hey, how's it going? Before you start, Representative, the chair offers a committee substitute. With that, hopefully people will be quiet as they leave. Go ahead.
Chairman Capriglione, members of the Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services Committee, thank you for allowing me to lay out before you House Bill 1489. Thank you. You've laid out the committee substitute. A certificate of obligation, or CO, is a type of debt security issued by cities, counties, and hospital districts. Although COs are oftentimes used to finance public infrastructure projects, local governments have used COs to finance a variety of capital improvements, projects, and services. Local governments often issue COs in emergency situations when they need to finance a project quickly and do not have time to seek voter approval, or when obtaining voter approval is difficult. Unlike general obligation bonds, which require voter approval through an election, local governments may issue COs without seeking voter approval. Because issuing COs does not require voter approval, local governments are increasingly bypassing the voters and issuing COs to finance projects that have historically been financed through general obligation bonds. House Bill 1489 seeks to reduce the issuance of non-voter approved debt by ensuring a local government only issues the COs required for immediate needs when it does not have enough time to seek voter approval for debt issuance. Although local governments may currently issue COs for the construction of any public work, current law fails to provide a definition for public work. As a result, much ambiguity remains regarding the appropriate purposes for which a local government may issue COs. To remedy this issue, House Bill 1489 would only permit local governments to issue COs for designated infrastructure as defined by the sections of the tax code. Allowable uses of COs under my bill would be limited to infrastructure related to transportation, telecommunications, cybersecurity, and utilities. House Bill 1489 would allow the use of COs to circumstances during which a local government must act quickly and cannot feasibly seek voter approval before issuing debt. The bill would allow a local government to issue COs only if the local government believes the issuance of COs is necessary to mitigate the impact of a public health emergency or natural disaster. The bill would also allow a local government to issue COs in order to comply with a court order or with the state or federal law, rule, or regulation. Current law prohibits a local government from issuing COs to pay for a certain project that was rejected by voters within the preceding 3 years. House Bill 1489 extends that time period to 5 years. Whereas current law allows 5% of the local government's qualified voters to protest by petition the issuance of COs, House Bill 1489 lowers this threshold to 2%. The committee substitute intends to address feedback I have already received. House Bill 1489 is introduced, requires a local government to enter into a contract or written agreement for a certain project within 90 days of a local government authorizing the issuance of COs. My committee substitute lengthens this time period to 180 days. House Bill 49 is introduced, sought to define the term public work in the local government code. The committee substitute instead uses the term designated infrastructure as it appears in the tax code. Designated infrastructure is cleaner. It is already defined in the current law. The committee substitute also seeks to preserve the ability of local governments to issue COs for the purpose of refinancing debt, regardless of whether the debt is being refinanced was issued for designated infrastructure. We're allowing it for refinancing. Members, this bill simply seeks to ensure local governments are responsible stewards of public funds and ensure voters can participate in important decisions regarding the use of their tax dollars. If there are no further questions, I reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions? Not, reserve your right to close. And the chair calls Michael Nunez. You are Michael Nunez. You are testifying against the bill, and you're doing so on behalf of El Paso County Hospital District.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And I promise to be brief. Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Capriglione, Vice Chair Lambert, and honorable members of this committee. My name is Michael Nunez, and I serve as the District Chief Financial Officer for the El Paso County Hospital District, doing business as University Medical Center of El Paso. I'm here to respectfully testify in opposition to House Bill 1489, which limits the definition of public work and the circumstances for which a certificate of obligation, otherwise known as COs, can be authorized. More importantly, for a hospital district would be unable to use COs to finance hospital constructions. For a hospital district, COs are vital and critical to help address the healthcare needs of our underserved community. UMC El Paso is the only level 1 trauma center, the highest level in a 280-mile radius, the only level 1 Joint Commission certified comprehensive stroke center which is able to treat and care for the most complex brain injuries. We are also the region's only level 4 maternal care designated hospital, the highest level recognized. When it comes to far West Texas, there are clear geographical challenges, and it is even more important to have local financing flexibility to ensure that we can continue to provide El Paso and the region the highest level of health care. In the last 17 years, UMC El Paso has issued 2 COs, $120 million back in 2005 and $150 million back in 2013. These 2 COs help fund 2 neighborhood outpatient clinics in underserved areas, hospital campus renovations, including private room expansions, a surgical center, 2 satellite emergency departments, and investments in growing service lines. We believe that the current certificates of obligation statute is fully transparent, and in fact, if a CO is proposed, it's not always guaranteed given existing safeguards in the current statute. We, El Paso, experienced this last year when we sought to issue a CO for $346 million to finance a variety of expansion projects, including the building of a new urgent care center, expanding the number of critical care beds, and adding operating rooms, including one for burn patients, given that the closest burn unit for adults is in Lubbock, and for children, it's in Galveston. Most notably, the bond would have helped fund the first comprehensive cancer center in El Paso that would reduce El Pasoans leaving El Paso to receive cancer care. However, a petition on the CO bond did pass, surpassing the 5%, a signature required to prevent Commissioners Court from issuing the bond, without an election. It's important to note that as a public hospital, UMC El Paso has a different financial makeup than private hospitals. In our fiscal year 2022, we had $218 million of uncompensated care costs, of which our property taxes only cover half of that. As a taxing entity, only 10% of our hospital district revenue comes from property taxes. Further, we continue to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Over the last 2 years, we have proposed and had approved by the Commissioners Court a no new revenue tax rate, which reduced our property tax rate for the last 2 years. UMC El Paso continues to experience growth in patient visits and demand for healthcare services. In 2022, we saw 91,000 ED visits, an increase of 25% from the prior year. We had 972 outpatient visits, an increase of 11% from the prior year. Further reducing our financing mechanisms by limiting the use of COs does hamper our ability to accommodate the growing needs of our community and limit service capacity to West Texas. For these reasons, UMC El Paso opposes House Bill 1489. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Members, are there any questions for the witness? There being none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. The chair calls Carla Sierra. Don't see her. Carla Sierra. All right, we'll go to, the chair calls E.J. Anthony. Don't see. He's in the overflow room. Here we go. Let's bring here. Let's verify you are E.J. Anthony with the Heritage Foundation, and you are testifying for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On behalf of the Heritage Foundation, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to listen to a carpetbagger not once but twice in the same day, so thank you. Once again, I want to emphasize the fact that this piece of legislation aims to increase transparency and return power to the voters. There are additional benefits to it as well, not the least of which would be the fact that by changing some of these bonds from CO bonds, for example, to revenue bonds, you can actually reduce costs to taxpayers. A lot of times revenue bonds can get a bad name in the municipal bond market because on average they do have higher yields than GO bonds. That's true, but that's also because revenue bonds operate on a much broader spectrum in terms of risk. And so if you're dealing with a project that actually has a very steady and dependable revenue stream, you're going to get a lower yield than a CO or a GO, for example, and you can actually save the taxpayers money because this bill, in my opinion, as I read it, does not actually limit, for example, any particular kind of spending, but it simply requires that that spending needs to be approved by the voters, at least the spending in terms of the debt issuance necessary to finance it. I'll do my best. I'll just leave it there. I'm trying to do my best to keep this brief since I know we're all here very late this evening, but very happy to answer any questions that the members may have.
Members, do we have any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. The chair calls James Quintero. Make sure you are James Quintero. You are for the bill, speaking for the bill on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for your time. I'll try to keep it short. There's a lot to like about the Certificates of Obligation Reform Act. Just to mention a few things, it tightens the definition of designated infrastructure so as to exclude capital projects that ought to be decided by voters, like police stations, fire stations, and jails. It narrows the circumstances in which a governmental entity may incur CO debt. This ensures that needs may be met, but wants are fulfilled through other means. It also includes some important election integrity measures, like provisions to strengthen the petition process and to enhance the cooling off period that local governmental entities must observe after a failed bond election. These are the sort of common sense protections that we need today because the fact is that there's a lot of abuse in the system, and I just want to cite to a few instances. In Bexar County a few years ago, the officials down there got in trouble for spending $735,000 on a 45-foot tall sculpture of a woman's face crafted out of shining aluminum metal. In Amarillo, recently it was discovered that a water park had been built using COs, complete with a lazy river, cabanas, and a main pool area large enough for 400 people. In Travis County a few years ago, officials spent $328 million on a county courthouse that had been turned down just 3 years prior by voters. These are just a few examples of some of the abuse that's going on and some of the reasons why I hope the body will consider this legislation. But of course, this abuse is just a bit of the reason why I think this legislation is needed. There's also a lot of excess in the system, and I want to cite a little bit of data from the Texas Bond Review Board's latest annual report. Here's just a little bit. Since fiscal year 2013, CO debt outstanding has increased by 48.2% from $12.96 billion outstanding in fiscal year 2013 to $19.21 billion outstanding in fiscal year 2022. That's a substantial increase in non-voter approved debt that should make us pause and consider whether or not the appropriate taxpayer protections are in place as cities and counties increasingly rely on this tool to fund their capital project needs. The handout I provided to you gives a little bit more context to those comments. If you note on the very top, it says that the 20 highest issuers of CO debt accounted for 38% of all CO debt outstanding. So I would suggest to you that this problem is being exacerbated by just a select few. So with all of those things in mind, I would ask that the committee look favorably on HB 1489, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Seeing none. Thanks, James.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. The chair calls Troy Elliott. So Troy Elliott. All right. The chair calls Adam Haynes. For the record, you are Adam Haynes. You are here testifying against the bill on behalf of the Conference of Urban Counties.
Yes, sir. Adam Haynes with the Conference of Urban Counties, here to testify against the bill. But before I start, just like I did earlier today, I want to thank Representative Teffer and his staff. Open Door not only met with me and my colleagues, met with his county commissioner. And so thank you publicly for doing that. And starting off, the committee sub is a lot better, way lot better than the introduced bill. We've got a few issues left with the bill. We're continuing to work. We don't mind the cooling off period. If this were local government or county affairs, there would be gasp in the rooms because I'm actually agreeing with James Quintero, my friend, actually. But we don't mind the increased cooling off period. There's a couple other provisions that we absolutely love in the bill, and one of those is the refinancing aspect of it. Right now, with increased interest rates that we're all feeling, also county governments are feeling that same thing. There is going to be a need in the next, say, 4 or 5 years as we do bonds over the next 2 or 3 years. 4 or 5 years after that, we're going to need to do COs to refinance those bonds, and that is going to save taxpayers millions of dollars. And so to realize that COs are a good tool and a good instrument to do that is a much needed advance in the committee substitute. We certainly appreciate that. The couple of things that we still have some issues with is, no, I'm not talking about another bill, but if I would have been in front of this committee earlier, you heard me say that yes, there are things that should not be financed with CO bonds. We can all agree that splash parks and water parks and sports venues and things like that, but rather than trying to say what a public work project is, let's say what is not eligible under COs. under this definition, and Representative Frazier, I saw you look up. We couldn't do things for first responders and for police. A lot of the things we use COs for are for our first responders and for our in county world sheriffs, but city world police. We like to use COs for that because many times we need to buy those projects. We need to fund those life-saving equipment and materials soon and very quickly. We're not able to do that, so we want to work there. And then on the petition, 5% is a low bar to begin with, and to cut that to 2% is an extremely low bar. And so if we go through the process of getting the bond council and passing it and getting it by the fine pencil that the bond councils make us do to get a CO approved, to then have it taken back by 2% of the voters, that's a very low bar. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? We do not. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1489? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Tepper to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. This is an amazingly boring issue, but it's very important. It's a big deal if you hang around the City Hall types. These COs have been abused, and this needs to be fixed. If you're running a wonderful hospital, as we heard some testimony here today, that's great. Go to the voters. They will approve your bonds. If you need emergency equipment, and first of all, if it's an emergency, you can still use the COs. If it's not an immediate emergency, again, go to the voters. I promise you, if you make your case, they will approve your bonds, and you can go through with general revenue bonds. With that, Chairman and members, thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your hard work tonight. I appreciate you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Representative Tepper. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2400 and recognizes Vice Chair Lambert to explain the bill.
I'm too tired to go down to the podium, so I'm going to speak from here. This is a very simple bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2400 relating to photo identification for certain debit or credit card transactions. This bill seeks to repeal Section 508.003 of the Business and Commerce Code, which would remove the sunset date of September the 1st, 2023 that is currently in place. SB 1381 passed unanimously in the House in the 85th session. It provided merchants the ability to request photo identification at the point of sale and decline a transaction if they choose. Notably, this legislation is entirely permissive and simply gives merchants the option to implement this practice. Requiring photo ID has proven to be successful in reducing fraudulent purchases, giving merchants an additional tool to prevent unnecessary losses. As such, we should ensure that merchants are allowed to continue this practice. There are witnesses here today to testify, although they may be gone by now, and answer any questions you might have. I'm happy to answer any questions myself and respectfully reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions for Vice Chair Lambert? If there are not, we'll proceed to testimony. I do see, and the chair calls Stephen Skurlock. Your name is Stephen Skurlock. You are testifying for the bill on behalf of the Independent Bankers Association of Texas.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Steve Skurlock, Independent Bankers Association. What Vice Chairman Lambert said, he got it, he nailed it. I would be happy to answer any questions. This is a great bill. It's awesome.
Members have no questions. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. The chair calls Celeste Embry.
Celeste Embry, Texas Bankers Association, in support of the bill.
Okay,
I'm happy to answer any questions.
You are Celeste Embry. You are testifying for the bill. On behalf of the Texas Bankers Association, members, are there any questions? We have no questions. Thank you very much. All right. Is there anybody else here who wishes? You can all leave now. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2400? Not the chair recognizes Vice Chair Lambert to close on the bill.
I close.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lambert. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Thank you.
Chair now lays out House Bill 3395 and recognizes Chairman Capriglione to explain the bill. Chair offers committee substitute as offered by Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lambert, members. I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 3395. Thank you for laying out our committee substitute. Merchants like restaurants, hotels, retail stores, and many other small businesses pay banks and card companies like Visa and MasterCard an interchange fee and a network fee when their customers pay for a transaction by credit or debit card. Commonly referred to as swipe fees, these fees typically range from 2 to 5%. Because swipe fees are calculated as a percentage of the entire transaction, including any taxes the merchant is required by law to collect, merchants are actually paying card processors a significant fee to be the government's tax collector. These swipe fees become incredibly expensive for merchants. A small merchant with $1 million in credit and debit card sales will spend about $30,000 in swipe fees a year, with nearly $2,500 of those fees being paid solely to collect and remit taxes. House Bill 3395 protects merchants from paying swipe fees on state and local taxes. Specifically, the bill requires card processors to either deduct taxes from the swipe fee calculation or rebate the swipe fees that are attributable to taxes. You're likely going to hear testimony today from banks and card processors saying that they don't have the data to know what part of a transaction is taxes. Therefore, they don't know how much to deduct or rebate. They only see one total number come through with the transaction, and I understand that concern. The committee substitute to House Bill 3395 helps alleviate this concern by essentially saying that if the card companies cannot separate out the data on sales versus taxes, then the burden shifts to the merchant to prove up what is owed as a rebate. The merchant can do this through point-of-sale records or tax filings. This bill will help save Texas businesses from paying fees on taxes we require them to collect and remit back to the state and local governments. With that, I hope you will carefully consider the merits of this bill. I reserve the right to close.
Members, are there questions for Chairman Capriglione? If there are no further questions, we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls Douglas Cantor. We show you, Mr. Cantor, as testifying on behalf of yourself and on behalf of the National Association of Convenience Stores, and you are testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate it. Just to give you a sense, the convenience store industry I represent is very prominent in Texas. Lots of businesses headquartered here. Most of the industry, about 60% of it, single store operators, but there are some larger businesses, Buc-ee's, 7-Eleven, and others that are based here as well. This is the number one public policy problem that our industry faces, period. The swipe fee system in the United States is a broken market. It works in the following way, and here's the center point of the problem. Banks and credit unions issue consumers these cards, credit or debit cards, but they do not set their own prices, and 80 to 85% of what the merchant pays is what they pay to the financial institution, bank or credit union that issues that card. But those banks don't compete with each other on this. They compete with each other on everything else and do a great job of it, but not on these swipe fees. Visa and MasterCard set the fees for them centrally, and they all agree to charge the same thing. And so without price competition, the fees only go up. And just to give you a sense of that, those fees are the number 2 operating cost of folks in our industry, behind only labor, but more than rent and utilities. That is true across all of retail, on average. higher than rent and utilities. The total swipe fees across the nation are $160 billion a year. That number is up $22 billion just from 2021 to 2022. To put that in perspective, the entire annual revenue of the National Football League is $19 billion. So just the increase was more than NFL revenue. It has gotten to a point that it is an unsustainable path. Now, that central price fixing, that problem is not going to be solved by this bill. It's a big national problem that we've been fighting about and we've got to deal with. But what this bill does is incredibly important because it gets at a Texas-specific corner of how these things work that is especially unfair and problematic. And that is the charging of the fee on the tax amount that merchants collect on behalf of the state and localities in Texas. That is a problem because the credit card companies actually get the tax money first on a credit card transaction. And they take away part of the tax money. And then the merchant has to reach into their own pocket and make up the difference. It is penalizing them financially for the privilege of collecting tax on behalf of the state of Texas and Texas localities. And this is especially important here because the state is so reliant upon these sales tax revenues. It's 59%, right, of state tax revenues come from these taxes. So this is the right place to take this step and take a look at it. And for merchants, it is a key thing to make sure it's fair to them. And I want to say a couple things about the feasibility of this and how it works. In credit card transactions, the sales tax data is communicated along with the transaction to the credit card company. It's known as level 2 data. Visa, just to understand this, has a service they provide to merchants for a fee if they want to sign up for it called IntelliLink. The IntelliLink service is Visa says, we'll sell back to you your sales tax data that we already have from all your transactions. You'll have to pay us for it, but we'll sell it back to you. And they are very specific in their marketing materials in saying to merchants, you don't need any new software or any new hardware to participate in this. Just pay us, we will sell it back to you. Now, some merchants do that. It can be a helpful service, but it shows they have the data, they get it routinely, and when it's a revenue source, that's great and they're happy to tout it. With this bill, it would not be a revenue source. It would be helpful to the merchants, the fact that it gets communicated, and now all of a sudden it's a problem. We don't find that particularly credible. But the bill takes an extra step, as the chairman explained, and says, look, if you can't do it at the time of the transaction, that's fine. It may be hard. Just do a rebate process afterward. And the merchant can send in their data, and you can provide the rebate of the tax amount. And these rebate, or I should say, reconciliation processes after the fact are routine and happen on transactions all the time. Visa and MasterCard do these in the billions of dollars. In fact, they have systems already set up to do chargebacks where merchants get assigned fraud. And in fact, now, according to the Federal Reserve, pay the majority of fraudulent transactions, 56% of them, according to the Fed. In the billions of dollars, they come back months later and take the money out of the merchant's account. So they can do it the other way, right? Not only is it chargebacks, they also have similar systems for fee adjustments, charges for card reissuance, non-compliance assessment against merchants, and many more. So having one more rebate system that is much smaller in dollars is certainly doable. And just to understand, I think it's helpful to walk through a basic transaction to understand the magnitude of what we're talking about here and why I say we're not solving everything. Take a $100 transaction, a typical $100 transaction, that in Texas with 6.25% state tax, 2% local tax, about 8.25% total taxes that the merchants collected. It's $108.25. On the $100, the merchants will pay, on average, about $3 in swipe fees to the banks and credit card companies. On the $8.25, they'll pay another 25 cents. All we're talking about in this bill is the other 25 cents. $3 will still go to the banks and credit card companies. That is still a rate of swipe fees, just so we're clear, that is the highest in the industrialized world. No place else pays swipe fees as high as Texas businesses would still be paying, even excluding the tax amounts from that calculation. And the last thing I would note here is, look, we should all just be aware and eyes open that the truth is we all pay this, right? With fees of 3% on average, retail profit margins on average are 2.5%. Retailers cannot absorb these fees. They must get passed on to customers or they would go out of business because the fees are so high. And in fact, if you take a look at it, Federal Reserve economists just came out with a report on this. The Hispanic Leadership Fund did a similar report last year, and they said, hey, you know what? It's low credit score and low income consumers who get hit by these fees the worst. And in fact, they end up through these fees transferring money to high income and high credit score individuals to the tune of about $13 billion a year. So that's what we end up dealing with, all of us as individuals, without even knowing it, right? We don't see the fees. There's no price cues. There's no market here that deals with how this system works. That is largely a creature of Visa and MasterCard's rules that have limited merchants for years in how they deal with them and make it so there's no price cues and there's no market system for merchants to be able to say, hey, we'll take some cards, but not the most expensive ones, et cetera. So with those problems laid out, I will tell you, this is a top priority for our industry. We've been working on it for many, many years in ways large and small. And this bill, taking a very targeted approach, we think is welcome, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions?
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cantor, for your testimony. I've been a member of National Association of Convenience Stores for 24 years, and I own gas stations. I completely understand the intent of Chairman for bringing this. I want to make sure, especially in the gas fuel market where our margins are 10 cents, our credit card fee is 12 cents a gallon, and so it really does not make any profit. But in the inside point of sale system, would this have any burden on retailers in implementing this kind of reduction of the taxes on the tax, reduction of the fee on the taxes?
It would not. Just as Visa explains, they already get the tax data. It's already there. And to the extent that anything else is needed, they can do it as an after-the-fact rebate system, which would have nothing to do with the point of sale.
If they pick the rebate system, but if they pick something that's on the swipe, would we have to buy any more equipment for it or any?
There's no, as Visa says, there's no new equipment, no software needed. There may be a software update in order to do this at the same time, but we don't see any big capital expenditures for retailers in doing this at all.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Criggendale.
Thank you. So I was just thinking about the first time I really got to see these fees, and that's when I saw campaign contributions coming in. And someone's campaign contribution was, if it was a $100 donation, it was only $96.50. I feel like maybe that would be a good committee substitute amendment, is that this fee wouldn't go to campaign contributions. And I think that would let more people understand just how much of when they go and they buy something, how much of it is going to a third party that's nowhere near them. And so the question is, why is it 3.5 cents? What is it in other countries, right? I mean, why here in order to go and move money from your account at a bank that's essentially virtual, right? Some digital account in some bank to move that money to another account, possibly in that same bank? Why are we paying so much?
It's a great question, because you would think that these electronic transactions should be more efficient and therefore should be cheaper. But in fact, they've exceeded the cost of paper checks. And that was true even several years ago. You used to have to fly the paper checks physically, the original, to the right clearing bank around the country. So the problem is precisely that, because Visa and MasterCard set the fee and then set a series of rules. For example, they tell merchants, if you want to take any single card from any bank that issues our card, you must take all of them without exception. And so they've, over time, created more and more expensive, usually higher rewards type of cards. And that's made it a more expensive system. And because the merchants don't have that normal market choice, right? What cards I'll take, what cards I won't take, how they'll deal with this. They, for many years, outlawed, for example, adding a charge to cover the credit card fee, all those sorts of things. Because you don't have those normal market mechanisms, Visa and MasterCard don't compete for merchants. They don't have to. Merchants can't realistically say no to all the banks across the country, all the credit unions, et cetera. And so they only compete to get the bank's business, right? They do compete to say, Bank of America, whoever it is, it's very concentrated, credit cards in the few largest banks across the country. Hey, issue our card. How do they do that? They compete by saying, well, we'll make the fees higher. And so Visa and MasterCard keep one-upping each other, and that's why it's continually more. Now, in other countries, quite a few of them have regulated in much more stringent ways than we've ever talked about here. So, for example, they capped the fees in Australia, they capped them in Europe, but there's even lots of countries where they haven't done anything, but just because Visa and MasterCard have not been quite as dominant there over time, the fees are still much lower.
Can I continue? What are those fees? Like, what are they capped at?
Oh, so in Europe, the cap is 0.3% on credit. So it's, 1/8 more or less of what they are here. In Australia, it's 0.5%.
Right. So it's possible. I went, anyway, I had a conversation with some of them, as you can imagine, and they're like, we don't get any information. All we get is how much was charged. They were saying that was the only data they got, was the total amount. But to your point, there is additional information that's available. We had a conversation about someone else's bill earlier today about other codes and other things that essentially, whether it's on the front end or later on, that are contained, right? So there's a lot of data. And so the question has come up in terms of, what do I have to do to change the software? Is this even possible? Is it even theoretical? And so, just about a couple of weeks ago, I had to go get my daughter's birth certificate, right? So I go down to the Tarrant County Clerk's office, and it's $20 plus a $1 processing fee. So based on the knowledge I had learned from some of the folks who were opposed to this bill, I assume, I don't know how they're going to do that. They're going to charge me $21. But you know what? They didn't charge me $21. They charged me a $20, and then they charged me a $1. They had somehow magically separated those two fees. So it's not that difficult to separate these fees, is it?
It's not. It's very doable. And again, they do get this track 2 or level 2 data that has the sales tax information. So it's very doable for them.
Now, what does this mean to the average consumer, right? I go and I want to buy something for $10. How does it affect me? I mean, is this just something to help the retailers? How does this impact me, the consumer, the person that we're trying to help with this bill?
So, as I said, consumers pay all these fees. They just don't know it. It's built into the price of virtually everything that we buy every single day, because retail profit margins are incredibly slim because those markets are so price competitive. And so, will you see it on the $10 transaction? No, an average consumer won't notice it. But the economics tell you that those profit margins stay very narrow and do not diverge. If everybody's fees go down as retailers, they compete away the extra every single time. And so overall, consumers will save. And that's, as I said, the conclusion from the Federal Reserve economists just came out with this report a couple of months ago, and the Hispanic Leadership Fund last year. They both concluded, yes, consumers do pay these fees. So to the extent there's a reduction, consumers will see that benefit. And I would just note, in a time of very high inflation, where these fees are set largely as a percentage of the transaction amount, they are automatically inflationary, right? Merchants end up chasing their tails because if you're paying 2, 3, 4% on every transaction, for our folks, if the price of oil goes up and they have to raise their prices to cover that so they don't lose money, the fee goes up too. And suddenly they'll look around and say, well, we covered the extra price of oil, but now the fees are more. So we have to raise our prices again, and the fees go up again. So it's automatic every time.
You know, I think one of, I want to say funniest part of all of this, but I guess maybe saddest part of all this is some will say, well, you know, we're paying for the fraud, potential fraud in this, right? So, you know, you have to give us 3.5 cents at every dollar just because of the massive amount of fraud. So I'll go and use my card, and I'm just doing the same thing I do all the time. I go to use DoorDash, fraud alert, right? Like, it's my money, my bank, fraud alert. I go to 7-Eleven, fraud alert. But then, and I can show anybody who cares, humongous transaction goes through on my card that my bank didn't catch. So explain to me, because I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, who actually pays if there's a problem?
Yeah. So first, we should be clear, Visa and MasterCard do not pay if there's a problem.
That's right.
They decide who pays, but they don't pay. They have no skin in the game, and that's its own problem. But according to the Federal Reserve's latest data, 56% of that fraud is covered by merchants.
By the merchant. In other words, the person who is supposed to take the card, they're the ones who are on the hook for a lot of it.
That's right. That's right. And as I said, that can be taken away months later. The merchant can think, oh, I've got that money, that was good, and see the money literally just disappear from their account.
56% of the payments are paid for not by the Visa or MasterCard or the bank. It's paid, in fact, by the merchant who accepted that card.
That's right. Consumers end up covering about 8% of it. Some of it doesn't get covered. Consumers, for example, on credit, under federal law, have liability up to $50, and then they have to be reimbursed. So 8% is consumers, about 36% is the financial institution. So this is a shared burden, but the truth is, if this were to cover fraud, the fees would go in the opposite direction to merchants today, and they would get the money. And I should just say, in terms of scale, we should just be aware, as I said, total fees are $160 billion a year. Total fraud's about $10 billion, maybe 11 now. So there's a big delta there, right, if we're just talking about fraud.
So, right. So that's 10% of the revenue that's collected by fees. So in other words,
even less, but yes.
So right. So out of a 3.5% fee, 0.35, let's just say, whatever, 0.3 of that is for the fraud piece of it.
Right. And most of that, the merchants pay.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to hear a little bit of testimony probably about what that fraud represents and how it's increased exponentially in terms of financial institutions and the lenders. And that's what I want to make sure we don't overlook here is that in this transaction, and I'll go back to your example of say, spending $100 or whatever with a merchant, there is a loan transaction involved here because the merchant's going to get immediate access to the funds, and some lender is providing credit to that consumer for some period of time. Maybe it's just 30 days until the statement goes out on the credit card bill, but they're going to actually provide a loan. And so there is a cost associated with that the retailer's not having to go out and borrow money at maybe 3 or 4%, whatever that merchant or swipe fee may be to them, to create the cash flow that they would not receive if they had not engaged in a credit card or a debit card transaction, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There is a service there. We don't dispute that at all. As I noted, still on that $100 transaction, even under this bill, right? The $3 would still get paid, still the highest fees in the world. It's just the extra 25 cents that we're really talking about here.
Okay. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Stephen Skurlock. Mr. Skurlock, we have you registered as representing the Independent Bankers Association of Texas, and you are registered as against the bill.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Steve Skurlock, Independent Bankers Association of Texas. I have to tell you, I was impressed with Mr. Cantor's commentary. I feel like I've got about 437 issues, and that may be his primary issue, it sounds like. So it's very compelling. I will do my best to move forward here and have 3 minutes or less if anyone's keeping track of this. And it's good that you guys kind of have the day off tomorrow, is what I understand. Is that right? First, that's what I heard, Representative Frazier. Yes. It's obviously always a bit uncomfortable to testify against anyone's bill. I will, Mr. Chairman, tell you it is a little uncomfortable testifying against yours. You have been very gracious. You guys have been awesome to deal with, and I obviously appreciate that. Interestingly, too, today, before this, Vice Chairman Lambert, we talked about HB 2400, which the retailers were supportive of that in 2017, and I'm hoping they dropped a yes card today. They are the visible proponents of HB 3395. In the information that we've been able to gather from those that have dealt with this issue in other states, and it's been some 22, if I'm not mistaken, and as far as I know, it's been reported that none of those bills have been signed into law. But the background, if you will, is the large merchants. And we'll talk about some numbers. My numbers that I have are a little bit different than the ones that someone discussed or were presented, and I, again, will provide what I have. It's a strange world in which we live. At its core, and I think this is really important, this is roughly an 8% transfer of revenue from financial institutions to processors and merchants, and that's kind of what we're looking at. The proponents are asking you as members of the legislature to intervene in a contractual relationship, private sector contractual relationship, and to choose winners and losers. And for those of you who have been here a while, you're aware that that's not a very comfortable position on occasion. And it just isn't. I do not in any way purport to be an expert or know all the ins and outs of the payment system. I am hopeful that there are some. I know we have one of our bankers that is here and can answer some specific questions. What I do know is that our payment system allows an individual to go pretty much anywhere in the world, either physically or virtually, and by using a piece of plastic, a few numbers, or an app on a smartphone, purchase goods and services from a merchant who has virtual certainty of being paid on a timely basis. The creation, security, and ongoing maintenance of that system is not without significant expense. We at IBAP made a conscious decision several years ago, pardon me, to migrate away from accepting the majority of our payments by check with invoices, follow-up, dealing with return items, and all the rest of the fun associated with that process. We're convinced it was a proper decision. The volume of activity has increased over the past 5 years, and we paid over $40,000 last year in interchange fees or swipe fees. We believe that it's still a very significant savings, and it's saved us lots of heartaches and headaches. We are sympathetic to the concerns and costs of small businesses, not so much of the giant retailers and online providers. There are options to explore if the goal is to provide some relief to the little guys. We are supportive of Chairman Lambert's HB 3615, which allows for surcharges on credit cards. Some retailers are already doing this through discounts for debit or cash. Representative Slauson has HB 2292, which provides a graduated tax rebate. We get it. We understand small businesses are our customers, are our friends, are our neighbors, and we understand what's going on. Our fervent hope is that this bill spends a whole lot of time in the pending category in this committee, and we shall see. I'll be happy to try to address any questions that any of you may have.
Members, are there any questions of this witness?
Did you like that?
Yes.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Gerlach. So you said the percentage that would be transferred is 8%, but we're talking about 3%, or not even 3%, even like 0.25% or so?
If we are you checking my math, Representative? I'm sorry, it's been here a while. There is a charge on that sales tax percentage, which again is 8.25%. So it is either a debit card charge of roughly 0.3% or 30 basis points-ish, or a credit card charge. And again, the average that we're showing is around 2.5. It was purported to be higher than that with the last witness, which I have no reason to doubt. Again, they're the ones that are paying this stuff. So we can go back and look at it, but basically, if it's a $10 charge, you're paying $10.83. If it's 30%, you're losing roughly 8% of your interchange fee. So it's not necessarily 8% of a charge, but it's an 8% when you look at what the interchange fees or the swipe fees come. I would argue that that's 8%.
Sure. Okay.
If that makes sense. So 8% of the charge for the fee, if it's 42 cents, you're taking, what, 3.5 cents roughly?
How big of a burden would that be on y'all?
That's a very relative question. We are, like everybody else, dealing with tightening margins. You know, there was discussions of margins. Banks will make, if they do a good job, roughly 1% of their assets. They'll make, 10-ish% total return on their equity is considered high performing. We are dealing with rising interest rates. We're dealing with increased loan losses as we see the economy kind of quiver in a few areas. Our labor costs go up. We get to pay taxes as well. So a lot of our expenses are going up, and not to mention the regulatory issues that we get to deal with that are primarily emanating from Washington, D.C. So our costs are going up as well.
Yeah.
So would it impact us? Yeah.
I wonder how the rest of the world can, offer 0.05% on that. Maybe I shouldn't expect the 2% cash back that I get from Capital One credit card.
Potentially, and I'm not advised, and I would, again, I think that there are some issues and some questions that could come up that we are obviously able to get those that deal with it from MasterCard, Visa, banks, whatever, and I'm more than happy to follow up with any of you guys on that. Absolutely.
Members, other questions?
Well, that was easy. Thank you.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate it. You bet.
Chair now calls Annie Spillman. Ms. Spillman, we have you registered as representing NFIB, and you have registered in favor of the bill.
That's correct. Yes. Thank you for having me. My name is Annie Spillman. I am with NFIB, and I'm here in favor of House Bill 3395. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for carrying this legislation. Really here to just speak about, obviously the small businesses that have been dealing with the price increases, obviously due to inflation, the worker shortages. Our small businesses have increased, doing what we can to attract workers by increasing wages. We've got the supply chain issues, and obviously the more supplies they've got on, that's the more inventory, the more taxes they pay on that. But dealing with the 40-year high inflation, and obviously this has become an issue. I will say that, especially with our community bankers, our small businesses have always had a good relationship with the community bankers, and I'll say in the time of the PPP, during the pandemic and getting the PPP loans, I'll tell you, our community bankers were lifesavers for our small bankers. I know that this is one of those things where it's one where it's going to be hard to find an agreement, but I hope that we can find something that'll make it workable for all of us. This cost, and you'll hear from a small business owner in the room, but even what may seem like a small amount of money to some folks could be the difference to a small business owner in paying their bills and, maybe even increasing wages, offering some bonuses, hiring some more people. But, these types of charges that have been exacerbated by other increases to their bottom line are costing Main Street money that they need to survive, to be honest. And, there hopefully could be some solutions that we could work on. I'm by no means an expert in this category, just really here to offer our support and know that we, NFIB is a national organization, have looked at efforts on the national level as far as price transparency and things that we can do in this regard, but on the state level as well. And as Steve said, that there's been efforts made in other states that haven't been successful, so we'll see what we can do here in Texas. But we are proud to work with our other business organizations on this and see what we can do. But any dollar saved, that's going to go right back into the employees that they hire, really, to be frank. And honestly, that's going to go right back into our economy, no matter how small that is. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness?
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Annie. Chair now calls Ron Butler, the First Financial Bank. Had to go back. Chair now calls Skeeter Miller. Mr. Miller, we have you registered as Skeeter Miller, representing yourself, County Line Restaurants, and you are in favor of the bill.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I know you all have had a long day, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. I represent myself, and I am in favor of HB 3395. I've owned and operated the County Line Restaurants for over 47 years. I'm proudest of the fact that my average employee tenure is 37 years, and the reason for that tenure is because I provide bonus programs, insurance, employee meals, IRA matching funds, and I've given out over $500,000 in loans, interest-free loans to my employees when they were in need. In 47 years, I've been through a lot, and COVID really did kick us in the teeth. In one of my locations, I lost $2.7 million in sales each year in 2 years. Now, supply chain issues, shortages of supplies, inflation. In just one of my locations, year over year, our utility costs have gone up $32,000. Food cost on just beef and pork ribs has gone up $260,000. The dish soap, important stuff, $10,000. The cost of potatoes, and I make damn good potato salad for a living, has gone from $14 to $60 a case. That's an additional $88,000 a year. My labor costs are up $206,000. That's a total of $596,000 on just 5 items. We have hit the wall on what we can increase our prices for people will pay for a plate of barbecue, honestly. Along with dealing with the rising costs and doing business, we have to pick apart our financial statement and look for any area that we can possibly find to save money. And I've a handout for you all, if you don't mind looking at that. I've got some real numbers here, okay? This isn't smoke and mirrors. I went to my accounting department and I said, I want you to look at my credit card fees because that is a large line item in our restaurants. As you can see, I've listed all my restaurants here, and I've gone through their sales from 2018 to 2022. I always look at my financial statements and I go straight to the bottom line. And when you go to the bottom line, you see what our total sales were, and our credit card fees for those 5 years was $2,578,000. That's real money. But and that's not why I'm here. That's the cost I have to have and deal with to be in business. And I negotiate my credit cards fees the best I can. But the reason I'm here is because our credit card fees we pay on sales tax in those 5 years was $209,000 on the sales tax. I have the privilege of collecting sales tax for the state in order for the state to run, but I don't think I should be paying a credit card fee on the sales tax. I have to tell you, in 47 years, if I look at the average here of $43,000, I just took it conservative, $43,000 a year that I pay on sales tax, I pay credit card fees. That would be over $2 million in the 47 years I've been in business. That's money that I can put back into my business to possibly expand. But most importantly, all these issues that I've put on the table here that I do to take care of my employees and have a tenure like I have, that money would come in super handy. And today, with the cost to live in Austin, Texas, and some of the cities, a lot of my employees live far outside the city. There may be a mom that needs money for gas to get to work. There may be a family that needs more money for their health insurance. That money is what I need. I need that money. And you all have an opportunity to really look into this, use these numbers, and I just think it's time for a change. I appreciate you listening to me, and I'm open for any questions.
Members, questions? Chairman?
Less a question than just thank you for doing that. I know restaurant work is difficult work. I know the margins are pretty low. And, I'll tell you, just in the last month, we found out that banks all over the country had about $800 billion of unrealized losses on their balance sheets that the Federal Reserve lent them through their discount window, hundreds of billions of dollars, all backed by us and backed by you. And it is kind of aggravating that they'll nickel and dime you on this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, other questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, one more thing. I am a shameless promoter. So there's a picture in the back of my barbecue, and I know you've been here all day. So if you could go eat out there and please pay cash, okay?
I'm hungry now. Okay. Chair calls Al Villarreal. Sorry. Mr. Villarreal, we have you testifying on behalf of the International Bank of Commerce, Brownsville, Texas, and TBA, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to testify. I am the CEO and board chair for International Bank of Commerce in Brownsville. We started in 1984 with more employees than customers. And today, we have 12 branches, and total assets were about $1.5 billion. We're also part of the largest minority-owned bank in Texas. It's a multi-bank holding company, International Bank Shares. They're a publicly traded company, and they're about $15.5 billion. All of the growth that we have had here in Texas is because of our customers. And a big part of those customers are small business. So I'm a little uncomfortable talking about my partners that helped me grow my business. And now we have to hear and we have to argue kind of back and forth or present our positions back and forth about a very important issue. I am not a credit card expert. I am a debit card expert. Interchange income is assessed on debit card transactions and credit card transactions. So at IBC, if you want to come, you open up an account, we'll give you a debit card instantly, and then when you pay, that money will be debited from your account. It's not a loan, right? And then we charge a fee. Back in 2010, the federal government, not the state of Texas, chopped our interchange fees on debit cards in half. It was about 45 to 55 cents. Today, our fees that we receive are 24 cents maximum on debit card transactions. I'm not talking about credit card transactions. I'm not an expert on credit cards. We don't issue credit cards, okay? We issue debit cards. So as a result, it hurt us. it changed our total business model. And for the first time, we had to close offices because those fees help us support the delivery systems, our personnel, our overhead, utilities, and taxes. And we closed 55 offices. In my county, Cameron County in Brownsville, Texas, was at 15 branches, and I closed to 12 branches. It was very serious for us. It changed everything, okay? So how much money do we make? Margins are thin. I know my customer. I'm a community banker, right? And I appreciate the lady who said before that we worked very hard on PPP. And it reminds me because we worked for 30 days in a row for our small businesses. And the first day we gave them off was Easter Sunday. And I told my employees, let's go home. Don't worry about it. And they said no. And they were on salary. They worked overtime. They didn't ask for any money because we understand that we're only successful if our small businesses are successful. If they're not successful, then we're not successful as well. So on average, our margins are the same. For every dollar in deposit, a high-performing bank will make about a penny, maybe a penny and a half, depending on the economy in certain environments, right? So our margins are thin as well. And we want to help the small businesses, but we just don't, our interchange income that we receive right now, at 24 cents because of the size of the bank that we are, we use that money for distribution, for security, to protect personal financial information, and for fraud. We pay, in a given year, I will pay out $1 million in fraud. It's not fraud committed by the merchant, it's fraud committed by the customer. But once we pay, and if there's a fraud settling, we have to deal with those issues. Fraudsters, cybersecurity, thieves are some of the smartest people around, and it's very difficult to always have them figure out. So it's a continual investment of security, protection for cyber. I think that I would love for the small businesses to have some relief. I would hope that the state of Texas would come up with an alternative solution, such as let's just reduce their taxes, right? Or let's increase their holdback fees. But to take that money that we need for ourselves and to give it to them, it's a matter of picking winners and losers. And I'm just speaking from a community bank perspective. I'm not a large multinational bank. We're a Texas and Oklahoma bank. Thank you for your time.
Members, questions? Could you just quickly elaborate a little bit on how much that fraud has increased over the last just 5 to 10 years?
The thing about the fraud, it comes in waves. And so we have people from Russia trying to attack our system 24 hours a day, 24 hours. So they'll go a period of months where we see normal activity, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's very unpredictable because those folks, quite frankly, unfortunately, are geniuses at what they do. And so for us, we will go through a year where we will have tremendous fraud. We'll figure it out. We'll put a stop. And as soon as we do that, like every other business has to deal with these issues, we have to deal with it as well. But we need that interchange income to continue to provide this product. I have a study, we'll forward it to you. Accepting cash costs merchants 9.1%. That's the cost of doing it. Why? Cash. You got to count it. You got to accept it. You got to count it. You got to store it. You got to audit it. Sometimes it has a tendency to disappear more than you want, and then you got to deposit it. That costs money. The cost of debit cards, not credit cards, debit cards is 1.2%. It is a win-win product for our customers and for the bank. And so we just want to continue to preserve and make that vehicle available and stronger with the confidence that it has today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Terry Maxey. Mr. Maxey, we show you registered as testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. I told him I could go all night long on this. You just get me queued up on credit cards. My name is Terry Maxey. I'm honored to be here. I am a small business owner based in Uvalde, Texas. We had a business that started about 40 years ago with my father, and I work that business today with my brothers, my son, my sister-in-law, so it's a little bit of a family affair. We've been fortunate to grow over the years. We operate in 12 counties kind of around Uvalde, so we're sort of spread out to the border and back this direction, all that sort of stuff. I am no expert at credit card fees. I'm an expert at how much they cost me. I can tell you that for sure. You know, when you look at how those credit cards work for us, I'm not going to go over the 3 cents. Everybody understands it's about a 3% every time somebody swipes. You know, they swipe for $1, I get 97 cents back 2 days later in my bank account. Okay, that's how it works. After the pandemic and so forth, the credit card usage started increasing, and what that meant is that you've got a net increase in these fees that you're paying to the business, you know, to the credit card companies, to the banks. It's an increased expense to our business. Today, when you look at the convenience store business, 75%, 3 out of every 4 transactions are conducted by credit cards. Frankly, it might be higher than that. I mean, anybody in this room everybody goes and puts their credit card or their debit card in the slot at the pump. That's how it's done. 75% at least. So the bulk of these transactions are credit cards. You can't do anything about it. There's no control we have over it. We have no way to negotiate the rates, to cut a better deal, to work out something and not do something over here and do something over there. All of those things are absent from small businesses. We are handed a rate sheet. It's very, very complex, very difficult to understand, and that's what we get charged. We basically know what our credit fees are when we look at our bank statement and say, okay, well, this is the amount of money that's missing. It turns out to be about 3%, and I know a couple of folks that said maybe it's down in the low 2s or 2.5. I've not been able to recreate that. It is high. It's not just the fee. A lot of times there's little bitty fees that go along with equipment and things like that sort of add to that cost. But I would count it as about 3 cents on every dollar that we're paying. You know, there's more to the cost than that. In the past 3 years, our industry has gone through sort of a seismic change in the amount of equipment that we have to install in our stores. We had to go in each convenience store and spend about $100,000 on credit card equipment that is designed to read the chip, the EMV equipment. That change, while it's probably a good change, was forced on us by the credit card industry to protect them from fraud. That was a very important thing. And because there's no competition, they had the ability to push that down to the retailer and say, you know, you guys pay for all the equipment so that we can eliminate fraud. I mean, that's fine. That's an evolution that the industry is going to have. The equipment is going to get better and everything. But I mean, you just don't need to lose sight of the pressure that is on small business to conform to something that we have no control over, that there is no competition about. I checked this morning on my way over here. We have a little store in Utopia, Texas. It's out in the hill country. It's a neat little place. We sell gas for $3.15 a gallon. That gallon of gas today cost me $2.96. 19 cents is the margin. That, by the way, you're saying, you know, that's not such a bad margin, and I agree. I could probably live with 19 cents overall. It's not a lot. It's a little. When you swipe that card, 9 of those 19 cents goes to the credit card industry. 9, nearly 1/2 of the profit. It is a big burden. It is a big, big burden that we have to deal with. So last year in 2022, my company, about 23 stores and a few restaurants, paid $1.1 million last year alone in credit card fees. $1.1 million. I would consider us to be a small business. $1.1 million, a lot. It's a lot of money. So in terms of this bill, you know, what does it mean about credit card fees and taxes? You know, I look at taxes as we're kind of a trustee. You know, I mean, I've got a duty to collect the taxes. That's part of, you know, doing business or whatever. That's fine. So we're going to collect the 8% and send it on to the government. That's what we do. You know, the average convenience store, and you know, you may have another idea. The average convenience store, I would say, collects about $4,000 in taxes that are done by credit card. Maybe they're collecting 5 or 6, but 4,000 done by credit card. Well, and that's in a given month, I should say, $4,000 a month. Well, about $100, $120 of that goes to the credit card companies. You know, so you're left with $3,870, but you got to take the rest of the money out of your pocket and make it up and give it to the state. It doesn't feel right. It feels a little bit off to me. You know, we're here collecting taxes for the people of Texas. I looked last year, and in all of our business, we collected about $2 million in sales tax that we remitted to the state. We paid over $40,000 in credit card fees on that. That's nearly a week's payroll for a majority of our business. It's a lot of money. It is a lot. You know, when I think about it, and of course, there've been some banks here, the gentleman from IBC. I mean, I'm a fan. I send love to IBC Bank. I mean, they certainly finance our business. First State Bank of Uvalde. These guys are great. We could not be in business without the help and the liquidity of banks and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, when you really, really look at it, I'm not 100% sure that it makes a lot of common sense for me that they got to take a cut out of the tax part of it. I mean, let's let the taxes be. You know, you mentioned, by the way, Mr. Vice Chairman, about the loan element, and that is true. But you know, one thing that occurred to me, you know, we're talking about the backside of the transaction where, you know, they're charging us the 3 cents on the dollar, but they've also got a whole front end business where they're charging 18% and, you know, doing balance transfers and all that other stuff. I mean, there's a whole element of the credit card business where they're making money on the consumer side too. I don't begrudge them making any money. They are smart people and they should do very well. But I would just say, if I were going to draw a line around something, I would say, hey, maybe not the taxes. And so I am in support of this bill. And I appreciate the time, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming. The chair calls Sherifer Lawal. Sherifat Lawal? Not here. Chair calls Kelsey Strufert. I'm sorry, Kelsey, if I... We show you here as representing the Texas Restaurant Association, testifying in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Kelsey Streufert, Texas Restaurant Association, for the bill. No worries. Everyone gets it wrong a million different ways. Thank you for hearing from me. I know it's been a long day. Just want to make a few points, and we've got some kind of background and other information there for you. Just want to underscore, this is truly a broken market. We have two international mega corporations that set these fee rates across the board. Banks don't negotiate them, merchants can't negotiate them. Two major companies dictate these fees. Predictably, this means we have the highest rates in the industrialized world, and they keep climbing. The card networks even raised the fees in spring of 2022 when we were dealing with record-setting inflation. And remember, these fees are a percentage, so they were already making more with the inflation, but they still raised the percentage. All we're asking with this bill is protect merchants from this broken, non-competitive market, not all the time, just when they're doing the government's work and collecting taxes. I can't think of another situation where someone has to pay millions of dollars because they're required to do the government's work. But that's exactly what we're dealing with here. Community banks are wonderful. We work with them all the time. They were lifesavers during COVID. All of that is absolutely true. And I hate to disagree with my good friend Steve, but respectfully, we're not asking you to pick winners and losers. Merchants are the losers right now, to the tune of millions of dollars a year, just to collect state and local taxes. What we're asking you to do is level the playing field. And say no business can make millions of dollars off of another business just to collect the government's taxes. So with that, I'll wrap it up. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there questions? Hearing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 3395? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you. Members, I know over the last few weeks you've heard from some of the wealthiest, biggest banks in this country. As part of the government, you know that our goal is to make sure that people pay their taxes and that it's collected. But tonight you've also heard from some small businesses who are having to make the decision between payroll, having to make the decision on how much they have to pay for food, whether they can charge their customers what's required in order for them to stay in business, and seeing their customers are not able to do that. Our bill, House Bill 3395, is pretty simple. We shouldn't charge a fee on the taxes that are being collected. That's it. It'll help our small businesses, it'll help our restaurants. It's fair, but ultimately it helps the consumers. They'll pay less. And with that, Vice Chair, respectfully, I close.
Thank you, Chairman Capriglione. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
Home stretch, right here.
Oh, yeah.
The chair lays out House Bill 4359 and recognizes Representative Frazier to explain the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you, and let's get out of here. I really thank everybody for their time today. I know we all started at 8, and many of us started a little bit earlier than that. But this bill, HB 4359, is for small businesses, and so sometimes they need a quick infusion of capital to grow, or sustain their business. They require funds to meet unexpected demand, to stock up on product, or quickly repair failing or replace something equipment. For example, if your oven broke in your neighborhood pizza and you needed your restaurant, you need to open in a hurry. To keep the business open, going, and maintain staff on payroll. However, the restaurant is limited on capital, cannot receive a quick loan from a bank, or maybe can't borrow more, or chooses not to. It's their option, and it's too small for private equity. So what are options? You obviously can seek out a account receivable purchase transaction, whereby in return for the investment from the provider, and a small business pledges to a portion of the future revenue to the provider. The example of a $100,000 investment, the business will forward to provide a portion of its receipts until the provider receives $110,000. Whatever their agreement is that they work out. Investment could be 3 months, 12 months, or never. HB 4359 provides some guardrails on these small business transactions to create some basic standard disclosures, simple broker registration exemption form. It's commercial only. I know there's some states that have gone to this, but they do not have the guardrails that this legislation has, and have the right to close. And I know that we have some folks that are going to be talking about it.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? No questions. We'll proceed to testimony. The chair calls Cole Harmanson. Just make sure you are Cole Harmanson. You are speaking today against the bill on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Oh, on behalf of the American Factoring Association.
We just have you as testifying just by yourself. So if we wanted to add that, we can make that change. I would think, if you don't mind.
Oh, boy.
We have it. Oh, you have to make it.
Okay. My lawyer said
you are
8.
representing, so just let's go through this. You are named Cole Harmanson, you're the president, and you're representing who?
The American Factoring Association.
The American Factoring Association and yourself?
And myself, yes.
Okay, and you're testifying against?
Yes.
And we have your permission to make that change?
Yes, please.
Okay. You're legal. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to present opposition to this bill. My name is Cole Harmanson. I'm the current president of the American Factoring Association and member of the Texas chapter of the International Factoring Association. I've worked in commercial and community banking here in Texas since 1994. And I've owned a accounts receivable factoring company here in Texas since 2007. This disclosure bill asks AR factoring companies to provide information that will not work for factoring companies because of the inherent nature of the relationship with the companies that we finance. Accounts receivable factoring is the purchase of existing valid and verified accounts receivable for a service that has been completed or goods that have been delivered. Factoring serves many industries, including oilfield service companies, trucking, staffing of human resources, and construction, just to name a few. When entering into these types of relationship, the sellers of accounts receivables, the small businesses, a factoring company has no way of knowing the total amount to be borrowed by the company, because these relationships are discretionary, and when the seller can decide when and how much of their accounts receivable collateral they would like to receive for working capital. Accounts receivable factoring companies cannot also know the total cost for borrowing, because we do not know how much they will sell when that accounts receivable collateral will pay. Disclosure bills have been enacted in California and in New York and proposed in other states. This bill is very unusual here in Texas because it only targets accounts receivable factoring companies. The impetus for similar disclosure bills around the country has been concerns with the merchant cash advance industry, the MCA business, otherwise known as revenue-based financing or sales-based financing. For example, Virginia enacted a disclosure legislation last year that only applies to the MCA industry, and Connecticut recently introduced a bill that only applies to MCAs as well. MCAs and accounts receivable factors are very different. Factoring has been around for centuries, and the MCA business is relatively new industry. Factors purchase valid and verified accounts receivables and are repaid by the underlying account debtors, i.e. the receivables that we purchase. Factors also provide back office support in the form of risk mitigation for our clients. MCAs, on the other hand, loan money to businesses and get repaid from future sales of the business. MCAs often debit the accounts of clients and often attempt to have clients sign agreed judgments prior to taking their money. MCAs have significantly higher default rates. Contrasted with factoring, we are built for the ups and downs of the economy. As we are not speculating about the business's ability to pay us back, we purchase an asset for a job performed or a service rendered. The CFPB recently recognized the distinction between MCAs and factors when promulgating its rule to implement Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act, requiring HMDA-like reporting requirements on small business loans. The CFPB included MCAs under the rule, but excluded factors. The California bill, SB 1235, was written in a way, which is a similar disclosure law, was written in a way also that factors could not comply with and cannot comply with. So many businesses, just like mine, have decided, and we cannot lend in California anymore because of the plaintiff's bar, because of the concerns around our ability to give accurate information to the people that we're actually disclosing things to. We're concerned that the same thing might happen here in Texas, and this will hurt small businesses who will lose potentially an important funding source. Given the state of the banking business here in Texas and nationwide, Texas business owners will need more access to capital versus less, which this bill will inevitably cause, albeit unintentionally. Thank you very much. And please don't California our Texas.
Thank you.
That's it.
Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to kind of ask you, I know that lending against accounts receivable for banks kind of became less and less, banks became less interested in doing that, so factoring became more involved. This seems to take another step towards a more riskier type of lending. Am I evaluating this correctly? Or
You are. So there was a couple recent failures, one by Cabbage, which was out of California, which is an MCA lender. They had maybe $650 million portfolio, and American Express bought the technology, and they did not buy the loan portfolio. So the pandemic was very hard on a lot of these MCA lenders because they didn't have collateral and they're speculating. They came with billions of dollars worth of venture money, flooded the internet with ads. So a small business owner goes on and says, oh, I need working capital. What do I do? Oh, I'll click here and get money. If you come to a AR factoring company, either inside of a bank or an independent firm like mine, it's going to take 2 weeks, a month for us to maybe get a deal done because we're working through understanding all of your contracts, who you're doing business with. So we're underwriting and we're looking at the individuals behind the business and we're trying to understand their ability to go forward if we purchase their accounts receivable for them to give them working capital. The MCA business is a very different model. And frankly, I think they're going around the country to introduce these type bills so they don't have to do APR requirements. So California has an APR requirement. This bill does not.
On a commercial transaction.
Correct. Now, it's impossible for us, like I said, in California to comply with this because we don't know how fast that receivable is going to turn when we purchase it. It could turn in 60 days, it could turn in 30 days. And from that perspective, we can't put an APR on that that's reasonable. We had 3 different law firms, and we said, please help us put together a disclosure. And we got 3 different answers. Very reputable firms that are involved in this type of regulation. So you're correct.
It would seem, though, this bill is trying to put some guardrails, even though it may not go far enough, but at least it's making an effort to try to take that first step to provide some disclosure and some requirements so that these companies that are operating legally, correct? Yes. At least we have some guidelines for them to follow. Is that not accurate to say, in your opinion?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. The chair calls Catherine Fisher. You are Catherine Fisher. You are testifying for the bill, and you are doing so on behalf of Revenue-Based Finance Coalition. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, good deal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's Catherine Fisher. I'm a partner at the law firm of Hudson Cook, and I'm representing the Revenue-Based Finance Coalition, a nonprofit association of responsible providers of small business finance. And I am here testifying in support of HB 4359 because this legislation will empower small business owners to understand and compare the cost of financing. This is only about commercial financing transactions, so business to business only, not consumer. And revenue-based financing is not lending. These are not loans. It is a purchase of receivables. And this bill is not like the California law. The California law has an APR disclosure requirement, and it has 48 pages of regulations on how someone is supposed to come up with an estimated APR disclosure for a transaction that's not a loan. And still, it requires a series of guesses and guesstimates that make it very risky for anyone to operate in that state. This bill is more like a law that was passed in Utah last year that applies to revenue-based financing and accounts receivable factoring and a broader cross-section of commercial finance. This bill would require disclosure of the total amount of funds that will be provided to the small business, the total amount of funds that will be dispersed. For example, if there's an origination fee deducted, that will be disclosed so they know they'll get money less the origination fee that's deducted, the total payback amount, the total dollar cost, and information about the payment schedule and whether there's a prepayment penalty. These are very common sense disclosures, and in fact, when Utah passed a similar law, the regulator didn't even adopt any regulations. They said, this law is very simple. I don't need to get complicated here. In addition, HB 4359 would require brokers to register with the Secretary of State. It's a very, I would say, restrained registration requirement, mostly so that folks in Texas know who they're dealing with. They can look up what the name of this broker that is, and that broker must be registered with the Secretary of State. These are common sense protections for Texas's small businesses. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, although I know it's been a long day.
I didn't know you were done. Vice Chair Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I understand kind of how the APR, at least, is calculated on these MCA accounts, because with factoring, you've got a finite amount. I mean, you've got accounts receivable that you've got a definite dollar amount assigned to those, but with this type of, you're not calling it lending, but with this type of advancing against future revenues and future income stream, I'm not sure how that APR would be calculated. Is that what you're finding is difficult to do?
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody's proposing APR in Texas. Only New York and California have passed an APR law.
Okay.
And you're right, it requires a crystal ball to be able to predict how the payment schedule will work out.
So how do we protect these small businesses that are in need of this type of
Sure, yeah, thank you for asking that. So our customers need to know how much money they're getting and real information about that. If there are fees deducted, they need to know that up front. And then how much they're going to pay back and the total cost of those funds. That total cost of capital is the metric that they can use to compare across different products. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4359? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Frazier to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members, and I know it's been a long night, and this concept is new, and but I don't want to be anything like California. I think my campaign was pretty much run off that. I'm born and raised Texan, and that's the last thing I ever want to see from Texas. So the one thing that the safeguards are put on here, the guardrails that are not like California, but more like the Utah bill and not like New York's. It is a new concept, but it is for businesses and a business back home that's also brought it up. And it also creates the enforcement mechanism from the Texas Attorney General to enforce all violations of this new chapter created in this bill. So just wanted to put that out there, and I'm right to close. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Frazier. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Members, I want to thank you for all of your hard work today. We started at 8 a.m. We'll be done exactly at 9 p.m. Good news is we'll probably end up spending less time on the budget tomorrow. So with that, thank you. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.